Reinhardt being Reinhardt, and the Symmetric comes out early from Andrew. They're already on the point, ready to go.
Betty working on two. You said you're looking for some of those pinch plays. I feel like here, Papa Joe, they did a great job. What? Go ahead. Okay. Oh, he's dancing. Listen, they're having that they really need to make, but unfortunately, so you see the May, you see the slows coming down now. Choba looks with a very nice shot, leading on to Winter there. They lose that damage, and it's going to be a beautiful play coming down from Mexico. They gain that control back. It's just the Ramatra left for Faru. Of course, no healing left to really help themselves. Yeah, they're going to be taken down in a second.
Because of it, the Hydra still on the outside has to lose as well. Without Falls in the fight, Canada can't really sustain as Ultralic tries to run away from Magic Mayfall and Seeker. Blues is there to help with that assistance, and they actually reclaim that point at 40%.
That's tall from the Blues here. And Richie try to play for that, but down towards the backline Talisman, making it very difficult for the team to try to push for something like what with some nice shots with Toriko again, making something work, and you get a team kill to come through. Honestly, astonishing to see this team and how
from Cordelo. So that's where I'm looking at. This is how this next fight should go. Big hit though.
Half right now again. Reaper pulling it back out.
Wow.
Death Blossom still now moving forward. Of course, it is enough to keep themselves intact here for Mexico. That was big. It's not covering much, but they're still trying to make their way in. Castle not even hitting the shots as it goes by far, but you're able to see the Mora start to pull out the stops, and the damage is the cohesion here for this team. Mexico now making themselves go on that side, on that court.
Ash having the duel on the backside to find some work, but it's integrated and chased down by Hydra. Sugar Free is also immediately there with that beam, and it's just too much damage for Canada to deal with at the moment. They get immediately wiped just without Seeker and Falls just backing up. Seeker does get delayed. Falls goes straight back to lose, but will also lose the mech as USA flip that point back in their favor.
Yeah, Echo is just so...
and making them force the cooldowns out of the main. That's the other reason why you run this Reaper, is because you can chuck yourself in and you have such good self-preservation.
Oh, wow. And the TP, great, amazing,
Finally.
if anything. And that Death Blossom was the winner of that for Costa Rica. If they can keep this together, it was Winter.
The problem with running this Pharaoh, however, now he's come back down to Exfil trying to relocate back around with the phase. He's able to find that damage. Chili has disengaged the push Viper still there, but now Ram comes through on the Neil and Ludwig is pushed. USA have rotated all the way back around the point as Crimson is gone. That's a lot of the healing gone for Canada. Falls can't even die in the point to make sure his Diva Bomb gets maximum value. Hydran actually follows through on the False and Baby. Far left now. Eternal engages with that Blizzard. Diego also committed his own, but he's caught in the Blizzard. But a nice immortality from both keeps him healthy as Persona Dragon Strike connects onto both Ikyo and Hug. Early 2 picks as well for them. Nice counter engage to Cruz. Columbia attempted to engage with the Blizzard,
which I don't necessarily think is a bad thing. If you're going to be aggressive, your supports have to be on the same page with you. You have to be calming. I'm going in. I need these resources, and I think that's something that we need to go. I mean, there is the 3K from White Wolf. God, that's beautiful. That is FD godlike. And yes, you do have the Tesla cannon that puts out constant pressure, but Diva doesn't have to reload. And Chobilux is actually getting it done now on the Tracer.
Wow.
And this is a steamroll. Oh my lord, Mexico! What did you have for dinner, my friends?
Honestly, they had a nice platter or something, because they've been playing pretty good.
We're just at the car wash. We're under 2 minutes, Scompers. This is starting to look very dire already.
Oh, and now it's even harder to try and get away from this, just needing...
Welcome everyone to day 2 of the Overwatch World Cup here for the Americas region within this conference. It was quite the sweep of a day over into day 1, but we're looking forward to getting things started here for the second one. And I've, of course, got to introduce myself as Ash, your lovely host for today, and then the amazing casters that we're going to have on the desk, that being Gompers and Chef Billy. You guys were here yesterday. It was an interesting end to day number 1. But Gompers, what are you looking forward to going into the second day of OWWC?
Well, going into the second day, I think the thing that I'm most looking forward to is obviously there is a new team that we haven't seen play yet. So this to me, again, is that stomping ground because we still are in the beginning stages of who is the most dominant within Group B or Group A.
Oh, that's a really good point to make, especially with just generally how the days have gone on. Even yesterday in Group B, we had Ecuador and Argentina who had the day off. So we don't even really know how, they haven't had any games to actually base off of any results of, right there, Chef Billy?
Yeah, I mean, Ecuador, they're coming in basically off of a rest day. So the next 2 days are going to be very busy for them. And then going into next week, we'll see how everything rounds out. I think the primary goal for this weekend is to come out with a positive, either that being a positive record coming out of the 3 days of competition for match days 1, 2, and 3, or coming out with a positive result for your team, especially with new teams coming in here and having the first chance to represent your country. Ecuador coming out with Si Se Puede. And I mean, you'll love to see it. So here's where we are so far after match day 1 here in Group A. Mexico, the United States, and Puerto Rico coming through 1-0, all of them coming through in 2-0 fashion. So Guatemala, Costa Rica, and Canada, the surprise for me, really do have to have a good result today to keep themselves at near that 50% mark.
No, absolutely. And just like you were talking about, it's that race to that third place, right? Within Group A as well, having that additional opportunity there, Gompers for Group A. But we also have to check out Group B as well, see how those teams have fared out. Of course, again, Ecuador and Argentina, they did have the day off yesterday. Now swapping that out for another couple of teams on that side there, Gompers.
Yeah, for this team, we did get to see a bit of flavor there when it came to Colombia and Brazil. These two teams popped off, if anything. So I do feel like we've gotten this transition, obviously, like I said before, of who we could consider the strongest. But I feel like, obviously, there's two teams that we haven't seen. There's that Ecuador, there's Argentina. So when you're looking at these two teams and the potential there, there's also kind of those numbers that still aren't accounted for. You know, for me, in my eyes, Brazil is probably the most strongest within Group B right now. But Argentina may as well. They could pull out the stops, or it could be the other way around with Ecuador.
No, for sure. And then just to take a quick look over at the schedule for everybody at home. So we're kicking off the day here with Group B. 3 matches in a row coming out from this group. Ecuador and Colombia to start us off. Then we've got Chile, Peru, and then Argentina and Brazil. Afterwards, we're heading over back towards that group, which Guatemala, actually, Chef Billy, is one of the fan favorites going into the Americas League. However, they didn't quite perform as we would have expected yesterday.
I think honestly it's the gravity and the weight of representing your country, and I mean going up against Puerto Rico in your first match. I mean that was a bad draw for them, to be quite honest. So hopefully they had a chance to look at some VOD reviews. I mean Vendetti really did have some good play. Was trying to bait Papa Joe out of certain situations, and unfortunately for Guatemala, they just weren't able. They didn't fall back into those traps. So, I mean, the play is there, the game sense is there. I think they just need to clean up some of their gameplay, and I think that they had to stand themselves in a much better stead going into match day number 2. And I mean, Costa Rica, they got kind of rolled too. So, 2 teams trying to get their first point. Somebody's going to come out with a point and be at 500 going into match day 3.
No, that is for sure, but we can't look too far forward yet either, though, right? We do also have a few MVPs from yesterday, the top 3 MVPs, if you will, from day 1 of the Overwatch World Cup online qualifiers here for Americas. So I'm going to be looking forward to seeing the stats that we're going to be pulling up in just a moment. But with those top 3 overall, I know that I believe the first one that we will be seeing is going to be Dalka from Brazil, that being the tank player. And Gompers, he had quite the showing.
Yeah, for Dalka, I feel like obviously you're looking at the damage done, especially with that mitigation. So, you know, for a tank player, that's something that you're really looking for. As a diva here, I did feel like I saw a lot coming through from Dalka in general on the tank. Laying down on that diva, not a very easy role to really accomplish. It's a lot of firepower, but not a lot of damage. So it is that push that you really have to rely on your teammates to kind of assist in those endeavors. And I felt like they played so well with everyone else playing on that diva that it really did feel like the pieces were fit. I mean, what other way is there to say other than Dalka really just owned the game?
Well, on top of that, too, he has the comfort of playing with previous teammates of his being Niall and Ludwig right there, Chef Billy. So for Team Brazil, at the very least, they had a lot of that core synergy just being brought back into this competition.
I mean, que bem movejo. I mean, for the Portuguese speakers out there, I mean, what good moves. The peel was perfect at times. I think that you're really looking at the pursuit kills as well. When you see a low HP target going in on top of that and confirming the kill out of it, and even that right there, I mean, the self-destruct to get out of it really did secure the map win there for them and the match win in the end up against Chile. So, I mean, Dalka doing great on the diva. We'll see how they fare later on today, but I mean, we've got two more MVP of the day candidates coming up.
Yeah, we definitely do. It's going to be really exciting to see. We're going to actually swing it over towards Puerto Rico and Anzer P, the DPS on that side. He had some quite show-stopping shots yesterday, Gompers.
Listen, for Ander P, if we're talking about, I remember their name especially because to me in particular, it was somebody that stood out like a sore thumb. I mean, it was
in a
mostly
good way.
in a good way. I feel like it was mostly kind of when you're thinking of Ander P as well, you're always putting 2 and 2 together. So for Ander P, again, a big role of what he did is mostly just also getting tons and tons of damage in, as well as being able to eliminate and really just target the players that are the most important. So I felt like they completely tore apart the team and the importance in said order, and then at the same time managed to help the team out in those endeavors. So it's kind of hard to also seek out what players do in particular in Overwatch since there's so much going on, but that's what makes it so fun, is kind of seeking deeper and then seeing, okay, what did Ander P do that really allowed them to shine? And it's small things like that.
No, for sure. And then on top of that, we just got to talk about that Puerto Rican team like as a whole, right there, Chef Billy. I mean, come on, Papa Joe stonks. Papa Jopium, if you will.
Papa Jopium? Can we make that a thing?
I have Papa Jopium.
We all have Papa Jopium here. And I mean, that would have been my MVP candidate, honestly. But I think that Ander P really did set the tone, being that lethal, confirming all those final blows and really providing a lot of vision to the team. I actually had a chance to, when I go through Twitter after these, I like going for the POV of the teams or the teams that are streaming their games, and I saw one. They literally had just closed out Circle Royale, and Ander P was howling like a monkey in the best possible way. I retweeted it. I mean, just the joy, the passion, and I think that's what this Puerto Rican team really is embodying, is passion. La corazón. I mean, it's totally there, the heart of a lion. They are absolutely here to play, and they're not taking any sass from anybody.
No, and that's what you love to see, especially on this world stage where you are having this opportunity to represent your nation. That's going to put that extra oomph, that light that fire beneath you even further, bring those flames and really strengthen them. And as far as it goes, I mean, you can see some of these shots right here. I don't even have to say anything about it.
No, I mean, just the prediction, the predictive nature of a Widowmaker. You've got that a little bit of set time that you're setting your sights and you're charging at full power. The predictiveness of pulling the swing over as you're charging and then letting loose the shot right as they come out of spawn. I mean, that is from the chef's kiss, beautiful.
Yeah, on top of that, also just like taking some off positionings, if you will, their Gompers for Anzer P. Him, just looking for those openings and spots where their opponents weren't necessarily expecting him to be.
Yeah, it was the Sombra originally, then obviously moving on to the Widowmaker and occasionally making those switches that really, again, we talked about it, that adaptation that allowed this team to thrive. And Adder P, listen, yeah, I mean, I'd give him a round of applause too, because it wasn't an easy feat playing a Widowmaker at close distances the way that they were in the games that we saw, but they managed to really like just frag and succeed off of that. And all at the same time, again, like I talked about before, taking out those important players allowed Papa Joe to succeed as well. So it just allowed the pushes to really flow.
No, that is for sure, but we've also got to check out our third MVP from day number 1. Heading over to the Mexico team, we've got Angel Velado, the DPS player, and he had quite a stunning performance, particularly on this Hanzo pick, Billy.
I mean, the flexibility. We saw multiple heroes come out from Angel Velado. I mean, I think that the Blossom inside of White Room on Gardens behind the Nemesis block of Castled was a signature core memory. I mean, it's got to go into canon right now for this qualifier group, because just absolutely played it perfectly, played within themselves. And I think that's with all of our MVP candidates today. They played within themselves, and they really were a member of a 5-man unit. And that's what you want to see. And, you know, you have your pop-off moments. And I mean, this is one of them right here. I mean, going in on the hack targets behind what you saw coming through there from Chobilux. And I mean, just the wherewithal. I mean, that zombie comp they're running, absolutely perfect.
Yeah. No, Mexico yesterday, what we were applauding them on a lot was the fact that they were just so adaptive as a whole, and then also had great supports backing up the front line over all their Gompers. Meanwhile, unfortunately, Costa Rica, their opponents looked a lot more rigid.
Yeah, it was the same issue that we kind of faced with obviously the game against Puerto Rico and Guatemala, where again those adaptations weren't evident. Like, it just was not working out. Costa Rica had these very key moments, and a large part of that, again, I did feel like we're coming from either occasionally you would say Winter or maybe Baru, but it's just not enough. They need the kind of like that extra push, if anything, and it just didn't feel like, you know, the tank was kind of cohesive with damage. You always saw kind of those split pushes happening where they could get picked off easily by Angel Velado and Chobilux. So it's really those simple things that they need to tie together, and hopefully, you know, after some VOD reviewing, we'll be able to see a completely different side of Costa Rica.
No, that is for sure. But with those MVPs, that was also highlighting some top tier teams that we saw from day 1. Again, we already talked about it, how it is going to be that race towards the 3rd place there for Group A. But in Group B, where we're actually getting the opportunity to now finally see both Argentina and Ecuador, the Group B, Chef Billy, only has 2 slots available to them, and that's just so much more pressure on your shoulders.
I mean, it's the lower half, if I can say that. I mean, Brazil is going to be very good in this group, but I think that Peru and Chile, I think they'll be fighting to displace Colombia. Colombia at times yesterday, even though they did take a 2-0 win, there was moments where EQO had to completely take over the game, and if EQO does not secure that, we're looking at different results coming through. So I think for the rest of Group B, I think Colombia really have to tighten up their gameplay. Brazil looked absolutely beautiful yesterday. I mean, it's a beautiful game from the beautiful country. And, you know, like you said, we get to see Argentina and we get to see Ecuador today. So this is going to be a treat for us, being able to see these 2 teams finally getting their chance on the world stage.
It certainly will. So as you guys are here, we're just going to wrap up this pre-show really quick, swing to a short little break. But right afterwards, we're going to be back with the first match of the day. It's going to be Ecuador versus Colombia. Stay tuned. am pumped to get today started here. It's the second day again of the Overwatch World Cup online qualifiers for the Americas region. And we've got Ecuador versus Colombia. And Ecuador, a bit of a question mark for us right now here, Gompers. We didn't get to see them yesterday, so they are nil so far on that scoreline, of course. And these players, a bit more new faces here in the Overwatch scene.
Yeah, for Ecuador, kind of like what you said, these faces aren't necessarily the most familiar to us. We did get to see Colombia play, so you could say in terms of what we know, a bit more biased towards the side of Colombia, but I am gonna say I am kind of excited to see Ecuador play. It's when you see new players play, it is the most exciting. Obviously, we haven't necessarily seen Colombia play against this team. So same colors in the flags, you got something going on there for Colombia in general. Obviously, they kind of smashed the game that they played against Peru. So I'm a bit worried as to what's going to happen to Ecuador, but all it takes is, one really good DPS, one really good tank to completely change momentum.
No, that's for sure, because when it comes down to Colombia as well, you have that veteranship with EQO and a couple other players on that team as well. Colombia looked really good as far as their synergy went. EQO having just a very standout performance yesterday, especially on that Hanzo. He really maintained control of that upper high ground there, Chef Billy.
I mean, it really did. We saw the swaps. We saw the immediate adaptation, realizing that they couldn't run the Sombra as well, going in with the Reaper and taking care of tank play. The quick adaptation obviously yields immediate results here for Colombia. So for today, I think they just need to be very, like I said, they just need to tighten down on their compositions, know what their identity is as they come out. As we take a look at said team from Colombia, they will be rocking the EQO Eternal line, and Eternal had, I think at points, played better than EQO on this May. The May play out of Eternal, dropping in the blizzards when least expected, getting that wall up and not allowing people to run away from it, and getting a Suzu to save them from it. Really smart micro plays coming from Eternal, and then Super Gomez had a wonderful time as far as tank play. There was moments where I think maybe a little bit out of position, but for the most part, they really did control their aggression. And then Mix V and Hug. Hug had a very darn good Moira. And now we'll take a look at Ecuador. I was looking through this team, and I was looking to see, who do I know here? Is there anybody that I've seen, through some of from the America Sud, previous contenders? Didn't have a lot to go off of. One question, one of their substitutes, I'm wondering if they're a console player. Pabiloon, who's not on your screen right now, mentions in their Twitter that they are an Xbox and Switch main. So are they playing? Are they playing in the World Cup on console? Let's go, baby! That's where I came from.
Whew, okay, so maybe some cross-platform. Anyways,
yeah,
maybe some cross-platform play coming through here. We'll see if we can maybe fact check that later as well. So it'll be really interesting to see, but at least for this Ecuadorian team as well, we're talking about the fact that this is their opportunity to really make a name for themselves, especially being these players that we're not as familiar with. This is really your chance to shine.
Especially with Colombia, we got to see very, very different stances in what these players like. Obviously, EQO kind of resorting to that Reaper pick. That's kind of like their safe spot. And I feel like Lijiang Tower's very forgiving for a Reaper. So trouble's definitely kind of withstanding there, and especially with the May that Eternal tends to play with as well, that is something you really have to watch out for.
That is very, very true, but I get to actually just kick back and relax while this game gets underway. So again, everyone, it is Ecuador versus Colombia. Gompers, Chef Billy, take it away.
All right. Going up to Lijiang Tower. We didn't necessarily get to see this map in particular with standing here, but I do feel like, again, Billy, I want to ask you the question. How are you feeling about what we're heading into?
I mean, it all depends on which map we start out on. And Ecuador, we're going to have a lot of questions answered here. This is our first chance to see the team, and si se puede is their rally cry. So si se puede, Ecuador, vamos. Colombia, Colombia. I mean, we're going to see. And we don't have Eternal in. We've got Drummer in on the control map. Here for Lijiang, they played on Nepal yesterday and had a very good showing there. They did win it out 2-0 in the sub map. So for Colombia, they're going to take the speed approach and they're going to try and knock off any kind of flank potential coming in from Ecuador on the first attack.
Actually, okay, May wall on May wall. It feels like we're just trying to blockade everything that we can. Already funneling through though, Ecuador making some very, very good numbers, but you can already see, right? Dromir still trying to make some shots happen, sniping it straight through the wall. It's wall on wall, and the May pick here honestly going to profit very, very widely, at least for Colombia.
I mean, this is great great kiting, though, from Ecuador. They're really denying a lot of this damage that Colombia is expecting to get in there. Nobito going strong, gets taken down by Super Gomez in the Nemesis form. Now, they're going to have Annihilation the size of this fight.
I know it very well. Super Gomez actually having Ramatra's ultimate left available, so are they going to be able to pull it out right now would be the time. If anything, they're just waiting and entrusting everything to be with their team. Colombia still facing lots and lots of difficulties, but actually holding on very, very lightly. I talked about the Reaper. I talked about the May. We're actually being able to see that live in action of how well it's playing out.
I mean, and the fact that this is not Eternal, who had a banger day on the May yesterday. Dromir doing just as well. I mean, you pulled out the Annihilation from Ecuador, too, so there's not that initiation, but they're going to have Sound Bear and a Blizzard here into the next fight. Great wall.
Even now, okay, no, actually, Death Blossom is ready and available. Oh, this is the perfect time to pull it out as well, but they're not going to. Right now, they have the lead once more. And the thing is they did gain that advantage by winning that first fight. EQO, though, still having potential here. Yeah, closing things out very nice and easy for Colombia once again.
I mean, once you take the legs out from underneath Ecuador in their supports, I mean, Karen Gorm went down early to EQO and those Hellfire shotguns. That's your burst healing right there. And then you have to try and speed regress from the point. And EQO is just playing flanks right now, looking for the aggression coming from the side. They haven't even had to press Q yet. So, I mean, this is a great rotation, though, coming from Ecuador. They're going to take it through control room.
And rightfully so, yeah, this is where the Death Blossom comes out, but it's actually going to be Nobito to take it out for Ecuador. A beautiful play and a stance here that could be taken back, EQO. We see the Moira playing in cohesion here to try to get those heal-offs, but the wall, it blocks them off, and Super Gomez now having to try to attend the funeral of Ecuador right now. 99% for Colombia. They're very, very close to that finish line right now as it is. But it's super hard to try to even gain some ground here for Ecuador. Colombia, they were very, very strong in their showing when they were playing against Peru. And it makes sense because right now they get that first victory.
I mean, just great ultimate discipline. Let me talk about that first coming out of Colombia. There were fights, I mean, you were even calling for them to drop the Blossom, and they're like, nah, we can do this in the neutral. We can do this in the neutral. I mean, just great positioning, great kiting back for MixV and Hug. I mean, the speed disengage that came from them was just too powerful. They really do need to be looking to take down MixV and Hug. If Ecuador has any kind of a possibility of staying in this first control map. And I don't see any changes coming up here. You'll see EQO bring the Symmetra out here. I don't know if they stay on it or if they go over to either a Tracer or bring back the Reaper. This is just
actually very, very early on. Doesn't get it, not extending too high enough. But again, these outer aggressions are exactly what Colombia makes them very different. They're not afraid to get aggressive when needed. And not to mention, Super Gomez on the Ramatra has been impeccable. And now actually making that rotation, trying to go through the back line. But this is going to be a very big funnel starting off. Very unfortunate. Wall breaks the Reaper, making damage as it is. And now capturing the points. That first fight, not won out just yet. Potential there for Ecuador, but they're going to have to pull something big.
First capture over to Colombia, though, and I think that the walls are coming out a little bit early from Dromir, and EQO, has to pull the fade, and Nobito's in the back line saying, I'm on you. No, EQO, look at that assist, though, the speed to get them around. Yep, this is going to be a one fight, and it's going to be setting back to spawn for Ecuador.
EQO, just on the prowl for something. Always looking for, some type of assassination, honestly. And I think the Reaper fits them well because sometimes they'll kind of resort to that Sombra pick. And the reason why I like that is they are very sneaky.
I mean, sneakiness is part of the kit of a Reaper. I mean, you can either be that frontline presence and just making a tank's life hell, or you could be the flank lord and trying to go for assassinations, trying to catch somebody out of position. Now, Annihilation into this fight with the Coalescence at their back. This should be very easy going for Colombia.
Still having the ultimate ready here for Super Gomez. Is actually going to be able to pull that out, not getting down just yet. The damage immense, and you can see along the back lines, it is going to be Mix still taking out a ton along with Hug. Yeah, it's like in 2 seconds this team just goes down. I feel bad for Ecuador because control is just Colombia. Like, that is their home.
I think a little bit of ultimate discipline would do Ecuador a world of good right now. I mean, saving your fade. You don't need to fade in front of your team. You need to be behind your tank. And I know that Moira's in a really good spot here. There's the flank from EQO. 2 already down. Make it 3, make it 4. Give him the ace. Give him the ace. Nope. Karen Gordon gets off the map. But good Lord, what a perfectly timed Blossom. And he came out of hiding. And you talked about it. Sneaky, sneaky Reaper. And now Emilio bringing out the Doomfist for a last fight touch.
EQO doesn't really have much to work with, but doesn't really matter. Ecuador are really pushing through to try to get something big. I mean, the May coming along the back of EQO, but you're looking at the heals, and they're tremendous. Hug and Mix, both not allowing Ecuador any satisfaction of getting an elimination. And honestly, that leads to that win that Colombia, really just deserves.
Yeah, I mean, 200-0. That is not a good start here for the team from Ecuador, but we have another map. It's obviously best of 3 first of 2s, so they still have the next map type to come up here. It'll be their choice coming up, and I really want to see them play as a whole, 5-man team, not 5 separate individuals. We saw Emilio really taking the brunt of all the aggression that Colombia was bringing in. And you saw Nobito trying to be the hero, trying to get into the back line. And EQO is just waiting, just like, voila, ¿qué tal? I mean, just boom, done. And that's happened time and time again. So, you hit your head against the wall once. Okay, you learn from that. If you keep doing it, we might have to question your stability.
Yeah, stability was something very difficult for Ecuador, but again, right, it is control. Not everybody's good at control. Winning out that first fight, it was always leading towards the side of Colombia. So again, it is very hard to kind of come back from that. And I think it was Moxie that said it in the first game that we got to watch yesterday. If you're not winning out those first fights, it's very impossible to take it back at any point in time. So I am looking towards, that second match being the redemption here, that second game for, a team like Ecuador. So hopefully they can kind of pull something together in a completely different setting.
I mean, Emilio really did try their best. I mean, you saw the team trying to rally behind their tank player, but the sustain of Hug and Mixby, something that I noticed yesterday, and we talked about it in our opening here. They are the 2-headed dragon that you need to take down to be able to really inflict any kind of damage on this Colombian team, and EQO will clean out fights left and right.
Yeah, they cleaned out a lot, especially the thing that I really liked is a lot of the time I was asking, why aren't you Death Blossoming? Are you going to Death Blossom? But I felt like EQO found the perfect moments to do that, actually just seeing that right now as well. Again, it was the opportunity where they said, is it going to profit as much as it will at another time? And asking yourself those questions, honestly, I felt like really did give them that profit that they were looking for on the side of Colombia. So definitely something to look forward to in the next game. But I mean, listen, Chef Billy, we'll have to see.
We'll have to see. And the fact that Moira gets 2 on the out, that with the skill orb, as we call it, that's just extra fuel to the fire here for Ecuador to be able to bring something to bear here on the Colombian team. So I mean, Colombia right now, they're 3-0 so far. across maps, completely swept yesterday, and now they're looking to do the same here. Ecuador, they do have the chance, though. They do have the chance to make our next map sing, as it were. I hope we don't go to Gibraltar. Personally, I'd like to see something a little different. I'd like to see them, pull something that maybe Colombia is not necessarily looking for. And in talking with the coaches, a lot of maps have been played and practiced up. And well, Numbani, okay, let's see what the tanks do, because we saw a lot of Ramatra yesterday out of Super Gomez. So we'll see. We'll see if they have the off tank here. I think that's why we go to Numbani, is that you're going to play more maybe into Emilio's his hero pool on the tanks.
Oh, Numbani. Honestly, looking at the playstyle of Ecuador down in Lijiang Tower, it doesn't feel like they're the type of team to kind of want to over-aggress and give away those fights. They were actually aiming for a lot of those team fights, but they kind of walked in at the worst moments. There were a lot of funneling opportunities where, again, down in that back room where you got to see that Death Blossom really come out. Those are the things that we're talking about when we talk about, okay, what did Ecuador do wrong and what did Colombia do right? And I felt like Lijiang Tower was just the perfect opportunity for them, because there were a lot of those back rooms that kept them quiet. So here, though, it's a very open space. I think Ecuador has a lot more space to move, and I think this is going to profit very, very nicely.
I agree. I absolutely agree with you, Gomper. I think that this for Ecuador, because they're not going to be funneled into small enclosed spaces with a Reaper just thriving. We'll see. We will see how this goes down. And, we've got lots of substitutes on both sides. So maybe there might be a personnel change. We might see Eternal come back in for Colombia. We might see Pabilun come in for Ecuador in the damage role. So it just depends on how they want to address this map. Obviously, offense to defense, two completely different looks that you can throw out here. And I think that, versatility will have to be on display here. If team fights don't go Ecuador's way, go into that hero pool. See what you can pull out. I want to see the chess match really come alive here for Ecuador and to make a good accounting of themselves.
Yeah, and I think they will. I honestly think this is their time to shine. And a lot of the time, we actually do tend to see kind of like that tendency where teams who don't necessarily do too well in control can take it back here on hybrid. So Numbani, a very favorite map of mine. I do think we're going to be able to see a Hanzo come out. I'm excited to possibly have that opportunity arise. I really do want to see very, very big poke, just because Numbani is super big. Like it is very hard to really aggress and, have good fortune on a map like this, especially since there is a lot of space to move. So again, there is also potential for somebody to come along your back lines. There's a lot of careful that you really need to be wary of.
I think that Colombia have proven that they are a rush team, and the zombie rush is working well for them. So we will see how this is going to go down in the streets of Numbani, Arisa's home, my beloved's hometown here. The donkey horse, as I call her, for everybody that doesn't know. My personal designation for Arisa was my main in Overwatch 1, the halt and the shield. Lots of double shield haters out there. I don't care. She's still my favorite Bae, and I will die on that hill. But I mean, for this map, Winston works extremely well here. The ability to use the jump pack to get from high to low, being able to contest both those areas. Super Gomez is showing us that right now on the attack. So Ecuador, they're bringing out the diva from Emilio Oaks here. Nobito is on the Echo. I like this. You're gonna have to be a little bit self-sufficient though. On the Echo, being able to heal themselves through the biscuits being thrown by the Brigitte, or having to find mini and megas around the map. And then Jor-El actually going to show us the Tracer look. So this is going to give a little bit of extra survivability. You're able to recall. You can take care of yourself on those mini health packs. So, Cairngorm and Tamanu should be able to focus most of their attention onto the diva and keep their tank alive.
Yeah, especially here. They're already going up on it. Ecuador. literally not even having a care in the world. At this point, playing tag as well. Tracer on Tracer. Whoever wins this one out is going to have something big. Already coming along the back lanes, kind of like what I said, but the Echo is going to be such a big detriment. EQO already taking the first pick. A beautiful play off of Dromir. Already trying to get another one. Dro now coming up closer, still slightly, but Emilio leaving out with their life. And that's going to be a very big play, but unfortunately so, they're going to have to try to push back with the rest of the team. Super Gomez looking for the second, but maybe a big overextension, because losing your tank this early on, not a good look.
But I mean, now they have close spawns. I mean, they're going to come out right here in everybody's face and 50% towards Primal Rage. I think that, you know, the Primal Rage will be hard to deal with the DPS. I think that the support line of Ecuador will be the target for Super Gomez when they go in. Also, I mean, they've got to watch out for the spam coming in from EQO or from a Jarrell. Looks like we've had a DC. Oh, no. The tank was 60% to Primal Rage, so that's going to reset their economy. This is actually a great boon for Ecuador because now they don't have to worry about the Primal Rage coming back in. We'll see if they reconnect and it comes back with their charge. Man, that's a unluckers.
Yeah, that actually does suck a little bit, especially for It does kind of hurt to see too, because they were on such a good run, already getting the point coming down, now starting off in that movement. Super Gomez. Oh, my apologies. It's just not going to work out. I said Super Gomez because I messed up. That was Peru. Moving forward, though, it's difficult, especially within this game. It's not a very easy game to win. So for Colombia, again, kind of like with what you said, missing out on that Primal Rage, you're also having a very big detriment moving forward. Yeah, 1% completely ticked backwards, but we still got the Echo that could kind of get that redemption arc. Now try to actually farm this up. They don't care how close they are. The heal's really sticking on them, and I think their main objective is actually to try to get that Primal Rage back.
I mean, it is what it is. It's unluckers, but I mean, with EQO's Echo, say that 5 times fast, they've got the duplicate. Going to be looking for, well, they're going to be looking just for assassination. They're going to hold on to their duplicate, and they're going to capture point B pretty easily. Nice sleep comes through, and an anti on top of it. They should be able to clean up, but oh my goodness. I mean, the stickies from EQO right now are absolutely holding this high ground. Instead, that's 2 points, almost 6 minutes on the clock. This is a blazing speed run coming from Colombia.
Having the duplicate ready as well is going to be big for EQO. Slowly ticking up almost everybody from Colombia. Having an opportunity to push something forward. Super Gomez. Still trying to push through here. Having a nice pulse to try to come down towards it, but unfortunately does not commit as well as they thought it would. Dromir now actually missing out on a super big opportunity, is moving in with the Winston. Super Gomez is back and they're ready to rumble. Primal Rage almost prepared to try to finish this off with the heals. Not sufficient enough. Does go down. Super unfortunate with EQ. Oh, left alive, utilizing that duplicate. Still not able to do much here. Is trying to shield bash their way out of this, but still manages to make it out alive. Oh, just kidding. I lied. I'm a liar.
I mean, great sequence of events there for both, for Ecuador. They're able to use the duplicate, get themselves a monkey copy, and it actually saves them from going down to the self-destruct of Emilio. So, so I mean, Emilio right there, they get the work done. Now they got to set their feet here and really cycle through the ultimates that are coming up. They're dealing with a rally into a nano.
Oh, Horel.
Oh my.
Yeah, getting stuck in that corner definitely was not the best way you want to go, because the Echo has that high ground advantage, especially since you're seeing Nobito consistently losing out on those 1v1 fights. It kind of leads towards Colombia having that advantage that we didn't get to see from Ecuador, but hopefully, again, leading towards their attacking half. Maybe they're going to have a better stance there.
Gompers, they just gained 20 seconds, though.
Yeah.
That is a speed run. Somebody check out there. I think that is one of the fastest in official matches completion of Numbani that I've ever seen personally. I think the record might be like 436 or 438. I think that's the record for the completion on Numbani by an attacking squad. So for Ecuador here, I mean, they just really look fragmented. You're talking about you're talking about having these wide open spaces, but you still has to play as a 5. And they did not deal with EQO in the sky. EQO is the tip of the spear for this Colombian squad. Super Gomez is playing almost in support of the Echo. And I think for Ecuador, honestly, if you can pull out a Sombra here and take the utility away from EQO, I think that would be a really good first start here. Either that or, I mean, Emiliox has to be a lot more cognizant of EQ in this guy, especially when you're playing on a diva. You have the defense matrix. You can get up there. The only thing that you can't defend against is the focusing beam. Yeah. But with your team and support, you should be able to burn down a Echo with Ana and Brigitte as your healers.
Yeah, actually, you're completely accurate in that point as well. Definitely just needing to utilize their heroes to the highest extent. Although, looking as though they can't even push. Emilio honestly looking scared to try to get themselves out. They still actually do have their barrier projectors, so that's something that could defend them right here as they continue along. Now actually trying to protect themselves.
Oh no!
Listen, it's hard to do anything there. Hug was trying to protect Mix at the same time there, playing with that Brigitte. Now you got everybody moving down onto the point. Dromir still managing to create that big pushback.
I mean, Dromir has shown us a May, and now they're showing us a very, very serviceable Tracer, saving the recalls for the most desperate of situations. And now Horel is getting into the honorable combat once again. Waiting for blinks, waiting for that health pack to come back up because they are super low. They were super low. Now they're going to have it at their backs and they're going to be looking to get this pulse bomb. I think pulse bomb needs to be clean here coming from Horel.
Oh, and it's coming in clean as well. Especially for EQO right now, actually coming up towards the high ground. I talked about it, the 1v1 continuously losing out, but Horel now fighting up top to try to take down anybody if they please. Yeah, but EQO just does not make it easy with those sticky bombs.
I mean, looking at what Colombia is doing right now, they're just catching aggression, and it's a swarm mentality. When they see the pressure coming, all 5 are in position, and the positioning here from Mixfy has been nothing short of stellar. And I mean, it's great playing play. You're just being able to heal from long range. You've got the lines of sight where you need a pulse bomb. It's going to be huge here from Dromir. I'm calling it probably a 2K coming out from it.
Trying to get some of that melee in from Dromir, but up towards the top, you can actually see Super Gomez now fighting to push everybody back down in towards that room. Sticky pulse bomb now coming unlocked. Unfortunately, does not make anything happen. Now, Primal Rage. This is going to be big for Emilio. I see the potential here, knocking off the healers, actually imbalancing now the amount of heals that they can get. Super Gomez still kept alive somehow. Primal Rage knocked out, and the healers of their own from Ecuador goes down as well.
I mean, wonderful, wonderful primal mechanics there coming out of Super Gomez. The juggle was beautiful. The displacement was good. Emiliox had a great one too, being able to dislodge the high ground hold that Mixfy and Hug were on. But I mean, they haven't had to use their support ultimates yet. And we're at just under 75 seconds left here for this match. And we're no closer to Ecuador capturing first point than we were when we started.
Duplicate still ready and prepared. Not going to need it though, especially since they're already coming overhead. And I feel like they've been winning out a lot of these fights. EQO, even though they're constantly airborne, they're always having that crosshair hit in place. Right now, we're seeing it in action. Already trying to back off, and they're backing off 3 players at a time, even though they're taking things solo. Heals are very, very well written here for Colombia. Now the back off starts.
I mean, honestly, I would honestly rather see, I can't believe I'm saying this, a Mercy here to help Nobito in the sky. You know, give them a little bit more sustainability up there. And I mean,
although Jorel is not giving up, it's not going to be easy, but a melee to actually finish things off. Primal Rage on both sides coming out as it is. Now slowly making their way above. Winston comes down towards them. Emilio goes down now. Overtime is done for. Not even the
alone. I mean, that was a masterclass of how to take team fights on your own initiative. And I mean, there's a ferocity that Colombia is showing us here. And we're going to bring Ash back in here to grill us over what we just witnessed, both across Lijiang Tower and Numbani. Ash, that was pretty brutal.
It was definitely a rough showing coming out from the Ecuadorian team. I think that you guys both hit the nail on the head with it being the fact that it was a lot of individualistic plays coming out. And we weren't really seeing that cohesion that we would be looking for. Sure, the individual talent was there, but it's Overwatch. There's no hard carries in this kind of game, Gompers.
There isn't any hard carries in this game, and we did get a piece of that as well. You know, Super Gomez had their moments, but I did feel like everybody else did have their moments as well. So definitely looking at, obviously, EQO, my apologies, EQO, Super Gomez, Hug. I felt like Hug was definitely an item that I saw a lot of the time down in Control as well. They really shined out in Control playing on that Moira, so I will have to give them kudos as well.
And Chef Billy, I want you to tell me a little bit more about the Ram Rush compositions that we saw coming out from both sides over on Lijiang Tower. What was it about the Colombian team that allowed them to find a lot more success in that mirror composition, whereas Ecuador fell a little bit more flat?
I think it's target focus and managing your cooldowns. I think that Colombia, they understand when you can go in a little bit more aggressively. You're looking for the other team's cooldowns to be spent, and I think that's what really the initiation that comes from Super Gomez on the Ramatra, the zombie comp, as I call it. You know, you're looking for the finish on all these plays, and I think that when you see Hug and you see Mixvy, you know, Mixvy is getting them in there with the speed. And Hug is using not only the normal Moira spray healing, but also keeping the skill orb on heals and allowing them to be uber aggressive. And the burst potential from a Moira is so good, and Gompers really did call it out. I mean, there was moments where Hug just was absolutely untouchable and unbreakable in their support of their tank and the rest of the team.
Yeah, that was something that you talked about a lot, was just like the general sustain coming out from the Colombian squad, coming out from Mixvy and Hug as a pairing together there. But overall now, just talking about what happened on Numbani, when it comes down to Ecuador, they were really just struggling to find that space. And I feel like Colombia just slowly started to kind of smother them in that kind of way, Gompers.
They were smothering them. Again, I'm going to bring EQO up because they really were a big portion of what was going on, but they were pushing everybody back, even if they were taking a 1v3 situation. And a lot of the time, it was because they could. Mix and Hug were there to help them and to really push them to that limit. So I did see a lot of that teamwork coming in, even though it wasn't necessarily evident, but a big portion of that game was EQO and the ability to play that DPS role to a T, as well as kind of have a little bit of tank in them as well. And no, this is my opportunity to take this 1v1. Hey, let me create some pushback. Let's wait for Super Gomez to, you know, kind of get themselves situated, and we'll be back on track.
What's there to say? I mean, the focus is perfect. I mean, the spray from the sticky bombs was absolutely on point. And I mean, absolutely, this is you said that there's no hard carries in Overwatch 2. I would have to beg to differ. Just on this alone. I mean, this was nasty. This was nasty just from EQO. So I mean, living up to their name, and I mean, the echo was pretty darn perfect. I like it. I like what I see from Colombia. They have to be feared now. They have to be considered one of the favorites. They absolutely locked down their identity. And I think that's the one thing that Ecuador needs to really instill when they go into their next match is what is the identity of our national team? Who are we as a 5-man unit? And I think that if they can answer that, I think they move forward a lot more positively.
It's all about figuring out what you want to be as a team, but EQO hasn't slowed down his role so far. It's been a standout performance across day one, consistent now into day number 2 as well. And okay, when I said that there's no hard carries in Overwatch, I meant more so if you're on the losing team, you can't hard carry your way out of it. It really does have to be that group effort, especially if you end up getting staggered and whatnot. But there are so many more games left today here for day number 2. We are going to swing to a quick little break, and afterwards we'll be back with Peru and Chile. We just witnessed a clean 2-0 sweep there for Colombia up against Ecuador. But now we've got to move on to our second match of today's Overwatch World Cup online qualifier here for Americas. And up next, we've got Chile versus Peru. And Gompers, this is an interesting matchup because both these teams went 0-1 on their matches yesterday over on day one, which means that this is their opportunity to finally get a point on the board.
Yeah, this is their opportunity for Peru. Obviously, we kind of just saw their aggressor, I guess you can say, Colombia play just now. But I am excited to see Peru versus Chile. Again, it kind of is that comparison of Peru just kind of not really having the best of days, but at the same time, maybe Chile's having that as well today.
We'll definitely have to see, but again, it was a bit of a rough go for both of these teams yesterday in day one, Chef Billy, and that means that we're looking for them to really step it up and pump on that gas going into day number 2.
I think for Peru though, because they did go down to Colombia, but it wasn't clean for Colombia. I mean, they went to 3 maps on Nepal yesterday, and then they went into overtime against Colombia on Kings Row. So while it was a 0-2 defeat on the day and they go 0-1 on match day 1, I think for Peru right now, they have the wherewithal to bounce back and bring themselves to 500 here through our second day. So, I mean, I've got some opinions having watched yesterday all day with these two teams, and we'll get into that a little bit later.
We'll see. Well, we're going to hear Chef Billy's spicy takes in a little bit, and just in a little bit. But again, you guys see the head-to-head right now here. Chile and Peru both 0-1 into day number 1. And like you were just mentioning, Billy, that was very much so Peru having kind of that, they get that fire lit underneath them in those crucial last moments, Gompers, where they were really able to equalize in the last second, Cap taking it 1-1 on Village over on Nepal, and then for Kings Row as well, having a slight OT comeback, just not able to close it out.
Yeah, for Peru, again, kind of like pointing out the fact that there are definitely strengths and weaknesses for each and every team, for sure. I feel like, man, it's just so hard because it's like one team could fit perfectly into your puzzle, and you know that would be the team that you'd be able to kind of combat against. But again, I did talk about a little bit yesterday how there is a lot of pressure on that first day. Like you're kind of representing your own country, and at the same time you are hoping you do a very good job. So I think for Peru, I think it is one of those key moments where, okay, let's get the nerves out of there. And now coming into today, again, like we see these slip-ups, but we also see this potential. I do think a lot of people were nervous yesterday, but I do think we're seeing something completely different today. And a lot of players that might have not necessarily been, well-mannered, I think they're starting to get into the groove of things.
And something that I want to take a look at as well is, of course, the starting lineups for both of these squads. We're going to take it over to the Chilean side first. And, okay, yesterday we saw a debut actually on that Sombra pick up against their game versus Brazil. And the EMPs were really strong, but Chef Billy, the struggle was that the rest of the team wasn't really following up on that. We didn't see the damage burst needed to actually secure the picks.
I mean, we see a debut on the Ash, on Ilios. We saw a Ram on the Tracer, and the Barrage 9 that happened there on Well. Got the 2K with the Barrage, but the super jump that came from Papo actually denies them flipping the point over and actually C9's the point. So there's got to be some redemption.
Yeah,
There's got to be redemption because I mean, my head was in my hands when I saw that, because I mean it was a beautiful play over the top, and just that little micro mistake cost them the map and eventually cost them the entire series. So. Ram was one of the stars that Dustin and Moxie pulled forward from us yesterday from this Chilean squad. So Frack has to do better in the tank department, though, for Chilean. Now, Gompers, we're going to go over to Peru and take a look at what they've got to offer.
Yeah, Peru. Persona was a very big name for me that stuck out, if I'm being completely honest with you. Obviously, we got to see a little bit of, I believe Baskerville was one of the MVPs. If I do recall, that might have been someone else. particular is obviously somebody that does stand out to me just based off of pure, I would say, individual gameplay. They were someone that occasionally really showed up for the team when they really needed it. And I feel like, again, those nerves might have come into play. There could have been something going on in said moments where they couldn't necessarily give it their all. But it's also a very big team effort when it comes to Overwatch. One person isn't necessarily going to get you that far. So I feel like maybe that cohesion could come in a bit more today, hopefully from Peru.
No, that's for sure. And even just, I want to touch on Diego a little bit as well. We saw some attempts on the flank over on King's Row on that Tracer pick, looking to try and poke into that back line. But Colombia were really, really keen to just shut that down early on, Chef Billy. So it's going to be a question of if he's looking to pull that same kind of play out again, is the squad on the other side of things, being Chile, actually going to allow?
No, I think that Chile had a pretty rough go of it up against Brazil yesterday. Dalka really did shut Frack down. So I think today we're going to start seeing some of these more evenly contested matches, Ash. I think that this is really where the middle of the road teams start to kind of claw and scrape their way back into contention. Somebody's going to be 0-2 after match day 2 today. The other team is going to be 1-1, and they're going to be feeling on cloud 9 because they have pulled themselves into the conversation to see who's going to get out of Group B. Only 2 teams, though, out of Group B. So the road to redemption, the road to getting yourself in that second seed starts right this minute.
It does, and we're heading over towards Ilios first here, Gauntburgers. How are you feeling about this map pick?
Oh, for Ilios, I'm excited. I didn't get to see a lot of Ilios. Already starting off, I think it was United States versus Canada that we did get to see a little bit of it. But for this in particular, Chile and Peru, I think it is a perfect first game to really start off, especially control-wise. There isn't any potential to play a sniper, so I do think we're not going to be seeing that at all. But that's also a privilege because I am excited to see these really big close-ranged fights. Hopefully a Roadhog. I love me some Roadhog, and we haven't seen that yet, so...
We'll see. No, Billy's like, it's not. No, whole hog not on the menu this time around. It's not happening. No. But at the same time, though, looking over towards the side of Ilios as well, this is a redemption opportunity, of course, for Chile. After I mean, I don't want to, beat it into the ground, but really after that C9 play, Chile, I'm looking towards this team to redeem themselves.
The anime redemption arc starts for Ram and Papo. The other thing that we need to be looking at is how
we're going there, all right. Going into the map, I'm pretty sure. We are starting off. Obviously, I believe this map in particular. Oh, this is a sniper map, so I completely lied to you guys. I like a Widowmaker. I'm gonna keep saying that every single time there is potential for a sniper. And listen, Moxie's probably cringing if she's listening to this as well. So.
This is the, Ruins is the brawl map. It's also the sniper map where you can bring out Hanzo, you can bring out the Sojourn, you can bring out Ash, and then you can run much more brawly characters coming in here as we're having a little bit of a technical, difficulty here. But, as it depends on where we start. If it's Lighthouse or if it's the well, then you have lots more poke opportunities and ways to address the point and different points of ingress to get yourself in there into the conversation. So for these 2 teams, I really want to see them be very, very resourceful. I want them to be confident in who they are and how they're going to take this first map, because this is going to set the tone for the entirety of today.
Setting the tone and excited to do so for sure. One big thing as well to kind of keep in mind here, again, kind of redirecting with this being a very, very big team game. That's what I want to see out of this. Like, we see a lot of it coming through for, you know, really, really big teams. Like, honestly, I saw a lot of it coming out through from USA. I will say as well, a big portion of that as well from Mexico. So I do want to see cohesion really be brought out into this game. You know, not a lot of those split pushes that players tend to over-aggress to. It's kind of like, yes, keep that confidence there, but also have a good understanding as to when you should back off, which I feel like a lot of players tend to kind of forget that, you know, maybe this isn't the best fight to pick, but it is super hard to kind of make those really, really fast-paced decisions in very, very important moments. But yeah, I mean, I'm more so just excited to see what the compositions are going to look like.
I mean, Gompers, something that we have not talked about is Baskerville and how Baskerville matched up very nicely against Colombia's Super Gomez yesterday. Really gave their Ramatra a run for the money. So, I mean, are we going to see this Ramatra rush come through for Peru? Chile, they more favored the Diva. So, I mean, that's going to be a very interesting kind of micro game that we're going to be watching in on, is the tank battle between Frack and Baskerville. Diego also showed a very well played May yesterday in their match. So we'll see if they bring out the May again. We did see Tracer flanks come through on Kings Row, so we know that the hero pool is there, especially with the meta as it's kind of settling in right now with the Ramatras and the Divas in the forefront. It all depends on how they run through. As we finally are into our map, we're about 4 seconds away from seeing the heroes being selected. Looks like we are starting out on well. I think from my eye test here, the angles here. Yeah, I mean, if we start on well, you're going to be looking for environmentals from Baskerville once they do get up their primal rage. You're looking for the nano engage from Poke, and then Frack. As we saw yesterday, very, very well versed on this Diva, Gompers, and it's going to be, you know, the constant applied pressure from Frack and the ability to transport themselves away from danger and peel back for their supports. That's what we're going to look at. We're actually on Lighthouse.
Sticking on Lighthouse, being able to see the Winston pop out now. You know, for tank to tank, the Winston and the Diva, definitely interesting choices. But at the same time, it's all about that preference, the bout, hiding, and just trying to assassinate anybody that comes within sight.
I mean, I want to say debut so bad because of me being raised in Montreal, but the bout had a very good Ashe yesterday, I got to say. So, I mean, the DPS engagements are going to be strong. The personal hacks from Persona are going to be what really, I think, sets the tone here on Lighthouse.
They're setting the tone, making some action count here. Baskerville still hiding. And if they get this point, it's going to be a super, super big play on their part. They're actually looking to get themselves on to their Baskerville. Coming along the back, making themselves unseen right now as it is, but everybody's trying for shots of their own now, finally making a move here. It's not going to be big enough. Not a lot of action actually raining about here. So many players split from Chile.
I mean, Chile is trying to divide and conquer right now. They're trying to find some way of dislodging Baskerville on this Winston. Winston is just getting absolutely the heals from the gods right now. Poke is doing so well keeping their monkey up. I mean, almost has a nano engage. You're going to want to see that go into their next engagement as Chile tries to address the point. They've got a nano up on their own side, but the sleep comes through from Poke and puts Frack down for a nap.
Oh, Pulse Bomb actually getting set off right now. Diva.
Rom?
Damage not necessarily committed. Okay, I thought they were going to get boofed off, but luckily enough, they are going to have something going on. Rom's annihilating up towards the tops. 2 players left onto the point, still holding on though. Diego losing out on their own abilities, so of course they go down.
Okay, so here's what I want to see from Chile as now they start getting their own progress percentage going up. I want to see Papo not worry about Devout and Ram unless, you know, they come to you for healing. I want to see Papo really denying any kind of good work being done by Persona. You've got to be that peel for your Ana, and the big nade comes in from Poke once again.
Oh, Frack is so lucky that they haven't gone down to C yet, but if they actually want to keep this, no, Primal Rage is out. Now is the time, if anything, to try to pull an ultimate to counter whatever pushback is going on, but it doesn't matter. Healers are now slowly being pushed back away from the D.Va, being able to pull out that self-destruct though. Frack missing out on everything. So now you get nothing out from Rack. Luckily enough, Ram is going to be able to try to at least pick stuff up. The 3K down, now still chasing. They get a beautiful shot in. Now Chile still up in the running.
I mean, Ram Bailar around everybody right now, just dancing. The recalls are so good. The blinks are perfect. I mean, this gamer, Dustin and Moxie were very high stonked on Ram yesterday, and I'm seeing why now. This is absolutely perfect. They got the pulse off in this next fight, and they forced them off of the slumber. Now it's an echo here for Peru, as now Chile is going to tie up the percentage.
Still looking for something big to play with as well. Pulse bomb sticking out to it is going to get it. You know, just a quick touch on on the Tracer right now. They ran up to the healer, so it doesn't matter anymore. A pushback would be good enough for Ram as it is. All the players here trying to recontest for Chile as they've lost out on it. 88%. Now seeing that somebody's still stalling out. Frack left alone, and again, it's that big distance that we're seeing here. Ram can get themselves onto the point, try to protect it, but they're not doing much here. They're actually getting down very, very quickly. Comes along the back from the Winston, still trying to make numbers count, but a heal.
Hello, Game Ovino from Papo. That is a perfect little microplay coming from the Brigitte and just completely stonewalls them. 70% is what Peru got on that first capture, and they were just stymied out after that. Chile playing the macro game so well. And now we head to Ruins, and we're going to see Debel. I mean, had a great Ashe yesterday. Now we get to see the Widowmaker. The big problem here for Debel is Persona. You could one clip a Widow if you get up, sneak behind them, get that manual hack in, and deny the grapple away. That's on a 12-second timer. So I mean, hopefully they'll be able to get away, because Persona, I think, is going to have to turn this map around here on Ruins.
Oh, yay! Wow, Debel was not playing around. And listen, it was one time, and it was a very lucky shot. I wasn't even looking, I'm not gonna lie to you. But Debel has his eyes wide open, so he knows exactly what he's doing. He's committing to it. Gets shut down mid-air, so now they miss out on that DPS. Although, no worries about it. Ram is a very, very big clutch factor when it comes to Chile. Especially looking onto that Tracer. Diego now trying to find some of that fire in themselves as well. So many players still trying to contest here for Chile. They're slowly getting pushed back. Yep, contest is there. Peru finally taking a hold of it.
And we saw this happen on Lighthouse,
yeah.
So we'll see what kind of adaptation come out from Chile. How do they deal with Persona? How do they make them force the swap? I think that we're running into, I mean, the Junker Queen mirror. So Gracie has to be good. The Jagged Blade needs to be good with these engages coming from Frack and from Baskerville, respectively. Baskerville kind of got outplayed. D.Va versus Winston. D.Va should win that every time, and it happened last map.
Oh, those shots missed are going to be very detrimental, because wasting time right now, it's like 4 players now trying to make it in action while the bout's still looking for something big. Persona actually trying to become invisible. They were looking for a lurk. Didn't manage to get it. The bout is on fire. Still actually boosting themselves upward. Looking for potential here. Working for something big, although not a lot of sight here. I think they've kind of managed to figure out where the Widow is hiding.
I mean, it's not very hard to see where the Widow is hiding. I mean, these manual hacks coming from Persona are completely ruining the Chilean attack, but big pulse bomb, that's gonna take the speed off the board.
Picking up the pace along the back. Ram still managing to find Persona, but teleports themselves away, finding the safety there. Baskerville, unluckily enough, not gonna be able to find much. Chile on a roll when it comes to control. Still gonna keep things together. It is Ram. I'm not gonna lie to you. He's such a big factor.
Oh, but I mean, they invest the sound barrier when they had the fight one. Papo's gonna want that one back. And I think for Chile, I mean, you know, the capture starts now, right? I mean, they got 12% and counting, but they're going into EMP. I think Debu really needs to pull out the sights right now just to see where Persona. They have to know the EMP is on the board.
Absolutely. Honestly, I do believe they do know. now being able to see where everybody is, yeah, you're seeing the aggression come through from Frack. They're ready to pick a fight, if anything, maybe hold these players back.
I mean, Sites will do that. Yeah, Sites will do that, Gumpers, and they buy 20% just with that one ultimate. So now, you know, they were tracking where Persona was. I mean, that's a body shot, almost takes him down.
Yeah, still looking for something big here. Unfortunately for the bout, managing to push themselves backwards, but then the hack to come through. It is very unfortunate, but they're still fighting very heavily here, Persona. Keeping themselves away, although also managing to find themselves distancing from that attack here.
Ram?
Yeah, going back towards it. Ram is absolutely insane.
What a player. What a player. I mean, putting the team on their back, they had no business winning that fight. They didn't have a sound barrier. They basically won that fight off of a pulse bomb and the Kitsune rush, the speed increase that happens through that ultimate, really laying into what Ram needed to get the rest of that pulse bomb built up, and they get full value on the end of it.
Speaking of full value, Persona finding some of that, actually taking down Papo. That's going to be big. Lucio gone, no longer going to be able to give those speed boost, heal boost, whatever they need here. Peru slowly on the come up, and Ram is still trying to find a way to push themselves to get that 3K they got before, but not managing to find it. Still a pulse bomb left available, not going to use it. Just going to be able to do what they do best for Peru, and it's going to be take that point back.
Sound barrier difference right now is 20%. Papo will have this for the last fight. Frack with a couple of good headshots and maybe a slash with the axe will get them up to this. There's the pulse bomb out. The manual hack comes through. Devout going on to the Sombra of their own.
Yeah, time is of the essence here. If Peru get this, they can take things back. And the hack was beautiful because Baskerville, actually no, finding a way to take out the ultimate the last couple of seconds. Now actually managing to do big amounts of damage. Not able to find the shots though. Down in these couple seconds, this is where things count. If you're not playing your attack well, you may as well just miss out on this point. They managed to bring it back 98%. Now bringing it up down to that 100. If Brack goes down, this could be the game over. The fight lost, still managing to bring things back. It's up to Ram to find it. Not a lot of flow out here, but Rodrigo goes down and they chased it back. Still, Baskerville might just be done. And they still are fighting for their lives. The Tracer to keep things alive in the hack. The SMP now trying to hold on to whatever is left, but that's the game. It's going to be Chile taking on a 1-0 so far.
Okay, let my heart stop racing here for just a second, because oh my lord, put your stonks aside, put whatever happened on day one aside. We've got a barn burner here, and I tell you what, Ram put the entirety of Chile, the country along the Pacific coast, on their back. And absolutely everybody in Lima right now is just cheering to the gods right now, because what a God-blessed good performance there from Ram. Took the team out there. Papo pops sound barrier at 10 health. I thought it was going to be Ajax, to be quite honest. They get that sound barrier out with 10 HP, and the fight just completely turns from there.
It was impeccable. Listen, the gameplay that we saw out of Ram was something that to play a Tracer is very hard. I learned that today. But Ram playing the Tracer, he makes it look very, very easy. I'm gonna be honest with you. And that is not something that is easy to do. I think, you know, with the potential and seeing Ram kind of be in the position where, okay, they're playing the tiniest, squishiest hero, but they can still do so much work. That's gonna be super dangerous moving into hybrid.
I think that the Suzus that came out from Poke as well were just, from Lazio, I'm sorry, just completely devalued a lot of what we saw Baskerville try to do on the Junker Queen on point 2 on Ruins. I mean, Pope right there showing a fantastic Ana. But once they lost the point, they were never able to retake the point. I mean, Devout right now putting up just as good numbers as Ram also has to be in the conversation of who really carried the point there. But I mean, Diego, I mean, the fight back and forth, it was nothing. It's nothing short of beautiful from both teams. I think that Peru definitely have the opportunity to get themselves back into this match. I think we're getting away from the 2 Overwatch today. I'm calling you right now. 2-1 will be our final score today.
You might jinx it. You might jinx it.
No, I'm not jinxing
Listen,
it.
I will say it is the closest game that we've seen so far in the last 2 days. That is true. That is true. But Rom was kind of going crazy. And listen, Rom, we said yesterday Papa stocks are up. I'm saying Rom stocks are up today, and I'm investing.
That shot right there by Devout, when you saw Persona going invisible, and they saw that glimmer and just took him out. Beautiful work indeed. Watch this here. Yep, that wasn't the one that I was looking at. That wasn't the one I was looking at. That's not the Papo sound barrier that impressed me the most. It's coming up here very shortly. We might be able to see it at the end. But Ron, you were talking about, we were playing quick play before we came on air today, and you said you were feeling like you were in a different dimension playing.
Yes, it's true. Like, listen, when I blink as Tracer, I can play Tracer. Like, every time I play Tracer, I swear I feel like I lose brain cells. And so listen, Rom's IQ has to be so high that every brain cell he loses is just still the most intelligent person in the world.
Tracer, it's an acquired taste. If you're not used to it, I mean, Rom, the pulse predictions are disgusting. I mean, that's a 2K plus a little spiciness on the end of it. I mean, that's a 4K actually for Rom there. But Rom having the time of their life, MVP of the map, absolutely.
Of course.
24 eliminations as Tracer. Final blows, that doesn't put into fact the final blows. I mean, we saw at least six pulse bomb kills across both maps, but almost 7,000 damage with those machine pistols. That's pretty good clip for Tracer.
An amazing stats for Tracer as well. Like, come on, Ram had so many good moments leading up to this, and I know we're gassing up Ram like crazy, but is there any other player that, you know, a lot of the time it was on the kill feed, Ram. Like, basically, if we had like anybody else to watch this game, somebody that didn't Overwatch, I'm pretty sure they'd say Ram is the MVP as well. So, I mean, for Chile, a big congratulations going down to that first game, but you know, it is the closest game that we've seen in 2 days, as we said before. So, I mean, there is that potential that we could take things down to, you know, obviously that 3. I mean, I was about to say 3-2, that 2-1 that you were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I fully expected when we went into the Junker Queen mirror, I thought the Baskerville was really going to own there. I just didn't see it. I think that Devout really was getting the work done, keeping them honest. Yeah. And then Ram going in for the assassinations. I think if there's a secondary MVP for the map, I think it's got to be Lazu.
Absolutely.
And the support, I mean, Papa was getting the work done too, but the kunai kills that came through, the Kitsune rushes were perfect. When we saw the antis come in, we saw the Suzu available there. So, man, I mean, this Chilean team, they finally got their first map win. So, vamos for Chile there, because now they get the goose egg out.
Yeah, and I love me some eggs. Boiled, preferably. So,
are you a jammy center? Are you a jammy yolk lover, or are you hard boiled?
I'm like in the middle. I like a bit of hard, but I also like a bit of jammy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like an 8-minute egg.
Yeah, like an 8-minute. Yeah.
Yeah. I feel you. I smell what you're stepping in.
I don't know. Jammy feels like I'm stuck in the sauce a bit too much, but you know what I'm. Yeah. Anyways, I'm spitting some facts here, but for Chile, obviously they're spitting some facts out here too. I want to see exactly what map we're going to be able to go to here for hybrid though.
I mean, I would fully expect us to go to Kings Row.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I would fully expect us to go there for hybrid, but I mean, New Bonnie has been a favorite here in the Americas, both Group A and Group B. So I think that we might be going there. It gives a little bit more flexibility in your hero pool. Kings Row, you have to be a little bit more rigid, and I think that if you're Peru right now, you don't want to go to Kings Row because Rom on the Tracer is going to annihilate you in the nicest way possible.
Yeah, actually, Nimbani might be the perfect pick for a Tracer as well. I definitely see that. Especially down in the high ground. You don't want to be caught in 2 angles. So, prayers, Matt. the map is actually going to be Blizzard World. Okay. That is something that we did not expect.
Okay, so I mean, we talk about it. I will probably see Frat come out on the D.Va to start off with for this map. I would love to see a Sigma, honestly. I think they need a little bit more protection, a little bit more utility in the tank. Because D.Va, while very good, I think the Sigma just provides a little bit extra here with the kinetic grasp, with being able to take a lot of aggression in the front lines and giving, what I call the shooting blind, especially if Devout comes back out on the Ashe on point A defense. Really, it is almost a must pick for me personally, having watched a lot of the higher tier competitions. I mean, it's very popular. It was very popular in Chinese contender scene.
Yeah.
It's very popular amongst some of the EMEA or EMEC teams. So, I mean, it just depends on how they want to address this, and whether they're attacking or defending. That's the beautiful part about this is we'll see who comes out first, and I think that we're going to see Team Chile on the attack.
Oh.
Question mark? No. We're gonna see Team Peru on the attack here. So yeah, it's confusing. But now defensively, looking at Team Chile, we see Frat coming out on the D.Va. So high ground control is going to be at a premium for Team Peru. They're going to have to dislodge Devout on the Hanzo. So they're also going to have, as if the other players or heroes that Devout plays, they're going to have vision as well, knowing exactly what's coming into them.
And I'm excited for this match right here. Yeah, already TPing away, and it's going to be super, super fast-paced. Being able to boost them, and also giving that switch over to that Sombra.
They do have the high ground control, though, Gompers, right here. They're sitting on top of platforms, so they have eyes on both entrances to the point. Also, the backside. If they decide to get tricky like Diego is doing here, they're looking for the back line here. They don't know that he's there yet. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. Debut had the play out there, and we swapped to a different screen as they're playing right now. Did something happen? Okay, a little bit of a technical difficulty right now in game. So we'll talk about what we just saw. I mean, we've got the Junker Queen out from Baskerville, so they want to brawl. They want to get up in Chile's face, and Chile's like, "Nah, fam, I'm just gonna hold high ground right here. You're gonna have to come to us, and we're just gonna spam from top of platform here. We've got all the entrances covered, and it's just gonna come down to execution from Team Chile to be able to warden off the aggression that's going to be coming in from Team Peru."
Yeah, already got off to a good start, though. I mean, I really did like how they changed them, like the playstyle up a lot. Like, it felt like I was watching a completely different team, obviously with the Tracer lurk. So, keeping that in mind as well, definitely trying to make those adaptations for sure. Biggest problem is Ram is also on that Tracer, so you need to be better than Ram to really get that step up as that Tracer. Because you're taking a Tracer 1v1 against it. The guy himself, like that's scary. But I do honestly believe.
I think for Team Peru right now, I think that they're lacking from a little bit of CC ability. I mean, you've got Gracie that can pull somebody out of position, but Frack, as you saw there, as they were approaching the point, just throws up the defense matrix, eats it, and doesn't get the pullback from it for Baskerville. So Frack, they're going to have to be very conservative when they do use the DM. That's important coming into this. I think that I would like to see Persona, honestly, or Diego go over to the May, provide the wall, provide a little bit of damage reduction coming in, because you don't have any of that coming in from the Junker Queen. So there's no damage mitigation. So everything that comes in, I mean, the healers, Poke and Rodrigo, they're going to have to be on point here to be able to stymie off the sustain and the mitigation coming out from Chile.
Yeah, keeping that in mind as well. I mean, how do you think this game is going to go, in your honest opinion? Because you said you were looking for a 2-1.
Yeah. I mean, I was expecting, honestly, I thought that Baskerville was going to come out on the Winston to be able to contest high ground and get that consistent tickle damage in with the Tesla cannon. and then see Poke get the nano engage on an Ana. So that's what I was expecting. Coming out with the Junker Queen here, like I said, they want to be aggressive, and I mean we're 30 seconds in. Chile have all the sight lines covered, and now they're just looking for catching the aggression as it comes in. Gracie out and doesn't connect onto anybody once again.
Oh, and they're back to it as well with Pike. Everybody's actually, trying to make way here for Peru. They've come along the backside, which is something pretty surprising. They've managed to find another way in. Now slowly making their way backwards to try to eliminate everybody in their way. Unfortunately, the Frack going to make it very, very hard for them to do so.
I mean, they've caught the rotation perfectly, though. I mean, they have lines of sight still onto the point. You get Frack onto the point to be able to contest. They've given up a tick, but now it's all about getting those kills right now. And Baskerville and Persona super low.
Oh, and Devout's taking a bit too long to try to frag out here. Is going to try to use some of their abilities to make sure that maybe get some poke through to help out with the Diva play. Although the heals aren't coming in sufficiently enough. No, Frack is left up to full health. Diego now trying to play up to that Tracer. And the amount that they need to do so. Now slowly backing off here for Peru. Super unfortunate. Everybody's having a very hard time now as Dragon Strike comes out. So they're trying to find way, make way, if anything, Devout making shots happen. Baskerville still taking up a fight with Frack, but luckily enough, when you got your DPS alongside you, it gets very hard to pull for something.
I mean, that's incredible. That's a good, incredible turn. They do give up a tick and a half. So, I mean, that's permanent progress here for Peru. But there we go. Baskerville over to the Winston. So now you're looking for the EMP engage. And you're looking for Diego and Baskerville to really get the work done. You can also start with the Kitsune Rush here. But Chile, they have some initiation tools of their own to turn back the damage. 90 seconds left. They are starting to come up on critical mass.
Oh, but Ram is going to play a sneaky play here. Listen, we said Ram has a lot of potential. What exactly are they going to be able to pull through today as the Tracer Diego tries to pull around the back? The Pulse Bomb not making any damage happen, unfortunately missing out. Diego manages to actually get one themselves, so Ram having to push back. Haven't seen this in a while because Chile, the ones who are typically the most dominant, doing a very good job at holding these players back, but at the same time, man, Peru put up a fight in that last fight.
It was costly, though. It was costly for them. They put Pulse Bomb, EMP, and the Kitsune Rush out into that fight just to take point A. And Frack was very smart in holding on to their self-destruct. So you've got some high ground control that's going to need to be relinquished here from Chile. Peru have to be very cognizant of where Frack and company set up. And the Pulse Bomb, I mean, was great. So now Manual Hack is going to have to be even better. And I mean, yeah, we're looking at Rom spy checking for Persona. They know that there's somewhere around here. Yep, there they go.
Yeah, Persona's not making anything easier. Although playing the solo, again, being able to slightly gain some of that attraction there. Although again, fights and not necessarily the easiest to pick here.
I mean, they're just catching aggression right now, and Persona's trying to be the hero playmaker and pull the aggression and pull the sight lines away from the point. I mean, we're halfway through point B here. Now the rally comes out. This is going to hold everybody super sturdy.
But it doesn't seem like anything's going sturdy for Peru right now. Primal Rage, yeah, sure, they could pull that out right now. Oh, but everybody's funneled. This is the perfect moment, if any, Baskerville, if they want to try to regain their composure.
I mean, the old tracking, though.
Now.
Right,
Yeah.
Goppers? I mean, the old tracking for Chile right now is on point. Peru know that they couldn't get anything done because Frack hasn't put out the self-destruct yet. So they know self-destruct is on the line. If you go into that small little room and get self-destructed, I mean, it's going to be almost Dunsky. What a shot from Devout once again.
Oh, he's keeping it. Right now, oh, a beautiful shot again. It's like you can't do anything when trying to get the high ground that they actually lost here.
Try again.
It's still not maintaining much.
I mean, almost a 5-pack of ultimates here for Peru, though. So they have tools to push it through the rest of the park here. And as we approach the keep, Chile, I mean, they've got 4 of their own. So this is going to be an extravaganza coming up.
trying to make an extravagant play here. Oh, Ram is just chilling. Having a good time down below. Oh, still waiting for the perfect moment. The bout is on fire. What is going on? It's the bout and Frax skating to play, quite honestly, and they're playing this as a team, which is exactly what I wanted to see come out of Chile. It's still on the come up here. The defense is becoming stronger and stronger.
I mean, they're playing as one hive mind. You're watching Ram go in on top of the initiation from Frack. The defense matrix is up and getting those final blows. I mean, this is beautiful synergy between Ram and Frack. This is the beautiful, beautiful symphony being constructed by Team Chile.
They're leaving a pulse to come through. Ooh, Persona takes another one down. Unfortunately, they're going to be the ones unable to do much for the team, but a Dragon Blade. A Dragon Strike. Where am I going with this? It comes out of the blue, and it is Ram still chasing towards the back line to try to eliminate anybody in their way.
No, that's going to do it right there, unless Persona can get back and get last second touch. That'll do it. So, I mean, just outside of point 3 is where the payload is going to stop for Peru. And I gotta throw it down. I gotta throw it down.
You're throwing it down? You're throwing it back?
The composition just didn't work in the beginning. I mean, they lost 2.5 minutes basically trying to force the Junker Queen into a diva composition where you've got the sustain of an Ana and a Lucio, and you've got the vision being set up by Debaut, really denying a lot of the value that Persona was trying to do with the Sonic era. I mean, you had the vision. It pulls you, even if you're invisible, obviously, it pulls you into vision. So, I mean, they caught a lot of the aggression. And even when the aggression did work and the rotations were clean, coming from Team Peru, the rotations that came out from Team Chile were just that much better. And, well, we're going to go to the Ram Rush here. The only difference here is that we're not going to have speed. We're going to have the cleanse that'll be available from Pake. And then Persona going to bring out the Ash here. So TNT, you're going to want to get the 6-man up in Bob as fast as possible. I would honestly be running a Mercy here to give that extra pocket, 195 DPS with the aim down sights with the Viper. That's, where we're going to look at. I mean, Debaut, we saw what they did on Well with the Widowmaker. And getting the early grapple and an early frag will just mean unlocking the points so very quickly for Team Chile.
Yeah, seeming like kind of like with your point where the Mercy would have worked out better. I definitely agree. I'm thinking they're planning for, kind of like that old cohesion here, trying to pull the Ana, when the Bob is going to come out to see if they can get that extra boost of damage. Hopefully, if that's the case. But Ram actually switching out to the Pharah, which is going to be an interesting choice. Still managing to hit their shots as well, and actually off-balancing these players too, to slowly work their way backwards up, and that's a possible elimination down towards that score. But luckily enough, they got the Ana next to them, so it doesn't matter. It's the harassment down towards the back that's really worrying me here, because now with the Pocket Mercy actually coming along, Papo might just be able to get a resurrection through. Not going to be able to find it. Ram, unluckily enough. Actually, no, it's perfect. Ram goes back up. They still have potential to find more.
I mean, they can capture the point and take Baskerville down here along the Mega. I mean, that's 2 ticks already, and they're just going to catch the aggression coming in. Baskerville is just basically a spectator at this point. I mean, last second touch from Diego, they're going to go down in a heap, and I mean, that's it. That's going to be point A unlocked here for Team Chile. And I mean, just the swaps, the recognition. Well, Baskerville maybe has something to say about that. The Nemesis form comes out and turns the fight.
They've left the arena. They're done. They're like, nah, I'm backing up here. I'm pretty much good. I don't want anything. I don't want to deal with the smoke right now. It's a little too cloudy. I can't see. But they're bringing the smoke of their own. Listen, Ram's back in the game. He's ready, taking that high ground up above. But unfortunately, again, you got the Ana and you also have the Ash coming through from Persona. They're 100% trying to counter this.
I mean, you're looking for Barrage engaged then on the next fight. Valkyrie ready to go, so Papa's going to be darn near unkillable once they let loose with it.
Oh, the Barrage is ready. They're ready. They're going to eat it up. Ready, up above, finding the high ground. Barrage coming out a bit too early. Not the perfect time to pull it out. They got Diego, but was it enough? Maybe it actually was, because it seems like Ram was having a good time. Listen, the Barrage got 1, but he got 2 more. And that's good enough for them. Kiriko goes down, unfortunately, in a very unlikely death. They finally got it. 1 minute and 40 seconds left to spare, so a bit more time than Peru had.
Oh, plenty of time. And I mean, just the earliness of that barrage completely catches Peru off guard. Persona is going to have Bob coming up very soon, so they're going to have some staying power, and you got to build everything else up. You're going to have Nano and the Consuming Rush into this fight, but just the direct from Rom once again.
Hi, Frack. Oh, Papa's actually sneaking up on them. They're ready. They do not see this coming. Ram is back in action. Something I want to see, but they've let go of the Bob. They didn't necessarily get much from Persona, though.
Oh, no. What was that? Okay, well, that happened. Nano's going to have to come out and keep Persona alive, and Papa go down. Yeah, that's a Nano'd Ash. Trying to get the work done. Yep, they force everybody back, but they just... I mean, Gompers, that was one of their major tools for engagement and holding off this Team Chile squad. And now Chile, I mean, they've got self-destruct. They're going to have the barrage almost up once again. And Baskerville over to the D.Va. This is the smartest switch that we've seen today.
That was such a big offset, too. They've completely messed up the cohesion, as we talked about before with the ultimates. The Bob not necessarily getting much as well. So now they have to try to fight for themselves and use their own type of pressure with the weapons and abilities they have left. Still managing to get some of that damage. That's going to be huge. Frack is struggling to be kept alive. Now coming out of their own mech, self-destruct, bringing it back up to try to keep themselves alive for just a couple seconds more. But here it is, a beautiful play coming through from Ram again. Just consistently keeping this complete team alive.
GG's, that's it. That completely destroyed any kind of cohesion that Peru had there. And I mean, just the wherewithal. They took a look at the composition when they came out. They said, nope, going back, swapping over, and they get full value out of everything. I mean, Baskerville really did try to turn this fight for Team Peru, but I mean, they didn't have enough of this in Spain. So we'll see as we bring our beautiful host back in, Ash. Ash, what was your thoughts about what just went down?
A lot of thoughts. So many thoughts that my brain can barely contain them, to be completely honest with you. But overall, I think what was interesting about this particular matchup was the fact that we were looking at Peru for being the ones to look a little bit stronger going into it, more so looking at Chile being that underdog, and then we get into the server and it's a completely different story, Gompers.
It was a completely different story. Listen, but I will say it was a good game. If anything, Peru were just listen, Ram, I don't know what they were on today, but even on the Tracer, even switching onto the Pharaoh, like that wasn't just, oh, I'm good at the Tracer and whatnot. It was, again, like that assistance coming through from the Mercy and even playing on the Tracer, like just the pure amount of heals that they managed to just go off of, despite being such a small hitbox. Like the healers are doing something to keep these DPS like really well fed.
No, it's a lot to have your support being able to back you up there, and we saw some pretty great plays coming out from them as well. But just to head into the replays here, kicking it off over on Blizzard. Here overall for the Peruvian team, I think Chile did a really good job at just kind of like stalling out that after that first point was capped and just denying that second there. Chef Billy.
I mean, look, it was compositional differences that really shot Team Peru in the foot. I mean, based upon what we saw yesterday versus Colombia, they should have been in the driver's seat because Chile went down 0-2 and didn't take a map win at all yesterday. So, I mean, they definitely had their non-sponsored gamer fuel in their veins today and really put it through. I mean, look at this, just the precision and the sleeps. The utility from both these healers that we saw today, really enabling the DPS and tank for Team Chile to get done. Frack had a much better game today.
And that's what it all comes down to. You're talking about it a little bit before we even got into this particular matchup, was the fact that Frack was really going to have to step up going into this game, especially considering the fact that both Chile and Peru were 0-1 going into day number 2. Now, Chile, end up being able to find that one-to-one situation. Peru, unfortunately, now 0-2 as far as that scoreline goes for overall match history. And I got to talk about Ilios, the first map that we saw within this best of 3 matchup. Nobody has stopped talking about Ram, and for very good reason. Gompers, he came out hitting extremely hard, and very much so, I think, set the tone for this Chilean team.
Absolutely, he did. If I have to go back and say it, I will. Like, the way that he played was immaculate, and I will give some of that credit, obviously, over to some of his teammates as well. Devout, actually, that's exactly who I was going to go to. Luckily enough, being the MVP, so they had shots that I felt like really did go unnoticed from time to time, because they were always getting those 1 picks, 2 picks that really gave that momentum over towards, Chile.
No, that is for sure. So really interesting stuff. I mean, it's kind of tough because we would have to look at those overall standings here for Group B. Still missing some of that information for Argentina, which we're going to be seeing in the next match. So overall, it's still a bit up in the air as far as where everyone is. But at least for the side of Peru, that means, Chef Billy, that going into day number 3, going into week 2 as well, that squad is going to have to play perfect from here on out if they even want an opportunity at that second spot.
I mean, we knew somebody was going to come out 0-2 after this, and unfortunately, it's Team Peru. So, I mean, they have the tools, and we'll see what Argentina looks like later on. But I think that the middle of the pack here is where we're going to get some of the best of the competition coming through, because I think USA wins the group. Canada, I'm going to be looking towards the last game of the day to see how they play, because I have some serious questions about the Canadian squad. But for the middle of the pack right now, Chile, I mean, almost that was a beautiful game from them. And well, I mean, I'm going to go get me some saltado lomo.
Well, I hope you do enjoy that and whatnot. But again, Ali, we're not done with day number 2 of the Overwatch World Cup here for the Americas Online Qualifiers quite yet. However, we are saying goodbye to you, to our lovely casters that we had on for the first half of the day. So, Gompers, I'm going to give you the mic to say your final goodbyes, and then Chef Billy, you can pick it up right afterwards.
Honestly, it was super fun to be able to see teams that we didn't necessarily get to see yesterday, as well as Blizzard World, which I genuinely love watching Blizzard World. So in itself, I definitely think we saw a lot of great compositions, and I'm hoping Moxie and Dustin have some fun as well leading into the next cast.
Yeah, I have to piggyback on the back of that. Getting a chance to see Ecuador, even though it wasn't probably the debut that they wanted to have. I think that we get to watch their growth through this World Cup season. So, I mean, really, Chile got the heart of the tiger right now. And I think that they're going to be very well stead moving into the real meaty portion of match day 3 and then into next weekend. This sets them up so well. It gives them the belief. That's the big thing for Team Chile right now. Is now that the seed of belief is put into their head, this should be very good. But I mean, make sure you guys take care of everybody out there. Keep the love, keep the positivity, and take care of each other, because we're all in this game together. We'll see you later, but I think we're going to throw it to a quick little break. So we're going to see you on the other side with Moxie and Dustin.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Overwatch World Cup online qualifiers here for Americas. We said goodbye to Gompers and Chef Billy, but we're also going to say hello to Got, Moxie, and Dustin. Dustin, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great, Ash. Good to be back, obviously, for day number 2. I think it's been an exciting few games so far, and I'm looking forward to the upcoming 3 that we have today.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be something interesting. And the next match that we do look forward to, you guys, is going to be Argentina versus Brazil. And yesterday, it was really great games coming out from Brazil in that match that they did have up against Chile, Moxie.
Yeah, I mean, Brazil looking honestly like one of the strongest teams in their group right now, and no surprises when you see on paper they have so much synergy already built up. They've been playing together for a very long time. They've got that experience as well coming in from the background of the Contenders SA region, and they just have such good dive coordination as well as the mechanical prowess to be able to back it off. And when I talk about that, I'm talking about players like Dalko, who had such a standout diva, as well as Svenko when he was playing the Hanzo on Watchpoint Gibraltar.
Yeah, and it was really nice. We got a chance to chat with Dalko as well within an interview yesterday, and he was just talking about how nice it was to be back on a team with Ludwig and Niall. So that synergy was a really big part of Brazil's success in their match up against Chile. But overall, Dustin, we also got to consider the fact that when it comes down to the way Chile were playing against Brazil, it wasn't that much of a fight. They just seemed a little disconnected in comparison.
Yeah, I sadly, Brazil were kind of outclassing them to like a massive scale, actually, to be honest. But for the side of Argentina, maybe they have a little bit of a maybe an okay odd versus Brazil. I mean, in previous World Cups, I think that Argentina has always fielded solid teams. So I think we'll have to see today if they can actually match up against the likes of Brazil. Obviously, we haven't seen them just yet. So really curious to see how they perform versus Brazil, who are looking like the favorites of Group B.
No, that's for sure. Especially like you were talking about, we haven't seen them yet. Both them, Argentina, that is, and Ecuador had the day off yesterday into day 1. But Moxie, I gotta know, what are your thoughts on this squad that we're seeing here?
Well, I mean, first of all, they probably didn't have a day off. I guarantee you.
Well,
they know they're coming up against Brazil. They are watching that match. They are going to be looking at those VODs. They're going to be looking at those compositions and trying to analyze how exactly this team plays, who they're relying on to be able to make those opening call-outs as well when they see targets that go low, so that they're able to keep an eye out for specific players. And I think a big part of it is going to come down to keeping one player who we haven't really touched on yet under wraps, and that's Ludwig, because every single time he was taking a Tracer 1v1, he would not only be able to see the Tracer off his backline, but he'd be able to keep the objective in his control as well as a result.
All good points to be made, but we're gonna head over towards our map selection, and Nepal's gonna be the first one up here, Dustin.
Yeah, Nepal is a great map to start out with for Argentina, potentially. They could still run a lot of those compositions that Brazil, honestly, that's the takeaway I've got yesterday from that game, is that Brazil was really good in the mirror matchup, but kind of struggled at points, even though, obviously they still beat their opponent. It still seemed like at points they couldn't deal with the Fair Mercy composition, maybe some potential quote unquote cheese. I would not be surprised to see if Argentina has anything like that planned versus a team like Brazil, where that would work against them incredibly well.
Well, we're not going to have to wait too much longer to see what these two squads have to bring to the table. We're going to head over towards Nepal here for the first matchup in this best-of-3 series between Argentina and Brazil. Got Moxie and Dustin, take it away.
Thank you, Ash. And obviously, Moxie, we're back here today with day number 2. Brazil, obviously, day number 1 looked incredibly strong, Moxie. I mean, what do you think we should expect here for this matchup with Brazil and Argentina, considering the fact that we haven't really seen them? But I know maybe you've seen a little bit of a sneak peek behind those closed doors on Argentina, huh?
So I think, again, it's going to come down to, like you said, the fact that Brazil are incredibly strong on their dives, and especially if we're starting off in somewhere like Nepal, if you get dealt that opening card of Village, a lot of the time May becomes really strong. It does get hampered somewhat by the fact that dive heroes are just incredibly mobile, and a lot of them can just avoid the May wall if it does come through, but being able to control that point, take that fight into that enclosed spaces, really limits the dive's mobility as well. If everyone can just bunker up on that point itself, then a lot of the entrances that are traditionally there for the dive, like the Winston jumping in or the Tracer being able to backflank, are removed entirely. But it looks like Argentina are going to be going for something entirely different. To come out from Brazil's side, and they're going to match it. But when we talk to these players with the Mercies, they actually do admit that they want to go up against the Pharah rather than the Echo, because just how good that Echo beam is at focusing down you and GA.
Yeah, I mean, I 100% agree with that swamp through, but it seems like both teams kind of planning for each other in this fight. Obviously running a Doomfist on the side. Oh my god, Walter goes incredibly deep onto Ludwig, but Ludwig hits those shots direct midair onto Walter. Fantastic shots from him, and also looking for that Mercy. Easy collapse, although Argentina claimed that point first. Brazil are up 2 already in this fight. They do find Exfil on the back through an incredible hard engage onto Exfil, but it might be too late for Oracle as Ludwig racks up the 4K.
Yeah, Argentina trying to run Gasp on this Junker Queen is actually really not working out, because Brazil have foreseen this and they've actually run Exfil on the Ana, so they're having the anti-nade. The idea of a Junker Queen when you're running something like an Echo or a Pharah is that you get to play sustainability when it's a 3 versus 5 as opposed to having a full team there, but the anti-nade entirely decimates that win condition, so we see the swap come through onto the Orisa.
Ludwig still spamming through the main as Argentina walk through. Very fast engage for them off of that wrist, like you said, with the Moira. Rotated towards the point as Argentina, and they claim it first as long as Oracle doesn't peek too far. And gets those healing, it might be enough, but against the barrage, I don't know. They do stun him up, though, with the Javelin. Fantastic work from Gasp, but it might be far too late as Brazil now engaged with the rest of their roster. Yes, they trade back Exfil, but at this point, they've lost pretty much everybody but Walter on that point, and surely a stack will come through. Waveballs off as well to keep that point ticking. And Argentina claimed that point mid-fight, so they keep that lead with the point percentage, even though they flip it now.
It's the bunker play, but now Brazil are anticipating it, and Svenko already moving forward aggressively to try and call out where Argentina are going to be when they try and rotate towards this point, to be able to use things like the Terror Surge to cycle towards the Blizzard and keep that percentage stalling up for them, as they have no choice but to walk into EMP before Sound Barrier is ready.
Svenko waiting behind the cover that was added in Overwatch 2. Now goes for a 5-man EMP, and the rest of Argentina surely will fall to Brazil, who rotate towards them on that point. Chalky, just the last one there, and very clean fight from Brazil.
It's fast, at least for Argentina. It is essentially just ripping the band-aid off. At least they've been able to burn out the EMP, and Brazil not really being able to keep that fight staggered out for as long as they would want, unable to build up ultimates to be able to challenge Argentina. If there's one fight that this team has to be able to turn this map around, it's going to be right here, right now, but they have to make it count. They can't afford to let Coalescence get hacked out early.
Well, now he gets stunned, actually, by the Doomfist. So you're looking out for the hack. You can't avoid the fist. Ludwig, 2K barrage, then rotates towards that point. Fade already used. And unfortunately for Argentina, it seems like the only game plan is just to rotate to that point. But, it's ignoring the Pharah, right?
Yeah, that was their entire plan 3 times in a row, and 3 times in a row Brazil read it like an absolute bestseller. And Argentina now have to give up Terror Surge just to swap onto the Hammer to have any chance of touching the point.
I don't even know if they do. 97, 98, Nano Boost out as well. 99, and nobody else is there. Brazil take 137 against Argentina, winning round number 1.
Oh, it's so unfortunate for Argentina that every single win condition on that composition is literally centered around controlling the point. That's why we saw the Coalescence being invested mid-rotation, so they didn't lose anybody until they were on the point, until they were ready to use the Terror Surge. And Brazil, like you said, they have so many means of being able to counteract it entirely, either with just the Sombra hack or the Doomfist punch coming through and absolutely nullifying any impacts. And then without that more sustainability, the Orisa, she's not a cow, she's a sitting duck.
Yeah, this is rough now for Argentina, but obviously they still have a chance on Nepal. Brazil looking strong. I mean, really leading up to this, we didn't exactly know what was going to be, what we're going to see from Brazil. Maybe a bit of flexibility being shown today with these Pharah Doomfist compositions. So far, so good for them. Yeah,
it's the same comp coming through from Argentina. Shaki going to be there on the Kiriko to try and cleanse those anti-needs that hit onto Gas when the Jungle Queen tries to play sustain on that point, as it is just going to be a dogfight to try and decide who's going to have control of the burst.
This is the Pharah first, but on the low ground, Gasp is the one to take out We on the low ground. Nice work from the Junker Queen to take care of that space, remove the Doomfist. The res though did come through from Naya on the low ground around the pillar. Ludwig still spamming out that Echo, who is hacked down below, but luckily can escape with his life for now. Argentina still on that point, almost capping it, but Brazil has sent a Doomfist player there to touch it for just a bit, but Argentina eventually will force him off of that point to gain that point first. Ludwig still trying to spam the backline, but Expo's already down to Walter with those nades. Incoming engage from Brazil to try to trade it back. Chalky went down, but Gas betrayed back as well. So every 1-for-1 trade going in the side of Argentina at the moment. And now the rest of Brazil fall as Argentina claimed 20% now on the board.
Good guarding as well of the body so that they're not able to get that Doomfist res back into the fight. Oracle doing a very good job of controlling that space, and Argentina now in control of the point. This is where they want to be. They have to be mindful, however, of the EMP charge. Svenko is racing up towards that first ultimate, and they don't have anything to counter it with that sustainability. No sound barrier, no Zenyatta, and a Hacksack Kiriko.
Walter coming over the top, looking for that Ana yet again. Expo's got to play his life. Really has to deal. It's a bit late though, so Walter escapes with his life, but they do save their Ana for now, and as well as that Valkyrie's used early from a Kuno. So Walter's still at the top trying to spam out Xfel. Argentina still have that point up to 60%, but an EMP as Walter comes down from the ground, and an anti-grenade connects on against this. Ludwig finds Chalky, so that's nice. 2 to open it up. Yes, Naya does die at the end of Oracle, but Brazil will re-engage successfully.
Pocket focus entirely on point. Everyone drills down onto that Junker Queen so that once the EMP lands, you don't get the opportunity to use that miniature sound barrier of the shout to keep everyone sustained, and then you can cycle into that Rampage being able to just stall that point eternally. As Brazil now in exact position that they want to be with an Echo composition, poke phase, you just get to spam these angles and chip Argentina down from afar.
Yeah, and has that copy 2 ready to go, but may not even need it because Guy already finds the Kuno. And Gaspa already walks towards that point to die incredibly fast as well. So 2 down already for Argentina. Have to back up again.
I mean, you lose your tank that early. You do just have to back out. Thankfully for Argentina, they're far enough away from the fight. Without a loser, that disengagement could have been really messy given that Sombra, Echo, and Doomfist. Oh, that means of chasing! And there it is. The poke, that spam coming through from Ludwig, helped out by that Mercy's damage boost, just means that Rez is already off the board.
Chalky gets resurrected though. Back, like I said, the res are already off the board. Brazil, Naya trying to play for his life with the Valkyrie. Walker also does trade Ludwig out though. Nice work from him though. Walter loses the copy after that, so Argentina in this fight nice and strong, but a Nana boost onto the Doomfist. Naya down again to Walter, who has been looking amazing on the Echo and for Argentina in this round. It kind of keeps the minute. They're also still up a member here because the res was used earlier. Poop off the point as Guy goes AFK. Just to die fast as well as Argentina are climbing up to get that victory on this round.
Now we're going to see Xfel onto the Kiriko. They know they're anticipating that Rampage to come through. They have no choice but to walk straight into it. They need the Suzu for the cleanse effect so that they can actually survive for EMP.
98, 99. They do have Svenko to touch that point. Copy now comes through on the Queen. A nice hack on the Gespa, who was going for that Rampage, but he still kept alive, didn't lose his life in that situation. But they've launched Chalky to Guy on the backside, who was on the Doomfist. Chalky immediately resurrects as Gotham trades back Naya. Nice work from him to keep Argentina in this, but a nice nade, or Rampage rather, from Ludwig's copy. Did find that backline, but Ludwig did trade back Chalky. Now comes that Doomfist down below. Gaston goes incredibly low, has to keep touching that point, but Svenko will eventually find him as Oracle has found Exo. Svenko as well on the backside found Walter, and Guy still nice and healthy on this point will surely just find these last members of Argentina. At the last second, Brazil recontest successfully.
That may have been potentially final fight for They'll have fights afterwards. Argentina now have to win the poke phase. They are so close to this duplication. Brazil need an early pick to come through, but by going for those fast heroes to be able to keep that point contested, they've sacrificed the Echo. They have no traditional hit scan to keep Walter in position.
Chalky, onus is on him to play his life as well here, coming around this left side health pack. Svenko waiting for that patiently. There's the hack on the Chalky, and the Doomfist dive is there. Perfectly coordinated. Walter has to go for the hack immediately on the Sombra to build up that, but Chalky, there it is. The res is there in that fight to bring Chalky, but Chalky's hacked yet again. Needs double pocket to live, but Gaspa on the side has found Naya down on the low ground. There's no res on that side either, so Brazil have to desperately bring things back without ultimates. The Doomfist ult lands on the Chalky successfully. That's a great start, but a pulse bomb from Oracle connects onto the Doomfist as Walter is as well finds Exfil. Akono, though, did get traded by Svenko. Has to come back now into this fight after translocating to the high ground. Ludwig has no cooldowns, and Svenko is there with Ludwig and no HP. They're able to sustain versus Argentina, who now just have the Tracer and the Lucio to touch. But it's Shocky, who's typically playing the Kuriko, onto that Lucio now, so he doesn't have a lot of survivability himself. And Brazil will claim this map 2-0.
How many times was it yesterday that we talked about Svenko coming in with those absolutely clutch Hanzo logs on Gibraltar, and it's Svenko again coming in with those clutch kills, going for that backline, making sure that that Mercy is wiped off the face of the earth, so no resurrections, no damage boosts available for those DPSs to be able to burst all of your supports and front line down. But my goodness, Dustin, we came so close. We came so close to seeing Sanctions. These two teams, like I said, Argentina, they have not been slouching. They have not had a day off. They have been watching Brazil very, very carefully. And we could finally see a break in the 2-0 curse that this region has unfortunately had so far.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. Argentina has, previously in the few World Cups we've seen before, fielded rosters that are actually solid, like not bad rosters at all. Walter obviously was playing so good on that Echo, and the rest of his team as well. Gas, you mentioned it, Moxie. I mean, he was so good so far on Junker Queen to be able to give that opening picks or just sustain on the point. And so far, actually, I mean, this could potentially lead to one of our closest series yet.
Yeah, the problem again is that these strategies, once you use them once, they do become a little bit predictable. Not so much that second round, but definitely this first one here with this Orisa composition. It's so obvious where you're going. It's so obvious that you're literally just trying to play like an ostrich. Head in the sand, ignore the pharmacy, ignore the Doomfist, get to point, bunker up. That's your win condition. And that's exactly what Brazil's able to take advantage of time and time again, because you just throw in one ultimate and you buy so much percentage just stalling that point eternally, and there's nothing the other side can really do, because if they use ultimates in rotation, they have nothing left to sustain on the point itself.
And if I'm not mistaken, this is the first game we're seeing Guy, right, in the lineup, the Doomfist player for Brazil, Moxie, from what we saw yesterday. And maybe do you think this is Brazil trying some things out as well, making sure their overall roster is ready to go in the future versus some potential teams that'll play, with the Echo and the Pharah. Maybe want to show that themselves to maybe flex.
Such a high mobility character and coming in with those stuns as well. Like, if you're fielding that Echo or a Pharah, chances are that it's going to force the other team to have to swap either to an Echo or Pharah to deal with it in the sky, or you look towards the ground, you go for something like the Cassidy or the Ashe, and that's where the Doomfist comes in, right? This is live patch. Cassidy does have that burden nade that affects over 67% of the Overwatch hero roster, but its big weakness is that it's incredibly easy to bait. You throw in one extra hero who can dive alongside the Echo, something like a Tracer or a Doomfist, and you have an absolute recipe for a dead Cassidy.
Yeah, I think that so far, Brazil, we'll see how they go into this next round. For Moxie, obviously, I think that Argentina didn't look that bad. At the end of the day, they looked solid leading into that one. And, maybe leading to their next match, we could see some potential swaps. Although I will say, on Koth, on Control, it's a bit easier to run that Echo. You have to imagine we're probably going to see a different comp on Escort, right?
Well, what I'm imagining is that we're probably also going to see a role swap, because Gatsby does traditionally play the Orisa for this team, and that was why we actually saw him coming in on that tank role there. But traditionally, he is actually their hit scan specialist. He's their Widowmaker player. So more than likely, we're going to be seeing a little bit of a swap come through in terms of those roles. However, we cannot take away from the hero of the hour, Svenko's stats. Every single time we see this guy, whether he's on the Hanzo, whether he's on the Sombra, he really is one of these players in the region that you have to watch out for, because he is an absolute monster when he's playing at his peak, and he has something that every single high-level player is going to absolutely treasure above all else: consistency. Every single time we've seen him, he's popped off. He's never had that coin flip. He's never had a little bit of moment where he's stuttered or staggered. He's always playing at his A game, and that makes him invaluable to this team.
For sure. Yeah, Svenko, a really valuable member of Brazil's side. And, you know, for their, I'm going to be a bit of a negative Nancy here, Moxie. Okay, when we look at Brazil's roster, you have. Do you agree with me here with that? When I talked about Brazil, right? In this group in particular, I think they're looking strong. But obviously, you know, if we compare them, if you were to take Brazil, for example, maybe take them against USA or Canada, you know, do you think that this roster could deal with a lot of those flexibility that could come out of those rosters? Because it seems like at points Brazil, you know, they kind of can falter in some of these situations versus some of these like echo compositions, or even the Junker Queen, like you said, you know, putting Argentina's DPS player back on the Junker Queen for that map. I mean, even that kind of worked and had some success versus Brazil. So, I mean, am I being a bit of a negative Nancy here, Moxie, or, you know, should I be a little bit worried as a Brazilian fan?
I think Brazil, honestly, are in a pretty good standing at the moment. Maybe not to be able to take on USA when we were seeing them just play to the absolute peak, but definitely to go toe-to-toe with Canada at the moment, just because we've seen that peel come through from Dalka. The one thing that might actually suffer for this team is that, like you said, we are seeing different players come in to play these different compositions of tank. And that means that your flexibility is somewhat limited in terms of what you can pick, given that when we go to these maps, you can swap your heroes around whenever you're in the respawn. That is one of the beauties of Overwatch. You can't swap your roster. So once you lock those players in for this map, they're going to start it. They're going to have to finish it.
Yeah, and I mean, raised great points there. I think for Brazil's side, you know, obviously next map's going to be King's Row, or this upcoming map is going to be King's Row, but you know, like, yeah, that'd be a very interesting matchup, maybe seeing them versus Canada or, you know, some of these other teams. I think at the moment, Brazil is looking solid, right? With a lot of their players, right? With Svenko onto the DPS. You know, you got Ludwig as well, Dalka, Xfil now back, by the way, in the game over Guy and Moxie. Look, Argentina's sticking with Gaspa in the lineup.
Sticking with Gaspa and not actually having him play that DPS. So it really goes to show quite how some of these teams are taking that Widowmaker changes, affecting her potential on King's Row, which used to be one of the staple Widowmaker maps, where you could just have someone play Widowmaker from that spawn, bait out the defense into walking straight into it, and then it's an absolute shooting gallery for that Widow left behind. It's always some fun plays that Overwatch League players have gotten away with her.
Not going for it, though. No Life Weaver for that pedal swap, and Oracle beyond the Hanzo, which has obviously been a mainstay on King's Row. Using the Sonic on the top side. Dalka, by the way, is going to be on that Diva, playing around the statue side. We'll see if Argentina's unique play style with this composition will work. They already used Immortality Kill early as they make that rotation.
Yeah, that's the problem. When you're not running that Lucio, that rotation becomes so dangerous because every single time you're sidestepping, all of this incoming damage coming through from Brazil, including these arrows from Svenko, which are just being such a detriment for Argentina to have to deal with. But Oracle, okay, with the Sonic, he picks up Xfel, and that's Brazil holding their ground, waiting to see whether or not Svenko can trade it. But Argentina definitely getting to really move forward towards this high ground that they want.
Out up a man, they move towards the top of the clock tower. Waiting up top, still Oracle looking for those shots, uses the double jump cooldown as well. Sonic on the top, though, to know where they are. Actually drop into the back line of the Archway. You rarely see teams make that rotation. And now over the top, Svenko rotates. Nobody dead on Brazil's side. Nice rotation from them to not die as that drop came through from Argentina. But Argentina now rotated all the way to the point. Svenko still not able to find that kill. Gets that damage, though, to build up the Dragon Strike, but it's Oracle yet again to find the Tracer. Ludwig is removed, the Immortality Field to sustain as well. Argentina will, but then coming Dragon Strike from Svenko. Avoiding the point, though, is that team. There's nobody there to touch. Argentina fully cap it out, and we'll move into Streets phase.
They're not going to have Dragon. They're not going to have Dalka's mech either. They are going to lose full position of choke early, and this is exactly what Brazil does not want to happen, because now the wheels on this train are starting to really pick up momentum. This Orisa composition alongside that Mei, using those walls, zoning these players, forcing them to have to use those cooldowns like that Hanzo lunge to be able to dodge out of the wall, putting them into so much vulnerability against Oracle, is allowing him to have such an advantage in the Hanzo 1v1.
Brazil now sending Ludwig on that flank. 5 minutes they had as soon as they capture out that first point. Svenko finally gets that opening pick on the amplification matrixing Baptiste as well. And that's a nice shot to find for them to get rid of that ultimate value. But Argentina pulse bomb as well, committed onto Gaspit down below. Svenko as well, through that pressure, committed to the front line, is able to find Jackie, who committed that Suzu on the Orisa, who was pulse bombed. But Brazil now up members using just the pulse bomb in that fight and got out of Kuno's amplification matrix.
Yeah, really good, like you said, using that pulse bomb, understanding that Dragon Strike was not built up for Svenko, which is the traditional counter to that Baptiste ultimate. They send Ludwig, who has that mobility, that safety with those blinks to be able to bypass the window, push Argentina back, and suddenly, out of the window and its increased damage is gone, Brazil can get a lot more aggressive. But we are going to be seeing Dragon Strike come through for Argentina. They're just having to take a little bit of flank right to make sure they don't lose anyone in the rotate.
Drop it on top of the pub, double jump away. And the Blizzard down below to capture Dalka on the low ground, but he used the Diva Bomb, however, was chased down still by Argentina. Up a man, they now have to fight against the Nano Boost and a nice anti-grenade from Xfel. Svenko also comes from the bottom of the pub to final Kuno, and Oracle died to Ludwig as well. So Brazil slowly working back into this fight without Dalka. Gaspit tries to equalize it onto Svenko, but Ludwig and Svenko combined for 2 more to keep holding against Argentina.
We're seeing comp swaps come through too. Dalka off of that Diva onto the Ramatra. They've identified that Argentina is going to be taking these really long rotations to make sure that all of their cooldowns are primed when this fight begins, and that's what Ram punishes: hesitation. He has that cloak with his primary, also the zone to be able to slow these players down and make it so easy for Brazil to overwhelm a composition that without a Lucio doesn't have clean disengagement.
There's also double immortality here with the Suzu and the immortality field from Akuno. So Ludwig's pulse bomb really has a lot of struggle that he's going to have to do. Maybe he can get out both cooldowns, but an anti-grenade, and Svenko hits the shot onto Akuno, so no immortality field there. Then the pulse bomb as well forces out that Suzu, but the Brazil's already up 2 in this fight, so Argentina need to find a kill to try to equalize it, but they only get Nya on the low ground. Meanwhile, the rest of Brazil collapse on Argentina to give them, yet again, another fight win.
And again, punishing that hesitation. Argentina taking these lengthy rotations. Orisa, not the fastest moving tank, even though she has the most feet for them. Without that Lucio, Brazil on the defense, as long as they don't lose a player early on, and Argentina with these rotations on putting themselves in positions to be able to threaten that one shot to push Brazil back. This defense just get to sit up and wait for Argentina to show up.
She now come all the way around to trying to avoid some of that pressure like you mentioned, but Svenko, well aware of that, sits at the back. Ludwig tries to go for some pressure, but doesn't want to get one shot by a log. The anti-grenade on the gas, but keeps him incredibly low on that front line. Nice nade from Xfel so far in the streets phase of King's Row, but a javelin into Svenko as he tries to go for the peak. We'll back him off for just a moment, but still throwing in those storm arrow shots on the low ground is Svenko as he built with the Dragon Strike, can now drop it in, but it's already sort of disengaged from Argentina. So Brazil trying to push to the left side of the pub to find that backline, but they use the immortality field to sustain and regroup with the rest of their team. Dalka now, knowing the immortality field is gone, will use his ultimate as they engage, can jump over the May wall through the cart, and it's just free reign for him, but Oracle traded it back. However, Xfil has already found Walter and Oracle too, who were just behind that disengage from Argentina, and Argentina's still holding on to their ultimates with 40 seconds left.
They have one ace up the sleeve, Dustin. Like you said, it's a clean fight from Argentina's side. No ultimates invested. Everything going to be available in this next fight. But again, it's so predictable that they're going to have to take these long rotations. Brazil using those Sonics, trying to figure out where exactly they're going to come from so they can look to find these early picks, because we're so down in time bank that if they lose one player, Argentina can't afford to regroup. They have to go ahead no matter what.
Yeah, you know what stops 5 ultimates is one Hanzo shot from across the map. So Svenko gonna be looking for that shot to stop Argentina's push. Dragon Strike early, knowing they have 5 ultimates. Brazil backs up. Actually, it's on Dalka into the main side, so I thought he went down to the bottom of the train, but no shots just able to be found yet by Svenko. Meanwhile, Blizzard committed from Walter into the AMP matrix as well, and the Kitsune Rush. So they're overlaying everything against Brazil, who have used double support ultimates as well on that front line, but Casper drops that ultimate. Walter also finds Ludwig. Dalka is able to trade Oracle, and Svenko has found Walter as well, and then he dropped the Dragon Strike as well towards that cart after all the ultimates have been used. So it's just on Gaspa to try to find a lot of these kills and Akuno, but Svenko has already found Chalky on the backline. Gaspa and the rest of his team is doing it. They're stopping Brazil here. Last second, Nya has found the backline of Argentina, and it's just Gaspa, so nobody else is here, and Argentina gets stopped in the streets phase as they were so close to doing it.
They had to invest so much so early This is the gamble that you take when you limit yourself to one overtime fight with all of your ultimates available. The second that Ant Matrix gets invested, you want to guarantee, you want to secure that investment, right? So Immortality Field gets put in early to make sure that everyone in Argentina can stand their ground and take advantage of the window and shoot into all of those players stuck in the blizzard. But the problem is that even though Brazil didn't have aggressive ultimates, nor their tank ultimate, they had both support ultimates, Nano Boost and Kitsune Rush. And Argentina, unfortunately, that ace comes up absolutely awfully for them, as they're just not able to burst through the sustainability. They needed those kills to come in and fast, and it just doesn't happen because of Brazil's backline.
Man, what a close fight that was at the very end. Argentina, Moxie, looks like they're going to play that Junker Queen on the defense instead of the Orisa.
Sustainability, you have to have it. You're so worried about Brazil just getting super aggressive and pushing onto you, and when you look at what this team is going to be running, the Kiriko, the Diva, the Tracer, the Hanzo, all of these different heroes can come at you from any angle, any height. Argentina know that they're going to get separated into taking these individual fights, and they have to make sure that they sustain long enough for help to appear.
See if it works out for Argentina's side also. Gasp has been doing great so far on that Junker Queen with the axe as well. Svenko looking for that one shot over the top side. Brazil walking towards that Orisa yet again. Svenko looking for that shot of the statue. Argentina avoiding those shots for now. Still playing it slowly. Brazil is as well, sending their Tracer on that flank before they push in. Chalky takes Hanzo's shot to the chest, and a nice easy grenade connects as well to get Chalky incredibly low. Walter also has to use that ice block and eventually will get found by Brazil. Argentina just playing so neutral here at the statue, and it's resulting in them getting picked apart.
It was a scout. It was a scout coming through from Brazil. Dalka literally got the call from the entire team. Go Ram, hit one zone. We're going to be able to follow it up with an anti-nade and catch all three of those players of Argentina. And because they just don't have the ability to be able to cleanse the anti-nade, unfortunately, we see them just get absolutely torn asunder, as that is such a fast point A push, and Argentina see that the Junker Queen did not work out, that they're just going to continue to be anti-naded, slowed down by this Ramatra, have to go Orisa to be able to eat the utility.
A good transfer of heroes over the Ramatra. It's a great time to do it as well, since the spawn point is right there. Ludwig now in the bottom of the pub, building up towards that pole spawn. Svenko also has doing a great job building those Dragon Strikes. Brazil is playing aggressive during this entire fight. Argentina avoiding into that bookstore. Ludwig still building that pulse bomb. Oracle's incredibly low, but he hits the shot onto Ludwig. Incredible aim from him. And then also trades back on Naya. Great work from Oracle in Argentina to come back into this against the Dragon Strike, against so many ultimates that were on Brazil's side. Now Brazil are on the back foot and are trying to reset.
You need that poke from Walter to come through, and fast, because Blizzard needs to be up. And in the forecast, when Dalka drops this Annihilation, they're going to be relying on this May the Wall and that freeze to keep this tank at bay from just allowing Brazil to body through choke.
With the pulse bomb, will walk in. Kitsune Rush here as well. So Suzu and Immortality Field been a lower cooldown. Ludwig though on the flank with the pulse bomb, notices that there probably is some Immortality that is going to be there. Oracle finds Svenko as well in the neutral game, and then Walter comes back for Ludwig, hits the icicle. Nice work from him. Now Argentina has that advantage at the choke and stop Brazil's push again.
Going to have Amp too, and Brazil, they don't have the Dragon Strike, so be able to send through it. They can do the exact same that we saw last time, where Ludwig just blinked through with that pulse bomb to threaten that space. Argentina have been very quick to throw in both Suzu and Immortality Field, something that Brazil no doubt have picked up.
Yeah, for sure. Daka looking for that anti-grenade here as well, but a javelin to force back. Oracle goes incredibly low. There's that Suzu and Immortality Field just to deal with Ludwig's pulse bomb, like you said, Moxie. So now Dalka should know he's free, but he can't push him because of the Immortality Field, or it's because of the Amplification Matrix. But now pops the Annihilation with a Nano Boost and anti-grenade. They connect onto the backline. The Blizzard cannot do anything to stop Dalka and that frontline push from Brazil. On that recontest, Brazil now control that cart. We're entering last fight territory for Argentina here, Moxie.
We've got a wombo combo. Terror Surge and Dragon Strike overlap together can be absolutely devastating because that damage continues with that Dragon Strike. Suzu's iframe a lot of the time isn't actually enough to be able to keep yourself alive through it. So Brazil are going to have to be mindful of that, but they've got the Dragon Strike. Argentina running that Orisa are going to be incredibly vulnerable, moving into position to be able to use this ultimate combination. And if they don't get that to touch the card, we're in game.
Oh, they're right there, coming over the top. Oracle has hit shots before. We'll see if he can do it again. Drops off the high ground, but now against the Dragon Strike of Svenko, it might be tough. And Exo's connects on to Akuno. Nice work from him, but that Terra Surge from Gasp is enough to take down Naya. And Gasp is also there to take out Dalka. That Riki test, like you said, Moxie, with the Terra Surge and the Dragon Strike is successful for Argentina.
Good combination. Expensive combination. Argentina, not out of the woods just yet, Dustin. That time bank is going to continue to tick down and tick down and tick down. And Brazil are going to just poke. If they get one early pickup onto this backline, Argentina are going to be so vulnerable with how big a hitbox Orisa has. We go into a stalemate now. Both of these teams having to play so carefully to not lose someone early.
Yeah, with no ultimates as well, I'm curious to see who hands that advantage in that Mei Hanzo battle. Who can find that opening pick? Oracle looks for it, then jumps back after missing the shot. Comes back over the top, Storm arrowing Daka as well. So a lot of those cooldowns removed. Nice Mei wall from Walter, stops the push for now, and they're also able to find Ludwig with Oracle hitting that shot onto him without the Storm Strike, or Storm Arrow Strike as well. Daka now comes down below. Suzu used as well to keep Argentina's aggressive push going. Forces Brazil back as they wait for Ludwig to return.
Perfect javelin as well from Gatsby. Connects onto Dalka in Nemesis form, pushing him back, not breaking it, but allowing the team to be safe from that pummel cleave, as it has bought the time for both of these Kirikos to come into this Kitsune rush. But Svenko so much closer to that Dragon Strike than Oracle to be able to counter Argentina's.
Yeah, he's done a great job building it, Svenko. Doing more damage to the tanks rather than Oracle looking for the DPSs and pick potential. Takes to the back of the map. There's that Dragon Strike down below. Makes things scary for Argentina. Brazil will walk in with that Kitsune rush. Kitsune rush from Argentina committed, and the Blizzard doesn't connect on anybody. No, they try to go forward and walk right into the Storm Arrows from Svenko, who hits the shot on the Walter, who's jumping off the cart. That's a great opening pick, and now with the Nano Boost Annihilation, they just run into that backline. Immortality field gone. Suzu not here, and Brazil look to close it out on Argentina 2-0, and they do so. 2-0 for Brazil over Argentina in these group stages. What a win for them.
That rubber band, it's perfect. This is what we were talking about, right? The fact that Svenko is literally in mid-disengagement mode, making sure that everyone from Brazil is just not getting caught in that blizzard. He lands that headshot onto the Mei, who just goes too aggressively around the corner, trying to capitalize on the ultimate, find a pick, allow Argentina any time to recover and build some of those ultimates. But Brazil, my goodness, what a team. Svenko, what a Hanzo. Please, someone pick this guy up. Ash, what do you have to say?
I think it was a really intense game that we did just see. Overall, of course, Kings Row looked a lot stronger there for Team Brazil, but Argentina put up a bigger fight than we were expecting over on that first map on Nepal specifically. I think, though, when it comes down to it, Dustin, was it really the rigidity that we saw within the Argentina team composition that was maybe their downfall?
There was a lot of things, Ash. I think that obviously, Mox, you probably agree with me. I think that really Argentina had a lot of the mechanical plays, right? At times, both their DPSs popped off. Even their tank player really looked at times even better than Brazil's, right? I think mechanically they looked stronger, but Brazil, I mean, Moxie called it. It just seemed like they had the ultimates down. They really had their timings, and overall their team synergy just straight up looked better than Argentina, which really gave them that win.
That tells a similar story from what we saw yesterday as well, right? We just can't stop talking about the history that this Brazilian team has together that just allows them to find that natural chemistry, have just greater coordination, and outclass their opponents so much.
It's that macro. Very quickly, they saw that continued pattern of Immortality Field and Suzu being invested at the exact same time. And that immediately had that domino effect of them going, okay, well, if you're going to literally use both of them for just one thing, why would we ever invest anything other than one ultimate or just one player pushing in aggressively to bait that utility out, and then we can hold on to all of those other things in the back pocket, things like that nano boost onto the ram when you fall low, and then Darker gets to go with Annihilation, and there's nothing to stop him. That was the big difference maker that allowed Brazil to be able to just push through streets and really bully through some of those fights.
Yeah, they were looking really strong. However, at the very least, one thing that I do want to give over towards that to the Argentinian team there, Dustin, is the fact that they did have some glimmers of brilliance. There was that one play where we saw the Blizzard coming out from Walter, and then Ludwig tries to go and pinch on towards that flank just to deny the efficacy of it. So the idea was there. It was just, again, just outplayed there by the Blizzard.
Well, for sure. Yeah, I think for the bright spots, to point on that, what you originally said there, for Argentina, is that they like have that mechanical prowess, right? I think that this just makes me excited to see their matchup even versus Colombia later on, really to see who can come out on top between between Argentina and them will really probably decide, a lot of the future of Group B. And I think that for this team, Argentina has a lot to work with Gaspia on the Orisa, on the Junker Queen, Oracle, fantastic Hanzo play, Walter as well in the Mei. I think maybe they're lacking potentially in the backline department, but if Chalky and Akuno can sort of work things out together and maybe figure out their synergy a bit more, I mean, I could see this team becoming a real threat.
Especially because I saw one thing this team did really well that we're actually probably going to talk on a little bit more in depth when we look into some of our next matches for the day, and that was they weren't stubborn with the composition that they had, right? They lost point A very, very quickly with that Junker Queen just being absolutely run over by that Ramatra zone into anti-nade, and immediately went towards the Orisa, understanding that Junker Queen into Ram is just unfeasible at this level, right? Every single time the Junker Queen wants to be able to make a move forward, to be able to get that sustainability cycle into full swing with your Carnage, with your knives, you're going to be stopped by just the Ram poking at you from afar, the shield coming through, the zone stopping you in your tracks and not allowing you to go through. So the swap onto Orisa really speedily, when we hit into streets, allowed Argentina to be able to hold that tank off for a much longer time than if they just continued to try to just crash their head into the brick wall of the JQ.
Very, very true. And we just saw the little play of the game there coming out from Dalka, the tank on the side of the Brazilian team coming out for the Kings Row game. Well, we couldn't say enough about him yesterday either, Dustin.
No, Dalka's really good. I think he's been really a mainstay for this Brazilian roster, and really has brought it together. I think Moxie's pointed out Svenko at times. I think I agree with her that Svenko is really good, but Dalka, like you mentioned, really has been that main player, that main tank, obviously, for the team. I mean, it's silly to say that, obviously, but I think he's been a very crucial point for Brazil to succeed as much as they have been. Really, just a consistent player for them, and overall, the entire team is just looking incredibly synergistical at the moment. And I'm sure they're looking to get that first seed leading out of Group B.
No, for sure. And I'm excited to see how they continue on with that adaptability, that flexibility that we have seen today and yesterday. But we are going to throw to a quick little break. We're going to have an interview with Honorato, the coach on the side of the Team Brazil, in just a few moments. Welcome back, everybody. I fibbed a little bit earlier when I said that we'd have Honorato on the desk. Instead, we're actually going to have Ludwig. GG's and congratulations on your 2-0 today, and then 2-0 overall within the last 2 days of the Overwatch World Cup. How are you feeling, Ludwig?
It's great. Yeah, obviously great. We have obviously been having our classic rivalry with Argentina, so it's always good to beat them. And yeah, it was a messy game. I gotta admit it. It wasn't pretty. It wasn't how we expected it to go out. But we, we overcome those challenges when we were able to win.
You love to hear it. You love to hear it. Yeah, game one was definitely close, but I was curious, not getting the chance to speak to Honorato now, I want to know from a player perspective what he's brought to the team for you guys, slotting into that coach position for the first time for himself as well since his retirement. And he's a very decorated player, right? With those 4-time contenders wins. I just want to hear what your thoughts on his coaching abilities, that is.
I think he brings a lot of experience, with him having played the game competitively since day one and having won all those championships, and he just tries to pass that vision to us, that experience, and he's been great. He's been helping us, like, individually. When we have a bad game or we think we did something bad, we just text him on DM and say, hey, I think I messed up on this play. Can you show me what I did wrong? And he's always willing to help,
Absolutely. And now that we're actually taking a look at the replays right now, you played Tracer in both on Nepal and on King's Row. But for Svenko, he did swap between the Sombra and the Hanzo. And Moxie was wondering, I guess, like, what is the difference in playing alongside a Hanzo versus a Sombra and how you have to adjust your playstyle?
I think playing with a Sombra is we always play a more fast-paced type of play, like in Ilios last match against Chile. We always try to set up plays before they get the positions they want, and we always just try to, keep the tempo in our favor. As opposed to the Hanzo, you just play for, Hanzo you just play for the spam, for a longer team fight.
Just for the poke and whatnot, for sure.
Yeah.
I just love to hear it from the player perspective as well, and like all of your thoughts in that and whatnot. But as we're moving on within the World Cup, within this round robin, of course, you have more opponents to face off against here within Group B. And it's difficult as well because there's only 2 spots within this group to make it to the land stage of this tournament. And Colombia is looking like one of the strongest contenders here within this group. I was wondering what your thoughts and the rest of Team Brazil's thoughts are on that pending matchup that we'll be seeing.
Yeah, we're definitely looking forward to it. I mean, even before the tournament began, we always knew that Colombia was going to be a tough matchup for us because, of course, they have EQO.
Yeah.
Played in the Overwatch League. There's a lot of pressure playing against that, but we're confident.
You're feeling confident?
Yeah, we are very confident to play against them.
I love to hear that. I mean, Dalko was talking about it yesterday, even in his interview, about how your team just is unshakable, and that is something that you really keep true to your hearts. Yeah. Well, I absolutely love that. Before we do go, though, I want to give you the opportunity to give any shout outs or thank yous before we wrap up the interview.
Yeah, I want to thank my teammates and the coaching staff, obviously, for giving me the opportunity to play for the national team, of course. And to all my friends watching, Khalil, Gabriel, the Hatsuri Miku stands, we out here. And yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Ludwig, for taking the time to do this interview with us. And again, GG's on the last 2 matches that you played, and good luck on your future runs within Overwatch World Cup.
Thank you.
Well, now that the interview is all wrapped up, everyone, we are going to throw to a quick break, but we will be back afterwards with Mexico versus the USA. We just wrapped up Group B of Americas here for the Overwatch World Cup online qualifiers for 2023. Now heading over towards Group A. The next matchup we've got is Mexico versus Team USA. This is sure to be a spicy matchup, Dustin.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Somebody lives in Arizona, right on that border between, Mexico and the U.S. So I think I'm excited to watch this matchup and see that rivalry that is there. It's going to be an exciting one, honestly.
Oh, for sure. And Moxie, on top of that, both these teams, they went 1-0 yesterday in those matchups. So have that edge up right now. It's all about who gets to continue taking that lead.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting as well to get to see how Mexico actually matches up against US, because I know for all of us that have been watching Group A so far, I have a couple of favorites who are going to be able to make it through. Canada and US are obviously up there, but that third spot that one of these teams take, in my eyes at the moment, is between Mexico and Puerto Rico. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this team matches up against the favorite in the group, and then later on tomorrow get to see how Puerto Rico fares against USA to see if there's any difference.
And the thing is, as well, just taking a look at this head-to-head and then the starting lineup, I believe, that we have of Team USA to kick us off, is that game up against Canada yesterday, Dustin, went a lot more into the United States' favor than we were anticipating, considering that was the match to watch.
Oh, yeah, for sure. USA looks like a complete roster at the moment. I mean, just overall, they've got the tracer players about, they got the DPS hit scans if they need to. I mean, they've got the flexibility over to Echo with Lenny, with Sugar Free. They just have an overall complete roster. The only area they're relatively lacking in is that sort of main support role. But realistically, with two incredible flex supports that they have, I mean, this roster is just looking so well put together at the moment. I mean, USA are, at this point, the favorites in the entire qualifiers.
I think that was what impressed me the most as well. The fact that they were just so good at being able to position around about, especially that first opening composition that we saw Canada attempt to run on Ruins of Ilios. The Junker Queen, a lot of the time, if you don't have the Lucio, disengagements can get incredibly messy because the Junker Queen has that ability to be able to speed boost onto you with the shout. But every single time you were just seeing juggles come through with Collusion, that Tracer, working together to make sure that, unfortunately, we didn't really get to see the Junker Queen do much of anything. But other players have also impressed in the tournament so far, and one of them stands alongside Mexico's roster, and that has to be Angel Volado. This guy has been flexing on the DPS. He's played so many different heroes, and all to such a high tier level.
And talking about that flexibility is something that I wanted to touch on there, Dustin. In that matchup versus Costa Rica, Mexico were just incredibly adaptive, had great support coming out from Momo and Pauleta as well.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I think Mexico is a very, very talented roster in their own right and could easily take it to Team USA. But, USA still is at the top right now, baby. So we'll have to see if Mexico can kind of work around, like you said, that is the strong support that they have, and maybe just give them that edge in that regard. As obviously Lijiang Tower looks like it's going to be our first map.
Yeah, interesting stuff. We've seen a lot of Lijiang Tower, obviously, throughout the last 2 days of the Overwatch World Cup, but that is a big point to be made there. Team USA also being the reigning champions of the last Overwatch World Cup back in 2019 puts that additional weight on their shoulders, Moxie.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised that we're not seeing Sugar Free get played for USA, given that Lijiang Tower is going to be that opening match, and potentially if we go to somewhere like Gardens or even Night Market, that Echo Poke composition can get so much damage done. So it does signal that USA want to try to push towards something like either that May or just Tracer Sombra combined dive harassing into Mexico's backline.
Yeah, I think in on that side, right, maybe this is Mexico's time to kind of shine, right? Obviously, Team USA is, like Moxie mentioned, a really, really good roster. And for the side of Mexico, I would not be surprised if we've seen, a few outstanding talents, like you said, with Angel Volado, maybe showing up and really taking it to Team USA.
Yeah, and just to correct myself earlier, I mentioned Paulette yesterday as a support, but it actually ended up being Sopa who is stepping in there. But anyways, after that, it is actually time to head into Lijiang Tower. Dustin, Moxie, take it away.
Thank you, Ash. And I'm incredibly excited to watch this matchup, Moxie. See how it goes. Obviously, starting off on the Lijiang Tower. Could potentially see some of that Echo or Farah on Gardens. And obviously, when it comes to control, maybe Cluj I have to play that Rhine today.
Maybe, or maybe it's just going to be either Winston or Ram, because the last time Mexico actually played on this map, it was just Ramacha. They tried to run a little bit of Winston, but oh my god, Superzen!
It's Super Matthew Delisi is in the lobby, boys. Oh my god.
He's off the bench. He's in for the squad. I mean, he's never gonna live it down if he gets subbed in and USA loses this map. But I mean, he's gonna be on the ball. USA definitely maybe testing a couple of experimental compositions.
Okay, Super on the ball. Yeah, that's definitely experimental. Down towards that pillar side he goes, just to spam out the back line as Mexico rotates towards the point, but he's already dead to Hydron on that Pharah. Good work from him to open that up already for Team USA, and that's a quick 5K. Very fast first fight before the point has even unlocked.
This composition is going to move fast. They don't need a Lucio. Everyone has the means of being able to collapse on these targets because they're just going to get swept into the waiting arms of USA, either kited by Aspire, just harassing on that Tracer, or knocked with Super, or just Hydran's concussives. Mexico is going to have such a hard time trying to maintain all of their players' coordinations and positions to make sure no one gets swept into the waiting tide that USA has to overwhelm this comp.
Hydran will do great work from the high ground, especially because Mexico doesn't have any of those hit scans to deal with them, though that backline was hacked of Ultraviolet. The peel is there immediately from Rupel and the rest of Team USA, though Momo eventually will track down Ultraviolet with the Zuck and the aggressive orb as well, but Hydran and Aspire combined together for two, but Sofa is ready to go. In the dojo side, Aspire, though, still is there with Super, clean up the rest of Mexico who was in that fight.
Yeah, good gatekeeping of that health pack to make sure that Hydron does not manage to refresh his health without that pocket coming through from Rupel. But unfortunately, Aspire is still very much alive and capable of taking down those players. Gonna make it so hard for Mexico to be able to approach. Bridge entirely closed off. If you want to try to pay the toll, it's gonna be blood with all of the knocks and environmental potential that USA has.
Mexico walking in. Castle has to touch that point, but loses a chunk of his HP as it looks for heals from Momo. Aspire just being a nuisance on that right flank as well. Spamming it out, but Troblux building up towards the EMP, ready to go. Aggressive, actually catches out Aspire. That might just be enough to give him that kill. Super did use the Wrecking Ball ultimate on the point as well to get the mines there to sustain. He also gets the nano boost from Ultraviolet to continue in this fight. Rupel also with the Resurrect, and Hydra comes in with the barrage as Super takes down Castle. The slam comes through, and Hydran's there in the white room to track though. Momo does trade it back with the nade, but unfortunately there's too much pressure. 90% on the board now. Mexico's trying to regroup with 92, 93%. They'll have Angel Volado to potentially touch, but he's already back at the side of the point because Aspire has pressured him away. Castle comes through with the touch. The touch actually came through from Troblux, who actually kills Rupel in the sky with the hack. Great work from him. Angel Volado as also gets the nano boost and is dueling Aspire, forces that recall back. Momo also gets that pick on the Hydran in the sky. So that's two for Mexico as they've regrouped towards that point. They have the main advantage. USA doesn't have a lot of ultimates. They commit the pulse bomb to get Castled out of mech, but he has that Diva Bomb to sustain. Aspire avoiding the hack with the blink as well. Just a great job at peeling on this point, really sustaining USA in this fight as now they've regrouped as 5. Aspire tries to go for the dive with Super, but Super gets chunked down incredibly low, but has that double pocket from Rupel on the side. He still has his team as Mexico's trying to regroup on the point, have to commit the beat drop just to win it, and they eventually do. Super is still here in this fight, and so is Team USA, but surely they'll have to back up.
They're going to have to back up, and they've got the hammer mines, true, but Troblux is going to have the Sombra mines, immediately uses the EMP to be able to clear them, so it doesn't manage to pick up any kills. Unfortunately, it created the distraction focal point so that Hydron's able to take the Ana down in the backline entirely uncontested, and now without that support, Mexico just do not have the sustainability to stand up to the burst potential that Echo has.
Oh, this is just ego challenge at this point. Looks like USA just want to keep running towards that point. Found Castle, commit the nano and Angel Volado as well. So even though USA were quote unquote losing a lot of these fights, they want to continue the pressure onto Mexico. Really make sure they make a statement win today. And it looks like they're doing so. Dropping the pulse bomb to zone out the Lucio player of Sofa. Aspire also used that recall has to back up. A lot of pressure being on USA's supports at the moment because of how aggressive Team USA in general are playing. Super goes incredibly low, but has the pocket from the Brigitte and the Ana, but Mexico's still strong. They still have a healthy team at the moment. Hydra, though, does go for the copy on the Ana, and Aspire finishes off Castle on the backside. Choblux does get Hydra on the backside, so that's one to give them the advantage, but Mexico cannot even touch because USA is just going constantly on their entire team, resulting in them winning round number 1.
The problem in that overtime fight was Hydron. Hydron occupies the entire backline for Mexico. Both Momo and Sopa are trying to deal and peel for each other when that Echo drops in to say hello, and that just leaves Castle, who came back on that Winston to be able to just stall the point for as long as possible for the team, vulnerable and incredibly easy to be able to take down. Mexico put up a pretty good fight, though, after just how fast that first fight went down. USA did have to swap off some of those experimental heroes to come through, as now we're going to head towards Control Center, and this is why you have Super in the driving seat. The Reinhardt is out on the field. That hammer is about to start swinging.
And Hydra on the Genji as well. I'd like to see Hydra be this really flexible player that he's become. Be able to play that Genji, you know, hit scan, pretty much can play everything at this point. Farah has a lot of those heroes in his hero pool. Mexico does drop down on USA, who are in that white room with their Amatra, and they find Super already incredibly aggressive by Mexico. Rotation down below. Now Hydra goes incredibly low, and Angel Volato finds him to give that 2K to Mexico, and the point goes in their favor first.
Gorgeous Wall coming through from Trobelix actually manages to separate Super from his backline, and because it literally touches the ceiling, Ripple is not able to use those extra boots from the Baptiste to be able to boost over and drop Immortality Field to keep the Rhine alive. Now Mexico, with control of these chokes, can try to work towards getting this Reaper close enough to be able to really use those shotguns to chunk this Rhine's health down, but there's just so much sustainability for USA at the moment.
Yeah, they really want to focus down Super, but Angel Volato gets pulse bombed by Aspire, who forced the fade early, and now the rest of Mexico collapses upon the pressure of Team USA. Fantastic recontest and pulse bomb from him to flip it back in their favor.
Hydron on that Cassidy is going to make this Reaper's life an absolute nightmare to try to find these first opening picks, as Aspire is literally just going to wait around that corner for someone from Mexico to fall low and be able to be one-clipped.
Just waiting for him. Momo still has that Coalescence. They have that first support ultimate on the field, but Hydron's heading back with the High Noon, so he could zone them back. Maybe let his supports build up, but it's just a shatter from Super on the front line. Shuts down any push from Mexico, who trying to commit the Coalescence right past the shield of Castle. They back up quickly, knowing this is a lost team fight.
They're going to be walking straight into a Deadeye, however. So all of that space that Castle is going to try to take with Annihilation is going to be shut down, but they don't even wait for Annihilation! USA getting so aggressive! Move forward and take Momo down, but Annihilation is here now! USA with Immortality Field, they're going to be able to sustain through it. And the Ant Matrix just means that they can chunk the ramp down no matter what.
Yeah, it's just over for them. You're going back to the spawn doors at this point, guys. 50% of the board for Team USA. They got a beat drop as well. And look, Moxie, they want to do another aggressive play. USA really going for the flank.
Oh, no.
Hydron over the left side, has Aspire with him. They wait for that backside, knowing there's a beat drop available. Tosses the nade on the distance after that change, but can roll back. A little bit of mobility back towards the rest of his team, and they fall back all the way, but they leave Super a bit extended into that Blizzard. Makes it back to the point to get the beat drop. It's perfect timing from him. Aspire goes incredibly low, but does save his life. On Angel Volato building that Death Blossom, needs to do it quickly. They do kind of collapse on the Hydra on the backside, forcing him out of this fight. Aspire has found Sopa, though. That's a great pick for USA in this fight. Also, Hydra combining on the Momo. This is the fight Mexico has to win right here and now, but with 90% of the board, they're just looking to get a recontest, and it's going to be dicey versus a High Noon of Hydron that's running to the spawn door. No Maywall to stop it, just the ice block. 96% desperation, Death Blossom, and what a dominant win for Team USA over Mexico.
I mean, that I think is the best way you can describe that Control Center. Decisive and dominant coming through from this team. They had something to prove. They knew it. They came out swinging. We knew when we saw the Super Reinhardt come through, they would be playing incredibly aggressive, but this was the thing about USA. The aggression was well placed. They knew how far they were able to push. Like you said, sometimes they did leave Super a little bit on his lonesome when he's going into something like a Blizzard, but that's the one thing that Reinhardt has over the Ram. If he gets caught in a Blizzard on his own, he still has the ability to be able to 180 and charge out of it, so he gets back to his team absolutely scot-free.
Sure. Yeah, maybe some of the better teams will be able to capitalize off that. Maybe to catch him on that mobility, like you mentioned, but obviously Super's a great player. So is the rest of Team USA. Really, anytime that Super would be, kind of baiting in Mexico, it seems like the backline or the DPS of Aspire and Hydra would always find that opening pick. And realistically, that's what's given USA such a large advantage so far. Obviously, that's just map 1. This is a first to 2. So realistically, Mexico still has a chance, but I would say that this is looking, even more dominant for USA than the Canada match for sure.
This is what we saw as well from that match of USA versus Canada. USA just continuing to just push and apply all of this pressure so the teams that they're up against don't get time to breathe, don't get time to be able to swap these compositions and build up ultimates, because if they have to swap up the composition, they're never getting a fully reset fight afterwards. They're never going to be able to match ultimate economy to what USA are coming in with. We didn't really get to see it here. On Guns, it was a lot closer, but when we went to Control Center, the ultimates, I mean, USA was just head and shoulders ahead of Mexico in terms of holding those up.
Yeah, it seems like their overall pressure is too much for Mexico to deal with. And Moxie, I'm going to ask you a bit of a difficult question here, because we had Super in on that last map. For Team USA, obviously they just got a massive amount of fantastic talent compared to other regions that are maybe talent starved. USA just has, Super here in the game. They got Kaluj on the bench, and same for, DPS Speedily, and then also OG on the bench as well. It seems like USA have a lot of fantastic talent. Do you think that, the decision, first of all, it's hard. You think you could run Super as your just main tank for the entire tournament? Or, is Kaluj, you're just going to keep subbing him in back and forth with their Matra? Or do you think that USA just in a great spot anyways?
If we were a couple of metas back and we were just in the middle of Rhine Rush versus Rhine Rush, absolutely Super gets to just be a mainstay on this team. But we've seen that so many of these tanks just have to be incredibly flexible. And here's the thing, it's going to work in this region, but when USA qualify, if they qualify into all competing against all of the other regions, well, we've seen what happens when a Reinhardt has to go up against a pocketed Pharah team, right? What's he gonna do? He's just gonna have to hold a shield and hope that his team are going to be able to deal with someone like Yazan playing for Saudi Arabia, or from some of these other teams that are fielding towards, APAC regions where they're running that Winston, and Winston literally just gets to cycle the mobility around the Reinhardts. When the Reinhardt wants to go aggressive, surprise, his backline is being jumped on by a monkey, and he has absolutely no sustain.
Disgusting work too by Aspire in that last game. 8,200 damage done. Fantastic player in general, and they as well have to make a difficult decision as well with Sugar Free too. It seems like for Team USA, between Aspire and him, it's so funny because Sugar Free started off the year as well in Overwatch League playing a lot of Tracer, and now Aspire has really proven that he has his own great Tracer. So realistically, it's like this new, what do you think of this like new hyper kind of style of a lot of these new breed of like Overwatch players, Moxie, that are really trying to be that most flexible player that they can be, playing the Tracer, playing the Genji like Hydra did in the last map? Is this like the way we're going in Overwatch, for you to see to have that hyper flexibility like these players like Aspire do?
I feel like it is, right? Because you look at things like the Cassie, who just shuts down so many different heroes. If you're running that Tracer and it's just the Tracer, that nade can be absolutely devastating, especially with Overwatch, where meta is very much determined on where in the map you're actually going to be taking these fights. You don't have the ability to be able to swap different players in, but you do have the ability to be able to swap the heroes that you're running through. So take a map like Nambani, which, great topic segue actually, it's going to be the second map that we're going into. The meta that you start this map off with is going to be entirely different to the composition that you finish the map off with, because when you're attacking, point A is all about high ground control, being able to push the defenders off it, being able to approach somewhere like close side without taking some of those early hits from a defensive Ashe, Cassidy, or even Hanzo. But then in point C, if you lose a single fight, you're not getting that echo safely back in, so you're going to be running things like the Tracer or the Sombra, who are very quickly able to break chokes on their own and create those flank angles, which allows the distraction for the rest of your team to move through.
And you mentioned the Hanzo as well for this potential map. And, yesterday we saw a little bit on how Velato's Hanzo, but today he was just locking the Reaper versus Team USA. You would think that we would maybe want to see it a bit more, see a little bit of that Hanzo, see a little bit of that hits game potentially come out, Moxie?
I would hope so, honestly. Like, I know why they went for the Reaper. They're trying to just brawl, but also sustain. Reaper is incredibly tanky with his health pool, but he's also pretty hard for balls for Wrecking Ball to be able to properly dislodge, right? If you pile drive, well, you're just going to Ray Form, you can TP out of a lot of those knocks off. So if you're worried about going bridge, at least you're going to be able to, on paper, hypothetically, still have that second angle to be able to distract USA. Obviously, it didn't quite work out that way because a lot of poke phase coming through when Hydron swapped towards the Echo means that the Reaper doesn't really get the distance to be able to shoot from. But again, that's where player flexibility comes into play.
Right, yeah, maybe he can make that swap over to it. But this time, Moxie, if I'm not mistaken, since they're on the defensive side, they're playing that Echo with the Ana and the Brigitte.
Are we going to talk about the DPS lineup for USA? I mean, they tweeted it yesterday.
Oh my god, man. Oh my god. What did they do?
They did say that they would maybe put Sleeper in on the Genji, and you know what? Here it is.
Man, what are they doing, man? Come on, man. We got really Super Matthew Luisi on the Genji now, too? Okay. All right. I mean, he's done it before in the Overwatch League, and people will, you know, say he's a great Genji player, but I guess for a team like Mexico, why not try it, right?
Well, they're going to have a little bit of a hard time considering Treblex on that Echo is not going to have hits, can try and shut them down. Good anti landing onto Hydron immediately. That is the respect that Mexico are trying to demand from USA's composition at the moment.
How did I notice Hydron was on Winston? The Super Genji took over. Aspire, by the way, has found on Velada. Treblex has killed him. Oh my god, slept again. Momo, by the way, has been a standout for Mexico. Really does a great job hitting those sleeps, doing a lot of damage. Super tries to play the bubble. Around that, has that Mercy pocket as well, and USA is rotated around that point. The nade does connect on the Super, and he's removed from the game back to the spawn door. Ultraviolet, who was on that Mercy, by the way, has to leave as well. Hydron gets picked off. Rupal also gets rid of Castled, and USA maybe doing a little bit of trolling in this one, huh?
Yeah, the problem is that Genji always works best in Winston compositions when you're able to dash through those low health targets, and Mexico's composition is incredibly mobile. They're trying to go for Momo, but immediately we just see that swap through in the Briggs positions to be able to play next to the Ana, use the Brig Flail to knock these players back, but that Echo going down opens up a lot of space for USA's DPS to work with.
I just can't believe that. Okay, now they set it Hydron with the nano boost. This is just the Aspire show, right? The rest of the USA trying to play around him. They got 2 ticks now on the board. Castle with the nano boost tries to create some space, but the pulse bomb connects, and the Brigitte is removed. See you later, Paulette. Back to the spawn door you go. Aspire down to 6 HP, uses that recall as Castle on the point is trying to find some value with the Primal Rage, but through the Valkyrie, there might be just too much damage to deal with at the moment. Castle out of the Primal now has no assistance, in Hydron and the rest of USA are there on Hovalato. Unfortunately, whips the pulse bomb. Ultraviolet whips out the Glock, and they've given up the point. And USA will continue on to the streets phase.
No one touches. And I mean,
no, we cannot. There's no way we could like actually analyze what's USA is hard trolling. They've got Aspire on the Tracer. It's just hard carrying them at the moment, and they're just outskilling them. This is a skill differential moment.
I mean, we're going to follow along Super's POV. I would expect when he goes for this plate, he doesn't have the nano boost. So what I'm hoping is going to happen is that he dashes in, and then Paulette's going to pop that rally. And we're going to see Ultra White Brigitte come into play against Ultra
Stay
Violet
on Super
Boost.
Genji. Please stay on Super POV. Let's see if the blade works out.
It's not Paulette. The Briggs gone. Here comes Blade for sure.
Oh no, Aspire also got traded out. The Super hold on to it for now. He's still waiting for the rest of his team. Mexico rotates towards that cart, dashes away, playing his life very intelligently. Also has that pocket from Ultraviolet with the damage boost. He's ready to go whenever. Notices Momo's at the back. Still has that sleep cooldown. Maybe they wanted to bait it out with the Primal Rage from Hydron. There's that sleep dart already used. That opportunity for USA is there to use Super Matthew Delisi's Genji Blade, but they don't even need to because Aspire is there on the low ground to find Chobolux. Incoming nano boosted Winston is slept by Rupal on the low ground. Still trying to find him though because of the cooldowns reduced from that sleep dart. It's just Super in this fight. He's lost both Aspire and Rupal. Goes to the back line, trying to find Momo, but the Brigitte's there. He's found the melee kill. The rally is now popped. Has the Valkyrie, commits the blade. It's a 2K for Super on the Genji Blade. Comes back down onto the Reaper on the payload, but is dodging, bobbing, weaving, and eventually is found. So at the end of the day, USA Get the resurrect onto Hydran as well. There's only 3 meters left to go. The Primal Rage from Castle, though, should push off USA in this fight. They commit the nano boost on Hydran. Notice the USA just throwing in ultimate after ultimate. They really just want to continue this pressure on Mexico, make sure they feel a lot of that pressure from them. The Death Blossom from Trouble Locks hits absolutely nobody. Has to fade back towards that card as well as Fire still hands that pulse ready to go. On Hell has found Rupel on the back line as well. Great job from him to keep Mexico in this. Maybe staving off USA for now.
Yeah, gorgeous bubble from Hydron. Blocks so much damage from that Death Blossom, nullifying it entirely as a Spire. Sits on the bottom, the only ultimate Team USA have to work with for now. And Helvalado also going to have one of their own, but Mexico just not getting it in to be able to get the Tracer to use it. There it is. Hydron pushes forward too aggressive. They don't have the nano boost to be able to put onto the Winston to save him when it detonates. And Mexico should be able to push back USA.
Yeah, slowly but surely they're doing it, USA. Walk in now, have that pulse bomb ready to go. Hydron as well. Sitting with that Primal Rage in just a moment at 92%. Aspire trying to take a bit of that flank space as well. Mexico still playing at the back, ready to dive, but that nano boost. Castle goes in, has the nano, does not get slept this time, and in fact he kills Ultraviolet, who's popping the Valkyrie. That's exactly what you want to see as Mexico. Trouble Dodos go down to Aspire. A super is found in Hell. Missed pulse bomb from Aspire should give them some opening here, but Hydron with the Primal Rage. Let's see his Winston mechanics and see if this is less of a troll and more of a strategic pick. Unfortunately for him, that Primal will run out. The blade still available for Super. No nano boost to go along with it, so it's going to be a dry blade. Mexico on the low ground has built Castle's Primal Rage again. Castle has been really impactful for Mexico. They go in, all ready for that dive. Goes incredibly low with Hydron. He got anti-grenaded by Momo. Castle and Momo combined to take off Hydron early. And now, USA, 53 seconds left. Do they want to commit in the ultimates? They have to wait for another member of the team to get back.
Hydron's coming back in on the Junker Queen to be able to collapse in a little bit fast. Queen to be able to collapse in a little bit faster. Super still sitting on this point, gets so low. Has to use that dash to get back to the rest of his team. Can't use it to be able to come in, and that allows Powlat to be able to build this rally. Was ineffective at dealing with Blade the last time. This time, Super needs to take that break low before he gets the Blade.
You know what they built? They've also built the Nano. Nano Blade ready to go. Hydron has to go through to touch that cart. Uses the shout to sustain. Nano just about ready. There it is from Rupel. Super dash there, gets the Nano, dashes onto the Brigitte. That potentially gets in even through the rally. Ready to go into Momo, who eventually had to sleep. Hits him with the nade, but he gets the 2K. Castle, meanwhile, on the backside has already found 3K, and then comes back for Super. The dive from Mexico is far stronger than for Mexico, or for USA, and Hydron's just the last alive. Uses the shout, can sustain, just in the 1 versus 2. Uses the axe, but cannot touch the payload. So Mexico will stop USA in the streets phase, and my God, Moxie, what the hell are USA doing?
Okay, let's be honest here, Dustin. This right now, this matchup, it's not a fight for qualification. This is a fight, a demand for respect. Mexico, if they lose to Team USA when they're off-rolling, I can only imagine what's going to be said from Team USA on social media. They need to win this map. They need to be able to prove that Team USA are not just the strongest team in this group, but they're the strongest team in this group still when they're off-rolling.
Yeah, if they lose this, I mean, it's Day of the Den, you know? I mean, it's just not great for them to lose this. I don't know. I'm sorry, Mox. I can't.
So dark.
Well, no, that's a holiday, right? It's anyway.
Yeah, it's a celebration.
Yeah, celebration of the day. Yeah, exactly. It's just, it would not be a celebration today, though, if they lose this in this final. Their attacking side, they look good. Castle look amazing on the Winston.
Oh yeah,
Momo.
those primals.
Oh, for sure.
The juggles coming through to make sure that USA were as disrupted as possible. I mean, Powlat as well. Unfortunately, we've all been there in that position where as a support, you are literally just forced to play ultimate chicken and wait for the opposing DPS to use that Genji blade, whether or not you're a Zenyatta with that Transcendence, whether or not you're a Brig with that newfound rally with the stun. You have to wait for the other team to make that move first, and as a result, USA were able to make sure that Mexico had to hold on to it for as long as possible. But here we go, Super onto a different Shimada. This is Hanzo better than his Genji.
We'll see. We'll see. This is like a situation where a plat player would be like, you know, sitting on his computer. No, personally, I wouldn't take that. Nice anti-grenade on Ultraviolet, and Super removes those two immediately. So the answer to your question is no, Moxie. In fact, he got shut down within the first few seconds. Mexico rotating towards that point will then be against USA. Aspire goes incredibly low, is picked off by Angel Vallado as well, forcing Hydron all the way back, and Mexico with a pretty clean point 8.
Yeah, that entire dive was literally just thousands of Mexican voices shouting, demanding respect from Team USA as Angelvalado does go down early into this next fight, allowing Super full control of corner to be able to spam these arrows straight in to a regrouping Mexico who have to wait as Trovolux, now so close to duplication, just doesn't have the room to be able to freely disguise his position and look for the drop onto these squishy plays in the back.
Super spamming out the back line. Castle on the cart. Ready to go for that dive from Mexico with the poke now. Trovolux needs those healing, or needs a bit of healing from his Brigitte. Ready to go with that nano boost dive as well. To Super aware of that potential nano dive. Here it comes. Immediately, Sleep Dart is available. The Spire's already found Half a There's the sleep. Nice sleep as well, right as the arrow hits, so he doesn't get woken up as well. Now comes from that left side flank. Gets castled as well with a not fully charged shot. Copy came through from Trovolux to try to give Mexico the advantage, but they've already found one. Oh my god. Midair shot onto the Echo. I mean, we're going to see a highlight reel of Super Moxie, but I'm telling you, this is going to be the most whelming highlight reel I'll ever see.
This is where Echo really pulls off significantly. This is what we're talking about, right? The team and composition that you start off Nambani with is not going to be the composition you finish it with, because Echo just so vulnerable in that skybox, hardly any room and building to be able to play and disguise your position around. It's going to swap off the Echo onto that Sombra, but I mean, Super's gonna have the Sonics. He's gonna be able to figure out where the Sombra flanks in from. It's all about the dive coordination now from Mexico.
He's been in the same spot the whole game. He's just sitting above the bus. I feel like whenever we switch to Aspire for POV, we're watching like that guy sweating on the computer, like, and then the other guy's just like, just dancing around, do whatever he wants, drops the Dragon Strike down below, looking for that backline. Mexico is around the bus, does have that Sombra, but Trovolux looking for Aspire, who's looking for that duel on Angel. The right side, but he's focused by the entirety of Mexico on the front line, who is still healthy. Has that rally to go. He dropped the pulse bomb as well. Unfortunately, does not kill anybody because the nano boost onto Super to sustain him. He kills Castle with the Sonic Arrow, so Castle's no longer here, who had the Primal Rage too. Surely will force Mexico to reset temporarily.
Super's literally just getting the 5-star treatment at the moment. So much resources from Team USA to keep him topped up and healthy, so that, like you said, he can literally just hold this angle on bus and continue to apply all of this pressure onto Mexico as they walk around that corner. Nano boost now onto Castle to force him off of it. No nano boost this time. The hack onto RuPaul to make sure they're not able to meet him and keep him alive, as now we see the dive to come through. Mexico finally able to break around that first corner.
And so we'll jump back to his team. Nice Primal Rage from him, who got sticky afterwards. Getting that off. EMP dive now here comes through with that dive from Mexico. The bolt, the Diva Bomb is there, but the bubble is too strong. They could not break it in time. Perfect bubble from Castle. And the rally was there. The counter the Diva Bomb. It's just Super, Matthew Delisi, and Aspire back towards the point. A hack comes through onto Aspire on the cart and can't even touch. And Moxie, Mexico is taking a map 1-1. Going to map 3. First map 3 of the tournament.
They see the challenger of the off-roll. They see off the challenger of the off-roll.
Moxie, this is why you don't do 2 trolls, right? 1 off-roll, I get it. Having Super on the Genji, sure. But then why put Hydra on the way? Like, this is, you can't do 2. 2's too many. 1's good, 2's too many.
What would you say? Would you advise the Super comes in on the Genji and then they play Kaluge?
Yes, yeah. But that's exactly what it is, though. Yeah, exactly. You don't agree? I mean, this.
No, I agree. I agree. And honestly, like for Mexico, I'm so happy.
For sure.
I am so happy that they're able to see that challenge off, because you know that would play havoc with the players' heads. And when you're in such a stressful position of knowing that 3 groups qualify from your team, that you're up against USA and Canada, and Puerto Rico is breathing down your necks as a potential competitor as well. You need to show that you're strong. You can't afford to show any of these teams' weaknesses, because everyone is going to be watching these videos. Every single team is going to be looking at those VODs and going, write that down, write that down. They're not able to handle this. This looks a little bit weaker. This is something that we can expose and take advantage of. And Mexico, they survive the test that USA throw in their path. Hopefully when we head into map number 3, we're going to see the roles reversed and back in their rightful places.
You mentioned everybody looking back at the VODs, Moxie. This is like, dude, the USA is putting a target on their back with this. I got to be honest with you. Like, I like this. I'm a big fan of what USA just did there. Absolutely hard, putting Hydra on the Winston, Super on the Genji. That's what Overwatch is all about. You know, Gator, the coach, Jada, as I call him. No, I'm like that, yeah. Me and Jada, you know, obviously do a bit of trolling on the Atlanta Reign. We would do at points versus the Toronto Defiant, would just not even touch the point just to sustain the game out, make it as brutal for them as possible. And it's just all in fun and games. But let me tell you, the community does not like that. The community in general is going to be like, okay, you're target number one. We don't like you now. Okay, USA, you tried to troll versus the beloved Mexico. You tried to run Hydra on Winston Super on Genji, and guess what? It did not work. So I would not be surprised if USA maybe upsteady spaghetti some people, Mox.
I mean, we talked about flexibility of players, but yeah, I'm with you on this one. It's a little bit of a troll. I love it. It's more than a little bit of a troll.
It's a lot of
It's like such a troll that you could literally put a bridge over it and mark it Numbani as Li Jiang.
No way, man. There's simply no analysis we could do. We just have to see that round number 3. And you think they lock Hydra on the Winston again and Super on the Genji, Moxie?
No. No, and here's why. USA don't want to be defeated. Right?
Oh, yeah.
It's all fun and games on that second map. Well, you can still take that win on map number 3. But when the quote-unquote golden stage comes into question, USA are not going to hold back. They want a 100% win rate, and they are going to do everything in their power, including putting their players on the rightful roles to achieve that.
If I'm Mexico, I am mad.
You got play of the game.
What the hell is this? It was the 2K, all right. I mean, this was a sick melee through the shield, right? Because you don't
and
stop
then he
it.
cancels the rally as well. So I mean,
yeah, it was cool, but you know, like I said, if I'm Mexico, I'm absolutely mad right now. The fact that USA just trying to put Hydra on Winston, Genji as well in the lobby. I mean, I bet you don't sit down and take this lightly. Mexico just got pretty much memed on by USA, almost punked on, but they fought it back. And, you know, I'm sure Mexico going to this next map, I'm sure that they are all ready to go. Because if you look on the opposite side, Monks, the USA is probably barely even woken up. They probably woke up, what time is it now? It's 5:16. They probably didn't even scrim for this match. They probably woke up out of bed, rolled up. Super's like, I guess I'll just go pub stomp Mexico. I guess I'll just wake up and come roll them. But in this situation, you know, Mexico might be ready to go, more getting those warm-ups ready to go for this match, you know, getting their team prepared, getting all ready. And I feel like USA, you know, I'm obviously putting words in their mouth, but I would not be surprised if they were taking Mexico lightly.
I love that you literally ask me, rhetorically, of course, whether or not I know the time in America right now. No, Dustin, I don't know the time in between all 15 bazillion of your different times.
It's 5:17, or in European terms, that would be, is that 17? Wait a second, that would be 1700, right? Because it's like a military term. Am I wrong? No, wait. 17. Yeah, that would be 17. It would be 17 o'clock.
1700 is 5.
Why do you guys do that? Why? It's 5 p.m. Yeah, it's 5 p.m. and not. Yeah. So why do you do 1700? Why are we going to the thousands, dude? It's 5
okay. Well,
PM.
the more important question is, what time is it in Toronto? Because that's where we're headed next.
Okay,
so we're going
let me go
through.
While you do some analysis, I'll look up what time it is in Toronto right now.
There you go, a little peek behind the curtains. As Dustin is hastily going to use an unnamed search engine.
Moxie, it's 8:18. It's 8:18. I just want to let you know it's 8:18 in Toronto, Canada at the moment.
Yes. The more pressing question, can that search engine answer what roles are USA going to be playing on? In fact, maybe we can hit up Team Canada right now and ask Magic Maple whether or not it looks likely that the Team USA are going to be actually playing on the roles that the players are suited for. What's that? Answer seems most likely. Well, yes, I would agree.
Oh my God, man. I'm still in shock and awe at the moment, but we are going to this map, the Queen Street. Obviously going to be our third map. And Moxie, I mean, what a way that we see this map number 3 so far in the World Cup. I mean, what a way to do it, right? It's very surprising that a game with Mexico versus USA would go to this, huh?
For a second, I worried. I saw Super in the lineup and I was like, they're not doing it again. Surely. No, Super is going to be tanking. Hydron and Aspire are going to be on the DPS. And we can have a look and try and figure out what exactly it is that they're going to be running. It does look like Super is going to be rocking out on that Wrecking Ball, as Mexico going to be fielding Dive of their own, that Winston alongside Momo on the Moira. It does put a lot more emphasis on Castle being able to survive that jump back, given that Moira unfortunately doesn't have the ability to be able to heal the Winston midair like the Ana, but the Moira in comparison to the Ana has a lot more survivability on her own.
Aspire. We're going, the Tracer has been that star player for USA so far. Hydra breaks the translocator of Turbulence. Meanwhile, he has to back out of there as well because he takes that pressure from Angel Volato. Cart really not controlled by anybody but Castle.
USA understands as well, gets targeted. That hack combination alongside the Spire with the follow-up just does not allow him to fade out. But Angel Volato is actually going to be on stream and gets the stick onto Ultraviolet as well. USA down that Ana, now moving on to the Zen. If he can take down Ripple at the same time, that's going to be huge for this team.
Super's back for the pill. Angel Volato looking like the next Bleach supervillain. Looking for RuPaul in the back line. He's doing a great job zoning it out to make sure he gets away from Angel. Angel patiently waited. Super was hacked. Now drops the Wrecking Ball mines in the cart, but he's killed in the air by Mexico, who drops the Coalescence. But Momo is hacked during it, like you mentioned, Moxie, but they're still healthy, so it's not that big of a deal for now. Mexico are up a man in this fight. Aspire still has that pulse bomb, waiting over the top side, looking for that Moira to use that fade before he commits it, or he could use it on the Lucio. But he's peeled out by Angel Volato. Perfect timing into the EMP, though, from Hydra. An amazing setup from him. That was a 3-man EMP on the Mexico. Castle goes incredibly low, and USA have control of the robot again.
Silver lining, Sopa doesn't have to wait for USA to make that first move and commit the EMP before they're going to be able to use that sound barrier. And as a result, Mexico in this next fight can use it, play aggressively off of the opportunity that their Sombra can set into their path. Just has to be careful. However, as RuPaul is going to need to be hit by the Sombra ultimate so close to Transcendence, which can just keep USA safe through.
Where did he go? With the EMP, but like you said, that Transcendence from RuPaul is going to be deadly. Next sort of deal with the beat drop engage from Mexico. Sopa uses it. A nice hack, actually. EMP connects onto Aspire in the window. On the low ground, however, it doesn't find any direct value in terms of kills. Troblux, though, has that healing orb to move forward. Also, Nano Boost and Primal Rage committed from Castle, while Nano Boost was used onto RuPaul to save him from that dive. Meanwhile, now has to use that Transcendence as Castle commits the Primal Rage. Mexico goes incredibly low during this fight. We'll see if they can sustain. But Ultraviolet DPSing in RuPaul as well. We talked about this back line, and they do it again. 2K for Ultra and 1 for RuPaul.
Oh, the backline, like you said, is perfect. Ultraviolet nanos RuPaul, who doesn't actually have to use Transcendence to deal with that EMP. That's what Mexico were trying to force out, and as a result, Angel Volato, when he finds that stick onto RuPaul or goes for it, RuPaul still has the ultimate to be able to keep that Zen alive, and as a result, Discord Orb just tanks Mexico's entire health line with that extra 25% damage that they take. And it's going to be USA looking to pick up those early checkpoints.
Momo is hacked early already, hacked again. Now can drop that Coalescence because of it. Meanwhile, hack on.
Trying to hack, but USA makes the first move. EMP connects onto Castles, but Hydra is the one that follows it up. You don't need no burst damage if your Sombra can just absolutely shred with the nail gun.
Ultraviolet trying to back up into this right side to play around that health pack with Aspire. I mean, it's too hard to deal with that. That is a very crucial health pack to hack, by the way.
Sopa's on the brig. They're understanding that Aspire and Hydron are just able to just chunk through this backline the second that they show up with that Discord, allowing them to get so much more damage done. The Troblux is able to actually spot out Hydron, and this is going to have to be Mexico making sure that USA doesn't find that trade, backing off, giving up a little bit of space, but there it is. Troblux bit off a little bit too much to chew, and RuPaul takes him down.
Yeah, this is a problem with New Queen Street, is that some of these really good teams know how to play it so well. You just back up after losing a member. Doesn't matter how aggressive you go. Robot's still in an unfavorable position for Mexico. Now they have to group around this card again, which has made it all the way to the checkpoint. Yet again, Aspire still waiting at that force bomb. Angel Volato has his own, looking for Aspire. The double pocket on him with the orb and the anti-healing. Angel waiting for that dive with Castle. Castle had to take that space, but he loses his life because of it on the right side. Sticks the pulse bomb, though, into RuPaul, but it's immediately nanoed. So the value is removed, and the rest of Mexico will collapse to USA on the front line with 4 minutes and 22 seconds left. USA control the robot again.
They've got Transcendence as well to be able to deal with follow-up from this EMP, but I mean, Mexico don't really have the damage burst to be able to play off of it. This is the problem when you're running Tracer Sombra. EMP lasts so little time, and you don't have something that can just chunk these players down like a Cassidy or Hanzo. As EMP comes through, but where's the follow-up? They don't even need to use Transcendence. This is the second time USA have been EMP'd and sat on a Zen ult.
And Aspire came back and dealt with Angel Volato with the orb as well. able to get that kill. Castle on the front line has killed RuPaul, though, who was committing that Transcendence later, obviously. Now results in Castle finding those two as well. Maybe he'll have to use Primal if it gets too low, but no. As the healing from his supports, and slowly but surely, Mexico's working way back in this. Momo does get killed by Hydron on the backside, however. So we'll have to wait for him to get back on the spawn, but Mexico's have to control the robot again.
Primal and Rally available for Mexico, so sustainability, but unfortunately not a lot of kill potential to come through, especially because USA is still just sitting on so much zoning. Both that EMP, the Pulse Bomb, and the Hammer Mines. In Mexico, they take too long. USA get to make the first move.
But a sleep guard came through, looked like it, onto his Spire. Fantastic. Momo's been so good. Unfortunately, did die. So did Sopa to Super. Backline gone from Mexico. Don't have any healing. And again, now Mexico's starting to look shell-shocked. Canceled. Desperately tries to get back to his team. USA have control of the robot again. They have 3 ultimates, by the way. USA building up to the Nano as well. EMP desperately should be built for Chobalox, who is hacked Super, forcing him off that robot for now. Meanwhile, Chobalox is hacked on the left side by Hydron. The dive comes through, so he has to translocate back. Hydron goes low, though. Down to pretty much 10 HP. Has to back up to his team, but it's Rupert to find Chobalox, commit the Transcendence immediately afterwards. Fantastic work from him. One of the best flex supports in the world. He killed Chobalox there on that backside. Castle now tries to regroup with his team, but he's tracked down by USA, who are going forward in dominant fashion. And what a sticky from Aspire! Oh my God, 2K and USA continue to push this robot forward.
Mexico going to have to wait for the full regroup. As we can see, Aspire's going for that spy check, trying to figure out whether Sombra's EMP is going to come through. Most likely, however, it's going to be held in the pocket until we see Super invest these Hammer Mines. But no, Mexico get aggressive. And again, there's just no follow.
They're setting it RuPaul like he's Jonah. Nano boosts him, takes that EMP, and slams down 2. Make it 3, RuPaul. Why not get the 5K? Give him a 4. He's popping the heck off, and we still have a Spire POV. But it doesn't matter because they're about to close out on Mexico. And Hopalato did get the Pulse Bomb onto Ultra. The Spire's gone. Now's your chance, buddy. RuPaul, let's see if you can close it out. It's incredibly hard, the situation they're in, but he's doing it. He's got 5 at the moment with the healing orb onto his Sombra. Super is integrated, and they slowly have to back up because we're on push, and the spawn doors are far too close.
But Mexico have such a mountain to climb, Dustin. USA nearly full push. They essentially touch Mexico's spawn doors, and Mexico are going to have to actually equalize their distance. And it's going to be soon into overtime. USA with this EMP can literally just wait for Mexico to invest these ultimates to win the next fight and just steamroll through them with attrition.
The Nano, though, EMP built up soon. No, Chobos has to translocate back. Meanwhile, Nano committed from Momo onto Castle. The dive has been incredibly telegraphed, so USA at this point really know what Castle is trying to do. Meanwhile, they go with their own EMP on the Momo, who was committed. That Nano boost had to set up an aggressive position to make sure he's close enough to dive on the backline, but that resulted in him losing his life. And now USA try to regroup, get some healing onto Hydron as well, who has been playing ultra greedy, but it works out for them because they're looking for that backline. Super is hacked, though, and Angel Volato came back for the peel. 30 seconds left now, and a lot of distance to go. Over 100 meters. And USA is in a very defensible position. EMP from... Yeah, EMP from Chobalox forces that Transcendence, though, from RuPaul. It's there in time to save his team. A nice Primal from Castle. The Boopal exploded off the map, but Aspire came back and get that kill onto Castle. Meanwhile, Aspire has to play around that statue, avoid the Pulse Bomb from Angel, who now has the Discord orb on him and gets ran over by both Hydron and that Zenyatta of RuPaul. 22 seconds left. Pulse Bomb here as well onto the bus station, and they touch the cart. Mexico touches the cart to bring us into overtime. Castle will eventually make it back, but USA at the end of the day win the series versus Mexico in the group stages 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, look at why USA take that final fight as well. They make sure that as little players from Mexico can try and tap that objective as possible. As we're not gonna have.
Called it too early. Sorry, my bad, guys. My bad. Called it a little too early.
You got a little bit excited, but I mean, USA. When they want to play, they really do play. Like I said, when we move into that map 3 and they can potentially take an L, not just one map, but a series, they are going to show up and be entirely serious. And we saw the entirely serious show of USA just using RuPaul on that Zenyatta, punishing the fact that there was no mirrors on. So there's no way of being able to just counter Discord for Discord. And then just with that damage reduction as well and the nano boost, unkillable, essentially. RuPaul got turned into the Terminator at the end of that map.
Fantastic work from him, and we'll have to speak to Ash now to break everything down. Welcome back, Ash, our lovely host. It's good to speak to you again.
Thank you so much. What an interesting match that we just witnessed between these two teams. I do like that Mexico in map number 2, though, on Numbani, didn't allow Team USA to actually run that troll composition, very much so taking that power back into their own hands. And like you were saying, Moxie, demanding that respect.
Yeah, I mean, no one wants to lose to a troll pick, right? No one. And so for Mexico, they can be happy they were able to take one map off of USA. They were also able to really stand up too, in terms of those more serious compositions. And we saw in that first map of Gardens, it went pretty close to the wire where they were able to adapt around the composition that USA ran out with.
Yeah, and overall, though, Team USA, I mean, in the first match that we saw there on Lijiang Tower, they did look really strong. Dustin, you were saying even stronger than how they looked versus Team Canada yesterday. But walk me through what happened in map 3. How did Mexico kind of come back and start to make it a tighter series?
Well, yeah, in map number 2, they just came back because they put Hydra onto Winston and they put Super on Genji. I mean, that's the overall explanation I can give you. Genji's Super's a tank player, obviously, and then you got Hydra, who's a DPS player on Winston. That's goofy as heck, and luckily Mexico obviously did stave it off there. But obviously on the map number 3, they slowly worked things together. They were getting those dives off, but at a certain point when your really only play is on Hell Velato, just go kill, or sand castled in with a nano boost, go do something. It just gets too easy to understand, and at a certain point USA just read them like a book, and it was too difficult.
I mean, it's not just that, but when you look at what the win condition was with Angel Velato trying to coordinate that dive alongside Roblox onto Sombra, RuPaul comes into the equation on that Zen. Trace's health is already an absolute sliver compared to some heroes in Overwatch. 150. If you get just slightly tapped by a Zen volley, you're gone within seconds. But then you add that Discord orb on, especially given the fact that Roblox, if he gets found out in that Sombra and the Discord orb gets landed on his head, it's really easy to be able to tell where you're trying to disengage from. So all of the bite in this dive and the aggression that Mexico wanted to show was entirely taken away by that Zen staying alive for as long as possible, which is why we saw USA invest so much on peeling for that Zen and making sure that RuPaul and the Discords had as much uptime as possible.
And into that third map, then, would you say, Dustin, that do you think Mexico would have maybe had a bit more success if they were a bit more flexible in their compositions or in those plays like Moxie was just talking about?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I'll be a little bit of a Debbie Down here. I just feel like USA kind of we're just the better team, honestly. I mean, maybe, yeah, with some flexibility. If we're looking at Raspen and Strauss here, I think that they could have thrown maybe Angel onto something else like the Hanzo or something, maybe something like that. But yeah, I just think that overall they just got outmatched.
I mean, that's all fair to say, right? With the fact that Team USA is the reigning champion of the most recent, that being a couple years ago, Overwatch World Cup, we have that anticipation coming out from this team. Meanwhile, Team Mexico, these players not as decorated, not as familiar here within the Overwatch community. So that's also a big difference in that experience, even though Nomi is heading them as that coach there, Moxie.
Yeah, so I think, honestly, the problem is that USA, like you said, with all of that experience and also these players who are playing at Overwatch League level, they have an understanding when you swap off, because when you swap, you do counter one thing that's being run, but that then drains resources that you have to be able to deal with other things. For instance, if they did try to go for that mirror onto the Zen, they couldn't really, because you would just be overrun by the Tracer and the Sombra. That's why we saw them go for the best of both worlds: survivability, a lot of peel, but also the ability to be able to defend yourself with the Kiriko, which is, in my opinion, the best swap that they could have made.
All really good points to take note of for this Mexican team going into the future of the remainder of this week, right? But we do have an interview right on the other side of this break. When we're back, we'll be here with Angel Velato. Welcome back, everybody, to the Overwatch World Cup here in the Americas region. We just saw Team Mexico go 1-2 versus Team USA. And I have an interview here alongside with me being Angel Volado. GG's. And I was just wondering, Angel, how are you feeling? Were you nervous going into this matchup against Team USA?
Hello. First, thank you for the interview. And to answer your question, yes, so we were really nervous, especially the first map, and that definitely affected us on our performance.
I mean, to be fair, Team USA is definitely a monster of a team to beat here. One of the top contenders, especially within the Americas region alone, right? So I was actually curious, with Nomi being the coach for Team Mexico, I was wondering what kind of experience you feel he brings to the table, especially with the fact that, you ended up facing up against Super, and that was, I think, a bit of a surprise to see him subbing in, and Nomi has a history playing on San Francisco Shock with him as well.
Yeah, as you said, the Team USA, all Overwatch League players, plenty of experience, and much respect to all of them. And as of Nomi, yeah, I feel like our team learned a lot throughout these months. In his experience definitely helped us, and I think it really showed.
Yeah, I'm really glad to hear that you guys have a coach like Nomi backing you up and whatnot. So were you guys anticipating, I guess, Super actually subbing in today, or were you expecting to play up against maybe Sugar Free instead?
It was actually a surprise to see Super. We were expecting Coluche to play in Sugar Free, but yeah, it got us a surprise.
Did that shake up, I guess, the preparation that you guys had done, anticipating Coluche and Sugar Free instead, leading into today's matchup?
A little bit, but I think we warmed up and we prepared mentally. I wouldn't say that much.
Well, that's good to hear at the very least. And my last big question for you, I guess, is despite how the scoreline ended up panning out here for this particular matchup, you still showed impeccable individual prowess as a player within your mechanics, and that was a big reason as to why you were one of the top 3 team MVPs that we ended up showcasing earlier today within the pre-show. So I wanted to give you this opportunity to, I guess, tell us a little bit about your story and how you got here playing for Team Mexico and just your journey within Overwatch in general.
First, thank you for the compliments and the MVP. As of my story, I started playing Overwatch on console back in 2017, and well, I have always been a competitive player, so my goal was always to get to the top. And well, as the years went by, I ranked up. I reached rank 1 on console, but seeing that that the competitive scene was on PC and not console back then, since there was no crossplay, then I decided to make the move and switch to PC. So
Okay, nice.
after that, I proceeded to keep grinding. Overwatch League has always been my goal. So after I couldn't do the tryouts for Team Mexico last World Cup, I think it was 2019. So I was waiting, excited for the next opportunity, and just keep grinding in PC, getting better. So as soon as I got my chance, I did the trials this year, and I got on the team, and it's only gonna keep getting better, and I'm gonna keep grinding.
Well, I think we're all really excited to see you keep grinding, and we definitely wish you luck within the next matches that you and Team Mexico have within the remainder of the Overwatch World Cup. And Hevalato, definitely a DPS player to look out for, you guys, if anybody is scouting out there. But thank you so much for your time and for this interview. I want to just give you one last moment to give any shout outs or thank yous before we head out.
Thank you. One shout out to all my family members, all my friends, and especially my girlfriend. Thank you all for the support, everyone who's watching. Thank you to my team, my coach, and yeah, thank you everyone. Appreciate the support.
Well, good luck with the remainder of your matches going into day 3 and into next week as well. And Hevalato, again, thank you so much for the interview. And everybody at home in chat, we are just going to wrap up right now. But on the other side of this break, you guys can stay tuned for the last match of today's Overwatch World Cup online qualifiers. Stay tuned for Guatemala versus Costa Rica. Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch World Cup America's Conference online qualifiers. We are all wrapped up now to the 5th and final match of today. It's going to be Guatemala versus Costa Rica. And Dustin, for this matchup, it's going to be a fight of who's going to keep themselves out of one of those last place spots.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, these teams really need to just show what they got today, right? Obviously, I think later on, I'm sure Moxie will mention it, but these teams really are trying to fight for that 3rd spot, obviously. Avoid last place, like you mentioned, but also really trying to make sure they can potentially qualify even. And for both of them, I think it's going to be an incredibly close matchup. I mean, obviously, Costa Rica and Guatemala have kind of similar compositions in terms of what they do, but I think that overall, this should be a hyper-competitive match.
Absolutely. But on top of that, we saw both these teams play yesterday as well, and both of them looked a little bit stiff, if you could say so, Moxie.
Yeah, I think this is what's going to make it really interesting between these two teams, because we've seen a lot of teams today have significant improvement from their performances yesterday, and both of these teams suffer from the exact same issue, which is sticking on a composition a little bit too long. There was one round in particular for Costa Rica yesterday where they were running a Symmetra on Night Market. They swapped to AMER when it was like 61-70 in terms of point percentage for both of the teams involved, but by then the swap was just incredibly late, and when we actually wrapped game, the AMER wasn't even past 60% to the Blizzard before you had to swap to the Tracer to be able to tap the point. So you really do have to be on the ball when it comes to calling those hero swaps and counterpicking against what's obviously not working for your team.
Absolutely. And here's a little introduction to the Costa Rica squad that we've seen before. But before we talk a little bit too much about them, I know that both these teams, Costa Rica and Guatemala, are fan favorites for their countries, of course. So as a reminder to you guys, the World Cup home and away skin bundles are now live. So if you want to support these teams, hurry up and get them before they leave the shop on June 27th. There are 3 bundles for EMEC, APAC, and America. You get both home and away skins for all the heroes in those bundles, and they support the teams directly by contributing to the World Cup prize pool for the first ever crowdfunded prize pool for OWWC. So shop now at battle.net.com or on the Overwatch 2 in-game shop. You guys can learn more at overwatchworldcup.com as well. But without further ado, we do have to get talking about these rosters. Dustin, we already talked about the rigidity, but is there anything Costa Rica do you think could pull out to come out on top in this matchup?
I mean, yeah, there's always like some fantastic DPS played via the Hanzo, via like some of those one-shot characters, potentially even some Sombra. But you know, at the end of the day, I think that this matchup really is hinging who is more warmed up, but you know, who is actually the star players in both of these teams, because realistically they just got to make their name known, right? Obviously, and they're not off to a great start. Both of these teams starting off 0-1 so far, and in day number 2 both want to make a statement. So realistically, I don't know if I can say if there's any individual comp or not they could play. I just think that there's gotta be that 1 or 2 like players on your team that truly stand out and kind of carry your team to not really, like you mentioned, being in that bottom seed. You gotta work your way up and sort of make a name for yourself and your team.
Yeah, now looking over towards this Guatemala squad, they played up against Puerto Rico yesterday, and Vendediron was this player that I believe Chef Billy was talking about how he likes to try to bait out the other tank, maybe set up some trap plays here. Moxie, do you think that it's going to work out up against the Costa Rican roster?
It's always dangerous when you go for that style of play, because what it means is it's going to be slow. So if you look at how the first map type plays, which is control point, if you're not in control of that point and you're playing that slowly and you don't win the fight afterwards, that's a lot of point percentage stacked for your opponent, and a lot of percentage you're going to be working against to be able to stall if you're able to take control of the point afterwards.
Yeah, all really good shouts there overall. I think it's going to be a super interesting matchup here, especially considering that both of these teams are starting out on that back foot, being 0-1 right now within each of their matches from day 1, but we still have a few more days to go here, Dustin. So it's going to be a hard-earned battle for either side.
Oh, for sure. I think that as a fan, this is going to be one of the most competitive matches so far. You know, I mean, obviously it could be a 2-0 still regardless, but I think that both these teams, at least for me mentally, are relatively close in terms of skill level. So I think that this matchup, at least, is something that I was really excited for going into today, because obviously with Team USA Mexico, it's Team USA. You don't expect it to be that close. And then obviously with Brazil playing earlier, you know, they're a really good team as well. And I think that realistically, this is going to be our closest matchup of the day. And I think as a viewer, as a fan of Overwatch, this is the matchup I was most excited for.
Well, okay, as a match to watch, I mean, we're not going to wait too much longer for it. You guys just escaped the predictions, as I heard that the server was ready. So count your blessings this time, you guys. But I'm going to send you both over to Ilios.
All right, thank you, Ash.
I mean, you've escaped it from Ash, but hey, Dustin.
No! Moxie! Why do you always throw me under the bus? I swear.
Hey, look, we're back on them, Barney. Okay, Super Zone Hanzo. We're waiting for that bus to come. Come on, Dustin. What's your pride?
Yeah, that bus is all out of fuel. Sorry, Moxie. I think that sadly it went to Mexico and did not come back. So today, I'm not going to give you a prediction, Moxie, actually, because I actually have no idea who's going to win this series. I'm going to be honest. It's a question mark for me in my head. If I were to get a prediction out of anybody, it would be you, I think, Moxie, who would give such a fantastic prediction with all of your brain power, right? Give me a prediction.
Your flattery, wow. Your wordsmanship, truly rivals that of Shakespeare.
No prediction then?
I'm not giving you one. You didn't give me one. I plead the fifth.
Right.
So we're going to be having a look at how these compositions are going to interact. We're actually going to have a Wrecking Ball against the Junker Queen. So entirely different win conditions. That Junker Queen really wants to be able to just jump into this backline. But that Zenyatta with that Discord Orb is going to make it so hard for that Junker Queen to stay in one piece to actually get close enough.
And we've seen this earlier with USA running the Wrecking Ball. The hack comes through the dive onto Morello. Nice work from him, or Merlio, Baru, and the rest of Costa Rica. Able to get that kill onto Guatemala's and a player, and Guatemala already backs up from that point.
Yeah, Guatemala trying to run Aranas on this Symmetra, most likely to take away from that one weakness of the Junker Queen, that distance. The same for a Reinhardt, is just not really being able to keep up the momentum of Costa Rica's dives. They see when that Ana is low, they go for the pile drive, and it's immediate aggression from the rest of the team to follow up. However, that is a very good pick.
They shut it down immediately, and Aranas again on that Symmetra, like he was previously, allows Guatemala to walk into this point. And I'm starting to think that this guy's a bit of a Symmetra one trick, Moxie.
I mean, Guatemala, they understand that Costa Rica are trying to set up for the exact same thing, and they sort of bait them into it. This time using that Junker Queen utility to be able to punish those members of Costa Rica. The more people you catch with the Carnage, the more self-sustainability and damage you're going to sow to all of these players on Costa Rica's side who, other than the Brigand Squad, don't have AoE healing.
Yeah, Richie prioritizing keeping that hacked health pack. Nice volley from Wentube in the back. Low, it's incredibly low because of the antidote, has to translocate back, ready with that dive, but it's just simply too hard to get a kill at the moment against the Symmetra shield as well on the point. But Winter with the pulse bomb, fantastic connection on the Vinzi via that backline pressure. Now it's just on the Symmetra, which is fully charged to deal with the Sombra, who EMP'd them. Nana Boost also comes out of the Junker Queen to sustain this point. Goes incredibly low, but Benji is the one to find a kill, and Webtube as well. The backline of Costa Rica doing a lot of work, and eventually the front line collapses onto Guatemala. Flips the point back for Costa Rica.
Just so much movement. They walk right past that Nano Junker Queen into that backline. Without that rally, Guatemala just do not have the sustainability, and Costa Rica are able to use this Discord and just tear through the health. It's the exact same thing that we saw from USA versus Mexico. That extra 25% damage that you take, so much in comparison to the sustainers. That's a very early EMP. Guatemala trying to follow up, are able to take down the Zan, so no Transcendence.
Nice work from them on that dive, though. Vendettatron does get Benji. Meanwhile, Yadello found Vince. So Costa Rica still holding on this point relatively well. They also have the hack on the Vendi at the point. Great work from them to hold on again, up to 60% now. Winter also picked off Aranas.
Yeah, really good stagger picks coming through. Aranas not going to be able to set up in position to be able to build up to that pulse bomb and bait this Transcendence out from Witube, as Guatemala are going to have to use the Rampage and connect onto all of these players. At least it has the anti-healing effect, so Transcendence is going to be nullified from that angle.
Winter waiting above the point, building towards that pulse bomb. Hack comes through onto Arenas towards that coastal front as well, but does have the Sombra there, as well as the shout from Guatemala's main tank player. But Winter again with the sticky, and now the follow-up on the slam from Baru, and it's far too predictable for Guatemala at the moment. If there's any more pickoffs here, I think it might be all over for them.
Yeah, and I mean, Costa Rica, they've hacked Baru, but he's still going to be able to have the hammer mines. We've got that Benji rally coming through to allow them to get aggressive and push into the regrouping members of Guatemala, so there's just no chance of tapping onto that point, using the rally to sustain, turning the fight around with a well-placed Rampage. And it's the exact same thing we've seen from these teams that try to make this Junker Queen composition work on Ruins, a map that has been long favored by Widowmaker with how long and open some of those sightlines are. The exact same thing works against the Junker Queen so detrimentally, so hard to get her into a fight safely.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. The Symmetra, don't know if that was exactly a smart pick there for Aranas to run it on that map. In fact, it didn't work out for them in Costa Rica on the other side. I mean, the dives have been so free, Moxon.
Yeah, again, that's the problem. When you're using that Symmetra to try and play around this Junker Queen's immobility, it takes time to set these TPs up, time that allows Costa Rica to be able to organize themselves and look for those pile drive opportunities. As Guatemala, very much aware that they're going to be dove upon, go for survivability in that backline. It's going to be a Moira, no more Ana, so when they come calling, you've got the fade.
Udillo and Winter with that diver waiting for Marleo on the backside to go for that fade early. Arenas goes onto the deep. Actually, incredibly aggressive play from the Junker Queen of Guatemala. Hacked as well and dead instantly with not a lot of follow-up and help there. They're trying to find that dive onto, was it WebTube in that health pack? But he didn't even go low at all. And Costa Rica just removed Guatemala from the map. Costa Rica hold on. Surely they're going to get these follow-up kills and capture the point first.
I don't think they're expecting the Winston. I think they're expecting the Wrecking Pulse. We're going to see a very fast swap. As Aranas, unfortunately, we've all been there. Get back to your respawn. Don't afford the other team any ultimate charge ahead of you. Has to throw himself into the well to regroup with his team faster as the Winston now comes into play. But Costa Rica, they can literally just play so far back that it's so hard that Winston to be able to connect with the Tracer Sombra.
Looking for that dive. Does negate the hack from Udillo on the backside, but they are bubbled in very early. And the pulse bomb as well is there from Winter. Dive does come through still, even after he took that pulse bomb damage, but a counter pulse bomb from Aranas, and it connects onto both Winter and WebTube. What a pulse bomb from him. And the rest of Guatemala come through on this point. Udillo surely has to back up as well. Benji does find a kill onto Aranas. He could somehow clutch it if he's mechanically skilled enough. They pop the rally, but they lose Udillo. It's just that IMAX Brigitte alone in the 1v3. Three-man stun, but still falls to the orb, the skill orb from the Moira there to give Guatemala that point.
They came so close to rolling a strike. They managed to shield bash everyone so close to that well and just bop them off. Hats off to Benji. He tries it. They at least will be able to stall 45% of the point because of it. But Richie setting up in position for this EMP. Has passed the spy check off the break in front of him. Trying to connect onto both of them at the same time. Does manage to find it. Where's the follow-up? It's not that.
He gets bashed and flailed by Benji with the nano. Baru also came back for the peel, and you can see where that mentality is for Costa Rica. Just able to take a lot of these ultimates from Guatemala because they're just far too split. Costa Rica control that point. It's back in their favor.
Tracer Sombra dive is not just as simple as locking those heroes in. It really does require a lot of coordination. That's why we see top tier teams play it, but some other teams just like to go for other compositions which have far less communication required but can still find the same amount of insane value with just mechanical individual carry potential. Guatemala just not able to coordinate the Tracer Sombra well enough to take this backline down.
And sadly for Bendet, it doesn't seem like that really, he's not really a Winston player, right? Winter's already found Richie. EMP comes through as well to counter that dive. WebTube hits the anti-grenade. The Primal Rage eventually comes through. Aranas does fine. Udillo on the backside, but that's just one kill. It doesn't seem to be enough for them. And so, okay, they found WebTube. Aranas has been a standout player for Guatemala to find those 2 kills. Also dropped the pulse bomb too. Oh my God, he's trying to put Guatemala on his back, but Winter will shut him down. 92% hack comes through onto Baru back at the point. Doesn't even Primal Rage in time. So Richie's there with the hack. They have that opening kill. They have a Moira here for the heals, but as long as Winter's here, it might be tough. They got to shut Winter down, or at least force him off for now, and they do so, reclaiming that point.
Got Sign Barrier. They don't have to worry about jumping through the hoops of avoiding EMP. Richie's going to be far closer to having one of his own in comparison to Yodella, but Costa Rica's dives have been so potent. Guatemala cannot afford to lose a player early.
Indeed, Baru now sitting towards that main of the point. Hack comes through onto Bennett. Gets that beat though from Binzi, perfectly timed. EMP is being built up. Costa Rica don't want to commit any ultimates just yet. Winter goes incredibly low. They're sustaining the dive for now. Baru now goes in with the Primal Rage after using the jump. Didn't time it exactly where he gets 2 jumps right after another, but comes back after the recall of the Tracer. Benji also eventually will find Bandit on the front line, and he also gets rid of Vinci. Fantastic brick play from him to give them that 2K on their opening. Will control that point again. Winter has found Aranas on the backside, and EMP in desperation from Richie. It's far too late. Winter collects the 3K, drops the pulse bomb in celebration, and Costa Rica will take map number 1.
That dives just looked so strong. Even the primals coming through. That last primal from Baru just entirely separates the backline and the front line. Goes straight for the Lucio to make sure that that speed is just not there to be able to make sure that the tank stays alive long enough. And from there, it is just an absolute hunting gallery for the team of Costa Rica. They look so put together compared to what we saw from them yesterday. And this is what I told you about, Dustin. Some of these teams started off on the back foot, had a couple of days now to be able to climatize, figure out how they want to play, how their opponent is going to play, and they're looking so much better because of it.
Yeah, Costa Rica is looking way better than Guatemala at the moment. Really, their dives are coordinated, like you said. I mean, there's not much else I can say about it. I mean, it's going into this next one and this next map, obviously up a map. I personally thought the series would be close. I was dead wrong. You're right. I think that overall, it seems like Costa Rica's in the driving seat at the moment, Moxie. And I mean, why do you think that is? It's just because of their dives necessarily? It's because they have the mechanical skill, or is it the combination of those two?
I think a lot of teams fall into the trap that is a meta composition. This is something that we talked about, right? It's not just as simple as putting the heroes into the map. You have to know the ins and outs and how to coordinate and communicate and work around each other. And that was something we weren't seeing. And it can work. A Sombra going in solo with something like an EMP, if that backline is not coordinated and you're able to take the breakdown before the saving nano boost comes through, and then you're contesting that sparked up Brigitte, who has all of the damage reduction and all of the ability of just being able to bop you around. But what we saw from Costa Rica was that backline was coordinated, that they were able to use things like those saving nano boosts, and then you need the backing support of either your Tracer or your Winston. But the dive just looked so much more disconnected, and I think it cycles back, like you said, to maybe this team not having that Winston player. They started off on the Junker Queen, they wanted to push that Junker Queen, but they had to swap off of it so soon because of the composition that they ran into, and it just didn't work out for them in the long run.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what they do on this this upcoming map. But yeah, in this one in particular, it was very rough. I mean, they found some opening picks. They had some success with the counter dive. I mean, hell, it might be a decent idea to try to run it again. Obviously, I think you just got to come back, maybe peel a bit better. You know,
I mean,
times...
Junker Queen's not a peel. Junker Queen is not a peel tank.
I definitely don't mean just the Junker Queen, but it's like Vinzi not staying near Marleo and stuff. And it's like, you know, it's a bit of a disconnect. It seems like the DPS player, I'm going, maybe I'm like assuming things here, Moxie, but I would assume it's like Arenas and Richie calling a lot of the dives, being that leader for their team, and then everybody else trying to kind of blindly follow them. But it results in a bit of a disconnect at times, right? With the Bennett really just constantly just going for those dives with them instead of maybe thinking before they go.
Yeah, and again, it comes down to how hard that vein of communication is for this composition, because it's not one person calling all of the shots. It's not just like your main tank saying, okay, we go here, we take this space, we move on this player. It is literally a sort of moving, breathing animal, a live vein of communication that goes between the tank, but also the Tracer and the Sombra, who are in those scouting positions and calling out those targets who are maybe a little bit out of position or easier to be able to kite out of position that you can then capitalize on. And the big telltale sign for me that we were seeing that disconnect was that when either Richie or Arenas were moving into positions to try to just chip those players down, Bendit on the Winston was not just a couple of seconds behind, but sometimes 10, 15 seconds late in jumping in. And that does go to show that that communication with this composition is not quite fully figured out.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, maybe like just looking for, you know, into Guatemala a bit more. I mean, I was on a team previously with like a long time ago when I made a role swap to Lucio temporarily, and I played on a team called Citizen 7. Citizen 0 and 7, by the way. We went 0 and 7 versus a lot of pro teams. We had a tank player that just wasn't very good. So I literally microed him all the time. Like I was telling him when to shatter, when to hold shield, when to push forward and stuff like that. And, you know, it seems like that's what Guatemala is doing. I would assume maybe like Arenas or Richie are kind of like the star players of this team and could potentially be trying to tell what that tank player to do because maybe he's lagging behind in terms of the rake department. I obviously don't really know, but I would assume maybe it's on that same trajectory where you're trying to micro, which, I mean, Mox, you know more than anybody, whenever we play rank together, you're trying to tell me what to do, where to position and stuff. Not all the time will you have somebody that that can listen and actually do exactly what you're thinking at every single moment.
Yeah, unfortunately, playing Winston is not as simple as a monkey see, monkey do. Despite what lot of people might believe he is actually a pretty mechanically heavy tank. You can very quickly work out the good monkeys from the bad ones, especially whether or not they're able to, with their primals, pull off things like the shot hops, the full juggles, the melee on landing as well, which is one of just muscle memories of every Winston player. When you jump, look down at the ground, melee to make sure that you get that additional damage on impact with that player that can sometimes be the difference maker of being able to secure that pick. And it's no surprise to me that, I mean, having lost that map, Guatemala are going to take us somewhere as far away from dive as humanly possible. Circuit Royale is going to be coming through, and I would imagine we're going to see the tank composition change up to reflect that.
For sure. I think you're 100% right. If this is the map that we expect Guatemala to pick, and you know, this has got to be it, right? You got to win right here and right now to bring us to that round number or map number 3, because obviously on Ilios, you're right, they just couldn't deal with that dive. And it feels like this kind of like a similar thing that we're seeing a lot of these World Cup teams, because obviously, like we talked with who was it, Angel earlier for Team Mexico. He was talking about how, you know, a lot of these teams have Overwatch League players and a lot of that experience and stuff. And it feels like, you know, just watching the tank player of Guatemala, for example, a lot of these players don't like do a lot of that progression that we see a lot of these really good players do, like checking corners, checking angles, you know, reacting to what's happening to you. Instead, like a lot of teams are just kind of like going, okay, this is our plan. We don't have a plan B, plan C. Why do you think that is, Moxie? Is it because of, you know, skill difference, or is this overall, you know, more practice? Teams need a little bit more time together to synergize?
I think it comes down to, honestly, a lot of these teams missing out on the experience, sadly, of something like Contenders SA, where you learn not just to synergize with a team, but also to be a little bit more fluid in terms of swapping that hero to be able to give your team a leg up. Because, I mean, we all know in ranked, right? Streamers do it all the time. They hardlock one specific hero and they will literally 0 to GM it. And so a lot of these players have just been able to find that comfort pick of a specific hero and continue to run that specific hero, not having to worry about maybe that hero being good for them, but leading to a little bit of discourse for the rest of the team in certain areas.
Exactly. I think you touched the mark incredibly well. And now for Guatemala, looks like they might potentially play the Sigma as we get some terrible, oh my God, Jesus, please stop playing piano. No. Yeah, look, even Bennett's coming up like, please stop. And he's continuing. Man,
well, hopefully Aranas can hit Hanzo shots better than he can hit these notes.
Wow, that might have been the worst piano performance I've ever heard.
I mean, you don't listen to that much piano, do you, Mr. Doesn't Know Ludwig van Beethoven?
No, listen, I don't. But let me tell you, when I was like 12, I played piano for 7 years, and then I quit because piano sucks, and my hands are too small.
And you didn't know Beethoven's first name, Dustin?
And I didn't know.
Incorrigible.
Ludwig, oh my God, almost the shot from Richie in the sky of winter. He goes for that shot, and we redirect from Ludwig yesterday on the Brazilian team, by the way, the only Ludwig that exists in the world, by the way. Richie going for the grapple shot in the sky. We get that Widow matchup that you were certainly excited to see again, Moxie.
Yeah, but it's intruded upon by the Sigma shield. Both of the Sigmas trying to help out these Widowmakers. They know if the attacking team get that first opening pick, the defenders have to pull fully back towards corner. And I mean, they've already given up so much ground off of the pressure of Richie's grapple shots alone.
Yeah, you're right. Immediately has the backup around the corner. Power goes incredibly low, but hangs those heals from Red 2, but it's just damage from a lot of this Hanzo pressure from Aranas. I kind of like to see this double sniper composition again. It feels like it's been such a long time since we've seen Widow Hanzo. Usually we see a lot of Tracer match with it, you know, a lot of Sombra, and Aranas already takes down Yadella. This is awesome so far for Guatemala to take that space, then go aggressive now and set up their own Widow.
Yeah, and you can see that they're also using those Hanzo arrows through the opening of shop to try and separate the Sigma from his backline. But Winter, disengaging towards Slope, still gets the angle onto Bandit, will be able to take that Sigma down. And Guatemala, without that shield, have to immediately give space to Costa Rica, who are going to be just grappling. Oh, Winter goes so incredibly low. Almost got a new haircut, styled on the very suave streets of Circa. But Costa Rica keep the Widow and keep the circle pressure.
Yeah, they are keeping that pressure up. You're right, like you said. I feel like we're seeing some ethical Overwatch. I know it's double sniper here, but like both Widows obviously only hitting body shots with the grapple shots. A lot of this happening on the ground, waiting out the shields, waiting at immortality field. Very slow style. We're already, what is this, 2 minutes in to this series, and not a lot of kills have gone through Ant Matrix on the corner, but they lose their life, actually. Costa Rica peeks that corner. Richie's waiting at the back of the map. Like the sniper he is, takes down Udelo as he peeks that corner. Now they'll try to push forward. Grapple shot, aggressive. Maybe looking for the head. It's just a body shot on the Zenyatta with the Ant Matrix, though. Not on the cart, however, so it's not going to continue forward. They drop the Immortality Field, and knowing that, they now commit the Sigma Gravitic Flux. Great work from Guatemala to take down Baru. They've worked through the plays, and Richie has started to come online.
Yeah, no Transcendence available for Costa Rica to save it either. And as a result, I mean, even then, it doesn't stop those headshots. So double snipers just making the sense job so much harder to keep this team alive. They're going to have that Dragon Strike as well to make sure that Costa Rica are just stuck in this choke a little bit longer. Richie even going to be popping the Infra Sights by themselves 16 seconds longer to keep Aranas's pressure onto the Sigma constant on this team's backline.
Reina's looking for that shot onto the backline, has the Dragon Strike ready to go. Wall hacks were used by both Widows, like you mentioned. Now Aranas comes to that left side, ready to go with the Dragon Strike. No, this goes through main. Like I said, just some ethical Overwatch. No flanks happening at all. We just have down main Overwatch at the moment. Gravitic Flux into that Transcendence. No Immortality Field used for Merlio. That was perfect. Now the Dragon Strike over the left side to zone out Baru. Has to go forward. Immortality Field is there to save him. And then with the Transcendence, maybe a little bit of overlaying, but it works out for them because Udelo hits the shot on Bandit. Now they can push forward with it. Guatemala has to back out of here without their tank play. Don't have a lot of that space. They could find a one-shot, but Udelo's found two already. Does get traded up at Richie. However, that has been a mainstay for Guatemala's Richie hitting shots, but they still have to wait for two members of their team.
This is not where you want to be if you're Guatemala. However, as Costa Rica have so many angles now to be able to have Winter set upon, as we've seen in these matchups. So many different spaces and niches for the Widow to be able to shoot through, but Guatemala have been able to survive the gauntlet laid upon them. Grapple shot coming through from Richie, just trying to find any information on where Winter's playing from.
A lot of this is that Richie versus Udelo duel at the moment. It's that Venom Mine amplification matrix towards that cart. Wed 2 pops it, but no direct kills, just force him to the right side. Winter has those bull hacks, could hit the shot, but really doesn't want to over peek it. It's a body shot into Arenas, who barely gets healed up by Vinzi's Harmony Orb. It's perfect for them so far. Also takes another body shot. Winter now has to back up because the Ant Matrix from Melo was used, and by the way, it was also used not on the cart again, so it can't push forward. They don't really get a lot of that space, though. Although Bandit's on the cart, still pushing it, gets that Gravitic Flux incredibly soon. Grapple shot on the sky. Richie almost hits the headshot. Gravitic Flux so close for Bandit. It's the only ultimate. Arenas hits that shot onto Winter. Log across the map. Fantastic work for him. It's on the yellow. The onus is on him to hit these shots, bring it back for his team that's then so low, and he takes him out with just the last Storm Arrow. Now goes aggressive with Benji against the Gravitic Flux of Bandit, which does not find value. And Costa Rica will hold last second, get Richie as well. Nice shots from Udelo on that push, and also a 3K for him. Why not? Costa Rica will hold so far.
Potentially even hold in next fight as well. They've got the ultimate economy advantage. They've got that Sigma Flux, which is going to force Vinzi into holding onto that Transcendence, which means even more power in Udelo's Dragon Strike. As you can see, this is the angle that you're able to just shoot through. Really harkens back to old school Eichenwald on point A, where you can just go into castle and shoot through those walls and windows.
All right, Moxie, now explain to me how that's skillful. How spamming logs across the map, praying somebody walks into it is skillful. No comment?
It's Hanzo. What do you expect me to say?
Well, Udelo's still waiting with the Dragon Strike. The amplifications this time on the cart. Goes for that shot onto the Widow. Nice job avoiding with the hitbox manipulation, but Richie is not missing today. Gets Wed Tube in the back. Dragon Strike as well lands, forcing that Immortality Field from Marleo. Down to that main side, Udelo hitting headshots onto that Sigma, but as long as Richie can keep it up, potentially Guatemala can push in through here. They'd have that Transcendence, but they are now against Winter, who dropped off the back without his team. I've never seen a Widow flank like that before and result in such a catastrophic failure. Costa Rica now gets pushed on. Has the Transcendence's Benji into that Gravitic Flux, but there's a Transcendence from Vinci. Perfectly timed to counter that Gravitic Flux. They still have the Immortality Field advantage to walk forward with that Ant Matrix from Marleo, but Baru trades it back. Bendit does get Baru. Guatemala in overtime are trying to push through at the very last bit. They just have the Widowmaker, which gets sniped by Richie. What a shot from him. And Marleo also takes out Udelo, who has been the carry player for Costa Rica on the Hanzo so far. Guatemala will push us into third thing.
No Sigma Shield in the way. Richie finally unleashed, is able to find those kills, and put Guatemala into point C. Barrow off the Hammond was only using it to try and tap and keep it contested. Now back onto that Sigma for the shield. Try to just give any advantage to their DPS players to be able to win this 1v1. Except it's not a 1v1. The Sigma shield has to be broken by the Hanzo. The Widowmaker has to be alive and keep that angle to keep the other in check. This is a full team effort to control this high ground spacing.
Yeah, you're right. And I'm liking this match so far, Moxie. It feels like compared to USA's match, it's been in slow motion in comparison. Grapple hook from Winter to go around the other side. Does have those wall hacks though, so Richie can hit the shots, but not able to hit it just yet. In fact, it's Arnas to find the opening pick on the web. Great work from him with the Storm Arrow. Support from the rest of his team as well. Arnas going for that duel with Yadello. Seeking if he comes out on top. They're going to go for the double jump into it. Storm Arrow has Richie there as well, and he hits the shot. Oh my god, what a hit from Yadello in a very particular situation, but they do trade it back 1-1.
Yeah, Venomine takes that Hanzo down, but without Richie's pressure from the Widowmaker, he has to now come back in to the spike on the Sombra, and that unleashes Winter. No other Widowmaker to keep him in check. He just gets to hold sway, thrown and caught over this high ground, and Guatemala have to walk right into it.
There we go. Dragon Strike from Guatemala though to counter it potentially. Nice shot from Armanas and the Dragon Strike. Kill Baru as well. Winter's traded back Richie, but it's a 3K so far for us. Meanwhile, counter Dragon Strike over the top angle. Benji's there on the flank. All they have to take out is Bendit, who's trying to push the cart in with 3 meters. It's a 2 versus 1 on the cart, but the Hanzo has the Suzu because Kariko can teleport back to a spot with no cooldowns, and they come through to kill Vinzi. In overtime, Guatemala are stopped.
Right in the fight and able to just instantly contribute the healing, the iframe of the Suzu, and win it out for you. However, the push, the distance that was picked up, definitely nothing to slouch at. That is a lot of distance when we look in the broader term of Circuit Royale's attacks.
Yeah. The longer this map goes, the more potential that Richie has to pop off. And you know, after that Suzu play with the Kuriko, you know, maybe this begs the question, Moxie. Should we do like, you know, with Wrecking Ball where they get rid of the cooldown
don't let
of spawn?
it TP until she's out of spawn.
Yeah.
I would honestly love to see it, because I'm not gonna lie, it's something I've taken advantage of. Watchpoint Gibraltar, many a defense has been saved by just me having my tank stay alive and payload. I swapped Kiriko, I had Swift FI, we have a CZ, and immediately we were able to flip. I would love to see it in the future, but
yeah. She's a Kariko abuser, huh? A Kariko abuser, Moxie? Costa Rica on pushing that cart. Do you have the double sniper? Again, with that same setup on both sides. Like I said, some ethical
you
Overwatch.
have to match up. You have to go hands off for shield break and Widow for Widow. And it's just a little bit too predictable that you're going for that grapple, because Richie knows. Richie was using that exact same angle before.
Aware champ, Richie. What a god. Nice shot from him. Looks down to that low ground now for Costa Rica to push up. Like we mentioned, I mean, the further that this defense goes, longer that Richie is to set up. Oh my god, almost hits that flick shot. Still waiting for it over the backside, right? It's a bit of a slow game on both sides. Costa Rica looking for that shot as well. Yadello being able to break that shield. Has to break it first. Goes for the Storm Arrow on the side as well to make sure it reflects off of it and gets into that back line. Onto that shield to hit a few of them. Richie now goes for the shot in the sky. Oh my god, doesn't hit it. Unfortunately, Costa Rica still getting that cart space during this fight. It's almost around the corner already, and all we've had is a kill go in favor of Guatemala. So now they're pushing forward. They've already got Bendit, and it seems like Guatemala can't find their footing. Richie will grapple back, look for some sky shots, but Baru and Benji have combined for multiple kills, and surely will result in Costa Rica capturing this first point.
Yeah, that first stretch of straight line,
you know, was looking for some grapple shots or a little bit of flank angles that could work out for him, but Winter's taking full advantage of the passive play of Richie. Playing at the back of the map, Winter gets that kill onto Aranas on the front line, and now Guatemala's other tank again. Bendit goes down, man. He's feeding. Oh my god, Guatemala, please do something. The life is being slowly sucked out of him. I mean, there's not a lot of meters left to go before we're into that third phase, and there's potential even more stagger kills here.
Oh, the exhibit's charged. But if you exhibit, you go into Yadello. It's just between a rock and a hard place between the Sigma and a Hanzo. As Guatemala, without that Baptiste, without the amplification matrix, Costa Rica understand the absences of those really key players really key utilities and just keep pulling at the threads until this defensive side just absolutely unravels on B. They've got point C, but they're bending the knee. Richie off the Widow onto the Sombra, but they've got the Sonic from the Hanzo infrasight on the Widow. You can use stealth, but they're gonna know exactly where you are.
Yeah, I'm about to walk away, man. Richie, you gotta... Richie off the Widow now means that Guatemala obviously lose a lot of that pressure. They do use the Great Flux here. Richie went back to spawn, by the way, so he's not here for the follow-up. Interesting here on the Tracer. He's looking like a different player. RNS on the low ground does have that Dragon Strike waiting for that Transcendence to end. And now in the room, it might be hard to avoid it. Eventually, he kills Benji, and the Immortality Field runs out. Ydello does trade it back, though. Gets that 2K on DeMar Leo and RNS, and Winters finds Vinzi. So even though it was a bit of a weird situation, Costa Rica will control that bot again, or card again.
That rock saved Costa Rica inside that small room. Dragon Strike doesn't entirely fill it. They're able to just cluster up in the corner, and then when Guatemala try and push in, Accretion connects onto them, and they're able to survive and group with the rest of their team. Ydello on that Hanzo, just making sure that he's not flanked by Richie on the Tracer. He just has not been able to find an in with just so much range pressure coming through from all of these players on Costa Rica's side.
3 minutes and 30 seconds left. If Arnas comes online, that could be the difference maker for Guatemala. And so, like I said, only have that pulse bomb ready to go. Costa Rica sitting with double DPS ults in a second. Same with that Gravitic Flux. They take that right angle. Nobody pushing the cart, by the way. Winter could easily get some cart pressure at the moment. Arenas knowing that. Looking for the body shot underneath the cart. As that cart is off the ground, Richie went for the pulse bomb, but it's immediately countered by the Immortality Field on that top right angle. Costa Rica has that top angle now. Tries to take some space away from Guatemala, but they're not really taking full advantage of it. They give it up, come back to the main, look to break Bandit's shield, force him out of it. Guatemala's backing off on that right side, but no picks really here either because Baru's sitting at the back of the map. Winter has taken out RNS, also Richie. There goes both of the DPSs of Guatemala. Bandit falls as well as the DPSs for Costa Rica come online. Guatemala are stuck in the respawn room, and unfortunately for them, will be going down 2-0 Costa Rica.
Yeah, that Tracer swap really doesn't work out when you're playing up against a team that's running both the Hanzo and the Widowmaker. They're just waiting for that Tracer to make herself known, make her position given away, and then you're going to be sniped out before you're even to close up the distance. And unfortunately, what it also does puts even more pressure onto Aranas. He's out there playing a game of singles as opposed to Costa Rica, who are playing a game of doubles with that double hit scan sniper duel, and it's just devastating.
Well, we bring up back our host, Ash. Welcome back, Ash. What a series that was. 2-0 for Costa Rica.
Ooh, heartbreak for Guatemala as well, just with how close that last matchup was there over on Circuit Royale. But at the end of the day, it is going to be Costa Rica that find themselves at that 1-1. But walk me through it a bit more, Moxie, as far as why you think Costa Rica really just had that slight edge up today.
So again, it all comes down to just controlling the space of Circuit Royale. This is a map that is heavily defensively favored. I would be very unsurprised if we do see a couple of changes come through, especially onto point B, with just how much room the defenders get of being able to look into those spawns with things like the grapple Widow shot, being able to connect onto all of those players as they come straight out of that 30-second respawn timer. But they never really allowed Guatemala control of that space, because every single time they won a team fight, they just continued to push aggressively forward and make sure that Guatemala had to back off and give up what should be hallowed sanctuary grounds to hold on to Circuit Royale. Very quickly became a footnote in the map.
Okay, so when it comes down to it, that's something that Guatemala are going to have to look towards, I guess, going into day number 3 there, Dustin. The adjustments, I need you to talk about maybe what you're expecting or hoping to see out of them, since they are now down 0-2.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I want to see a bit more Richie Widowmaker. I think that was a big reason that they were able to really get anything done. I mean, he seemed like to be honest, like the best player on the team by far. Like, it's not even close, but obviously a bit of a Widow one trick's not always a great idea, because he had to swap over to Tracer, and at points in Sombra too, it just wasn't really the play. I think you just got to lock Richie on the Widowmaker, and that's got to be their way to success, is just have him carry you.
And then I just want to talk about a couple of the plays that we also even saw earlier on Circuit Royale. We saw that Dragon Strike coming out from Yodelo. It was a near attempt to completely zone the side of Costa Rica off, but Moxie, then you're talking about the Kiriko coming in and the difference maker that Suzu and Swift Step does make.
I mean, the fact that you literally just get that support so quickly back into the fight, because you saw how low all of those players were getting in that engagement, right? And with the cart being so close to that checkpoint, if the Kiriko doesn't come through and you're not able to, as a defensive team, keep it stalled out, the attacking side is going to be able to just get that full push. And on Circuit Royale, full pushes don't happen often. So being able to just TP straight from spawn to the team and immediately give that iframe to be able to win the duel is massive for the team.
And then I also want to talk a little bit about how Ilios ended up panning out there, Dustin.
Yeah, I think for them, obviously, you know, for the side of Guatemala, they kind of just got team diffed, honestly. I mean, there's a lot of Baru going for those dives, just constant DPS setup, and the support's looking a lot better as well on their side. And that also was a map, like we mentioned with Richie, he just couldn't play that Widowmaker, was stuck on a character that he's maybe not as familiar with, so it didn't really result in them having a successful map. It was a lot of things, but honestly, you know, at the end of the day, Costa Rica, you know, they're looking like a decent team after Ilios, and then after also, you know, being able to shut out Richie on the Widow.
No, that is for sure. Richie, the player to look at over there on the side of Guatemala, but it's just not quite enough to have only one player really standing out for his squad, especially on this world stage here. But before we even get to the player card to come up for that MVP, I'm curious, Moxie, to see who maybe you've put your bets on.
Yodelo, honestly, really impressed, especially when we saw that Tracer swap come through from Guatemala, because especially in one of those replays, he literally waits for the recall animation to come out from the Tracer, knows that she's going to be appearing in front of him, and that he just has to be able to hit one of those shots, because if she recalls, she's probably going to be in Guatemala's defenses.
Absolutely, but we actually have to take a look over at our match results here for day 2 of the Overwatch World Cup here of 2023. We have Group B occurred earlier on today, then we just wrapped up Group A just now, and looking at the standings right now, mostly 2-0s across the board, aside from that matchup for the United States versus Mexico that we saw earlier on just beforehand. And Dustin, I guess with how both Group A and Group B are currently shaping out, what are you looking towards going into tomorrow?
I mean, you talked about it earlier too, by the way. It's like every team kind of just goes for those 2-0s, and that's just kind of how it goes in World Cup with all these teams obviously being over the place. But for tomorrow, I mean, I don't know. I'm just looking forward to everything, I guess, tomorrow. Like, tomorrow's going to be exciting. Day 3, obviously. I know it's tough to give such a vague answer in particular, but I think, obviously, Brazil, seeing them again tomorrow will be exciting. Also, in USA playing again, obviously. Really, you're just kind of looking for those standout players. I always just want to look for 1 or 2 standouts from each team. Obviously, for Guatemala, it's got to be Richie, even though they go
Cup. But Moxie, Dustin, I'm going to let you guys get your final words in as we head into tomorrow. Moxie, why don't you kick us off?
I mean, I'm just excited, like Dustin said, to be able to see tomorrow's games, because it is all about these players making a name for themselves, especially since they haven't had this platform that a lot of these other players do. Things like collegiate and contenders aren't really available for the SA region. And hopefully one thing that this tournament is going to show, that this conference is going to show, is that the talent is very much still here and alive in this region. And these players that do make a name for themselves are going to find their history and future being a whole lot brighter because of it.
And I 100% agree with you, Moxie. I think that I'm really looking forward to that tomorrow. And then also looking forward to continuing these storylines. I mean, obviously, after today's match with USA and Mexico, I think that was a matchup that was super fun. I don't think we expected it to have, you know, such an enticing situation with that. And obviously, USA's kind of put a target on their back. I think they're public enemy number 1 now.
That's a really big point to be making here, is that I feel like everyone's going to have their eyes out for Team USA to try and take them down after some of the shenanigans that they pulled up in their match versus Mexico. But everybody, it's been a wonderful day too. Big thanks also to our casters earlier today, Chef Billy and Gompers, for joining me on the desk earlier. Dustin, Moxie, it is wonderful to have you guys as always. And all the knowledge that you guys bring to the table overall. I know I'm learning a lot. Hope chat is as well. And of course, a big shout out as well over to Liga Ace, our wonderful production team in the background, helping us put on this show. But that's a wrap for now. And stay tuned, you guys. Same time tomorrow for day number 3 of the Overwatch World Cup Open Qualifiers or online qualifiers.
You don't need to fade in front of your team. You need to be behind your tank. And I know that Moira's in a really good spot here. There's the flank from EQO. 2 already down. Make it 3. Make it 4. Give him the ace. Give him the ace. Nope. Karen Gordon gets off the map, but good lord, what a perfectly...
Everybody fighting along the back line. Super Dome is now making his way up towards to stop that OT. If they get this one, they may as well just call it a victory run. Although Jorel is not giving up. It's not going to be easy, but a melee to actually finish things off. Primal Rage on both sides coming out as it is. Now slowly making their way above. Winston comes down towards them. Emilio goes down. Now overtime is done for. Not even the Onyx can do anything about it. You got Colombia winning things.
So, I mean, hopefully they'll be able to get away, because Persona, I think, is going to have to turn this map around here on Ruins.
Oh, yay. Wow. DePau was not playing around. And listen,
get anything done because Frack hasn't put out self-destruct yet, so they know self-destruct is online. If you go into that small little room and get self-destructed, I mean, it's going to be almost done. What a shot from DePau once again.
Oh, he's keeping it. Right now, oh, a beautiful shot again. Everyone's ready. They're ready. They're going to eat it up. Ready, up above, finding the high ground. Mirage coming out a bit too early. Not the perfect time to pull it out. They got Diego, but was it enough? Maybe it actually was, because it seems like Ram was having a good time. Listen, the Mirage got 1, but he got 2 more. And that's good enough for them. Kiriko goes down, unfortunately, in a very unlikely death. They finally got it. 1 minute and 40 seconds left to spare, so a bit more time
to make it count. They can't afford to let Coalescence get hacked out early.
Well, now he gets stunned, actually, by the Doom Fist. So you're looking out for the hack. You can't avoid the fist. Ludwig, 2K barrage, then rotates towards that point. Fade already used. And unfortunately for Argentina, it seems like the only game plan is just to rotate to that point. But, you know, it's ignoring the fifth, who was jumping off the cart. That's a great opening pick, and now with the Nano Boost Annihilation, they just run into that backline. Immortality field, Don Suzu not here, and Brazil look to close it out on Argentina 2-0, and they do so. 2-0 for Brazil over Argentina in these group stages. What a win for them.
That rubber band, it's perfect to chunk this one's health down, but there's just so much sustainability for USA at the moment.
Yeah, they really want to focus on Super, but on Below gets pulse bomb by Aspire, who forced the fade early, and now the rest of Mexico collapses upon the pressure of Team USA. Fantastic recontested pulse bomb from him to flip it back into the fade afterwards, getting that off. EMP dive now here comes through with that dive from Mexico. The bolt, the deep bomb is there, but the bubble is too strong. They could not break it in time. Perfect bubble from Castle, and the rally was there. The counter to the Diva Bomb, it's just super. Matthew DeLisi and Aspire back towards the point. A hack comes through onto Aspire on the cart and can't even touch it. Moxie, Mexico is taking a map 1-1 onto a map this entire first spot.
And we're so close to Coalescence, but that's what USA understands as well. Gets targeted. That hack combination alongside the spy with the follow-up just does not allow him to fade out. That Hevalido is actually going to be able to and gets the stick onto Ultraviolet as well. USA down that Ana, now moving on to the Zen. If he can take down Ripple at the same time, Guatemala has to walk right into it.
There we go. Dragon Strike from Guatemala to counter it potentially. Nice shot from Aranas and the Dragon Strike. Kill Baru as well. Winter's traded back quickly, but it's a 3K so far for us. Meanwhile, counter Dragon Strike over the top angle. Benji's there on the flank. All they have to take out is Benton, who's trying to push the cart in with 3 meters. It's a 2 versus 1 on the cart, but the Hanzo has the Suzu because Kariko can teleport back to the spot with no cooldowns, and they come through to kill.
Don't need to fade in front